uzima milele,
mkombozi wetu.
Kwao wote wampokeao,
mkombozi wetu.
Kaahidi uzima milele,
mkombozi wetu.
Kwao wote wampokeao,
mkombozi wetu.
Yesu
aliteswa msalabani, akafa kwa ajili yetu. Ndiye anayekuita mkombozi wetu.
Yesu
aliteswa msalabani, akafa kwa ajili yetu. Ndiye anayekuita mkombozi wetu.
Yerusalema, omonzi ohanyayo. Yerusalema,
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 Yerusalema, Yerusalema, omonzi ohanyayo. Yerusalema, 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 omonzi ohanyayo. Siya kutangazelela Yerusalema, 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 omonzi ohanyayo. Siya kutangazelela Yerusalema, 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 omonzi ohanyayo. Siya kutangazelela Yerusalema, 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 omonzi ohanyayo. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Nchi yangu nitaitukuza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Nitailinda maishani mwangu. Tazama porini simba anguruma, kifaru yu pale na ndege wa anga. Tazama porini simba anguruma, kifaru yu kweli la shangaza, majini ya moto kweli ni ajabu, ziwa la Bogoria kweli la shangaza, majini ya moto kweli ni ajabu. Nitaitukuza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Nitaitukuza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Nitaitukuza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Nitaitukuza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Mlima wa Kenya ni mlima wangu, waona barafu hata jua liwake. Mlima wa Kenya ni mlima wangu, waona barafu hata jua liwake. Nitaitukuza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Nitaitukuza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Fika Mombasa, mwito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Fika Mombasa, mwito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Nitaitukuza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Nitaitukuza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Na wananchi wote ni sawa tu, wapenda ugali na sukuma wiki. Na wananchi wote ni sawa tu, wapenda ugali na sukuma wiki. Nitaitukuza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Nitaitukuza, nitailinda maishani mwangu.
Watesi wako wamekuzidi ndugu,
Mwachie Yesu,
wamezingira kote maisha yako.
yeye anaweza.
Watesi wako wamekuzidi ndugu,
Mwachie Yesu,
wamezingira kote maisha yako.
yeye anaweza.
Bwana Yesu,
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu,
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu,
Anaweza.
Yesu
Mwachie yote.
Bwana Yesu,
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu,
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu,
Anaweza.
Yesu,
Mwachie yote.
umelemewa tatizo la magonjwa,
Mwachie Yesu,
na wenye chuki wazidi kufitini.
yeye anaweza.
Umelemewa tatizo la magonjwa,
Mwachie Yesu,
na wenye chuki wazidi kufitini. Dada,
yeye anaweza.
Bwana Yesu,
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu,
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu,
Anaweza.
Yesu,
Mwachie yote.
Bwana Yesu,
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu,
Anaweza.
Bwana Yesu,
Anaweza.
Yesu,
Mwachie mwachie yote.
Mwachie Yesu hilo ziko la dhambi.
Mwachie Yesu,
atalibeba bila rushwa mwenzangu.
Yeye anaweza.
Mwachie Yesu hilo ziko la dhambi.
Mwachie Yesu,
atalibeba bila rushwa mwenzangu.
Yeye anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
anaweza.
Yesu
mwachie yote.
Bwana Yesu
anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
anaweza.
Bwana Yesu
anaweza.
Yesu
mwachie yote.
Thank you KCC Choir. Please don't leave the stage. Welcome to day 2 of the Performing Arts Conference. You can follow us online on ARTSCON3. And those who are joining us online, thank you for sparing your time to join us. And those who are here physically, thank you also for taking your time to join us. Karibuni to day 2. I'll ask us to be uprising for the national anthem led by the Kenya Cultural Center Choir, the Kenya National Anthem, and the East African Anthem. We'll now have a word of prayer led by Caleb.
Let's believe and pray. Almighty and everlasting Father, we are grateful for this morning. As we are gathered here for the 3rd Performing Arts Conference, we want to come before you with hearts full of gratitude. Thank you so much for waking us up. Thank you so much for allowing us to join. Thank you so much to see this day, oh God. As we want to start this day, we want to pray that God, may you take charge, may you take lead of everything that we're going to do today. We want to put this conference into your hands, oh God, that your Spirit will guide us, will lead us, and will help us to go through the day. We pray for those of us who are also joining online, that God, wherever they are, you will be with them. Thank you for our guests. Thank you for all the performers that are here. Lord, we pray that you be with them. We love you and we adore you. All this we pray, trusting and believing in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Caleb. I'll now invite the choir to give us 2 numbers. Thank you.
Dum dum kipenzi, oh, dum dum kipenzi, oh, mama, oh, Stella, oh, dum dum kipenzi, oh, dum dum kipenzi, oh, mama, oh, Stella, oh, nilikuwa na mpenzi wangu, mpenzi Stella alibahatika kwenda ng'ambo, chuo kikuu kwenda kusoma. Miaka mitatu kule Japani kusomea udakitari. daktari Stella wangu. Nilikuwa na mpenzi wangu, mpenzi Stella alibahatika kwenda ng'ambo, chuo kikuu kwenda kusoma miaka mitatu kule Japani, kusomea udaktari Stella wangu. Nilimpenda Stella jamani, ajitolea kwa moyo wote, nikauza ng'ombe sababu yake yeye, nikauza sababu yake yeye, nikauza ng'ombe na mbuzi sababu yake yeye, ili apate nauli ya ndege na pesa zingine za matumizi huko Japani. Dolinda, 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 nakupenda. Dolinda, 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 nakupenda. Ilikuwa tarehe 17 mwezi wa 5. Ilikuwa tarehe 17 mwezi wa 5. Ndio ilikuwa tarehe kamili ya Stella kurudi Kenya. Nilienda uwanja wa ndege kwenda kumlaki Stella. Nilikuwa naanza Mchomba uwanja wa ndege. Nilikuwa na Sugu Afiti uwanja wa ndege. Ni uwanja wa ndege. Kabla ndege ilipotua uwanjani tuliona vituko. Stella alishuka amebeba mtoto mikononi. Upi futi 4 Mjapani. Nilisikitika ndani ya moyo, nikakosa la kufanya. Lakini sikijui nilie kiluo anatemamo watoa fresh ile ilibidi nilie kikaita bege mana nikonye mana fresh ile.
Yo, 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 I love you Stella mami. Yo, 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 I love you Stella mami. Nakupenda Stella wangu, Stella mpenzi wangu. Nakupenda Stella mami, Stella nondo wako. Nakupenda Stella wangu, Stella kindu wako. Nikwende tete nyama ya kuvivya, ya kubalania na kashumbari. Come back Stella, I still need you baby. Come back Stella, I still need you baby. Kwa nini kunichenga chenga Stella mama kama mpira uwanjani? Kwa nini kunichenga chenga Stella mama kama mpira uwanjani? Kwa nini kunichenga chenga Stella mama kama mpira uwanjani?
Tuishangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. daima. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya kupendeza, kamwe hatutaiacha daima. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha daima. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha daima. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote daima. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki daima. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki daima. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani daima. Hatutaki matata Kenya daima. Hatutaki matata Kenya daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
na tumeapa sote wananchi wa Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Kenya ni mama yetu, tena ni baba yetu, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu,
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
na nikienda ng'ambo nitarudi.
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Sitadanganywa kamwe na wageni,
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
wala sitapotoshwa na wabaya.
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Sitasaliti Kenya nchi yangu,
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
na majirani wangu nitalinda.
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Wenzangu, wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda
Daima.
Kenya nchi tunayoipenda
Daima.
Kenya nchi tunayoipenda daima.
Thank you. That is the Kenya Cultural Center Choir. At this juncture, I'll give a recap of yesterday and what we were able to do yesterday, day one. And as I do that, I'd like to invite on stage CEO Michael Pundo and Professor Mapaya, who will give us our keynote. Kindly join us on stage. So yesterday was day one of the conference. We began the day with scene setting on the state of Kenya's performing arts economy that was presented by Michael Pundo, CEO, Kenya Cultural Center. He gave us an overview of the state of the performing arts economy in the country. He also gave us inspiring thoughts and insights from Singapore and what we can borrow to improve our scene. He also gave us insights of what we need to do to move to the next stage, basically setting the tone for the conference. After that, we had George Gashara, who gave us a keynote on structuring the creative economy from precarity to prosperity. And he took us through his journey as a creative and what he has been able to go through from the first day he was able to come to the National Theatre when he was still in high school, and what the last 20 years have been, and also gave us a journey of what he, from his perspective and from where he sits, should be the next 26 years for the performing arts sector. He provoked us to challenge ourselves and to investigate what, as a nation, have we been able to achieve what was promised in the Vision 2030, and how do we move forward. He also gave us and asked us to move from events or programs and to move into an ecosystem. And that was a very provoking keynote address. After that, we had a panel discussion that discussed Show Me the Money, investments model, hybrid finance, and practice on investable models and investable assets. We had a CEO from Youth Enterprise Development Fund who gave us insights on what the Youth Fund is doing in that regard, and especially in supporting the young creatives and people who are in the performing arts. We also had George Gashara from Hiva Fund, and he gave us a background on what Hiva Fund is doing and how we should be thinking about money, and most precisely what was very interesting is that he also gave us the tribes of money and what each tribe means and what the cost of money and where you get your money. We also had Jane Wahu in that panel, who also presented her model, AI-powered model on artists and how artists are able to value their intellectual property through her product that is called IP Worth. This session was moderated by June Geshui, and we had really interesting conversations, also reactions from the audience. After that, in the afternoon, we were able to have 3 paper presentations, one by Otieno Otenga, looking at cultural policy and intellectual property governance in Kenya and the implication it has on indigenous cultural expression. We also had Hiram Kimotho, who took us, made a presentation on Beyond Nairobi, securing policy investment and market system for county-based performing artists. And we also had Priscilla, who made a presentation on securing the future of visual theater, a dual market system for puppetry and animation in the country. And again, here we had very interesting conversation on how and what is the future of the arts, more specifically theater and indigenous performances, and what this means for the arts. So that was day 1, and we are really excited about day 2. We understand the situation that is happening in our country today. And yes, we are very happy for those of you who have been able to join us physically, and we're also glad that most of you have also been able to join us online to follow us. Please ask your questions, leave your questions on the chat box, and we'll be able to engage with the presenters and the panelists throughout the day, and your voices will be heard even from your homes. We understand the security of each person is a priority. Thank you very much, and without much ado, I'll want to invite the CEO, Kenya Cultural Center, who is my boss, to lead us through the keynote address. Karibu, sir.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Ladies and gentlemen, many a times people who run the program as MCs are never recognized, and so allow me to take this opportunity to recognize Kevin Kimani, who is the manager of programs and business development at the Kenya Cultural Center. He's been helping us as the MC and also the one in charge of programming. We are on day 2 of the 3rd edition of the Performing Arts Conference. And we are privileged again to have you here. We want to continue thanking those who have managed to come physically. Let's have fruitful engagements as we had yesterday. And so I want us to delve into the meat of the day. And so today's business revolves around the theme of markets, distribution, and building the infrastructure for tomorrow. Yesterday, we were centering much, the conversations were on policy foundations and financing the creative industry. And so from policy and finance, today we are moving into markets, distribution and infrastructure. Part of trying to unravel the theme of the festival, which is securing the future policy, investment, and market systems for a thriving performing arts industry. We are going to have our keynote address today, and the keynote address borders around markets without borders, building Pan-African and global circuits. The person we are privileged to have who will be giving us this keynote address comes to us from across so many borders. And this is Professor Geoff Mapaya. I will just take this opportunity to introduce Professor. Professor Mapaya has undertaken extensive scholarly work demonstrating how African musicologists have redefined the conceptualization of African music knowledge and the locus of epistemic authority within this domain. A fundamental premise of his scholarship is that Africans are theoreticians of their own practice, possessing the inherent authority to determine what constitutes knowledge related to their music. Consequently, there is no necessity for them to seek validation from Western intellectual paradigms to be recognized as music experts. Professor Mapaya developed ordinary African musicology, a model that grounds musical theories in the everyday practices of African practitioners. He is also created utilitarian African musicology, a methodological framework that examines African music through the lens of its function in ceremonial contexts, the restoration of social relationships, and community organizations. His scholarship, which encompasses over 80 publications, emerged from his field research at Gamamamuleka. Through his writings on indigenous music, or Mino Maseso, I need to have proper tongue, Dinaka, and the philosophical underpinnings embedded in Sehananua ceremonies, he has illuminated the contemporary relevance of such knowledge. The institutional embodiment of Professor Mapaya's scholarship is the African Musicology Institute at the University of Venda, Republic of South Africa, where he serves as its founding director. AMI is a binational research and doctoral institute established in collaboration with Kabarak University in Kenya. Professor Mapaya founded AMI to empower African practitioners, positioning them at the center of doctoral education, research, and publication concerning Africa on Africans' own terms. In his leadership role at AMI, Professor Mapaya oversees the Institute's adjunct professorship program, doctoral scholarship, doctoral school, and festival programs, which attract researchers and artists from across South African Development Community region. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcoming Professor Geoff Mapaya to the podium.
Good morning. CEO, Mr. Puno, thank you so much for the invitation, sir. We talk online quite frequently. This is the first time I've had to meet with him in person. And the director, KCC, Mr. Asfal, nice meeting you, sir. I hope you will invite me to your side today. Thank you. And let me also pass my greetings to all presenters, those that presented yesterday and those that are gathered here today. We should not forget the people who worked very hard to organize this beautiful conference. Thank you. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, including those that are online, I greet you. Yes, today's topic is about markets and then about establishing Pan-African connections. But I've twisted it a little bit because I was inspired by what transpired yesterday. Yesterday we had a very dynamic session. There were so many credible presentations. But before I get into my presentation, I would want to try and convince you why I think I should be able to talk about what we are talking about. I was born a musician. I was not trained to be a musician. I was born one. I guess we are born musicians, eh? It's a God-endowed skill. Then I happened to play guitar. I found guitars in my homestead. When I opened my eyes, there were about 5 guitars hanging on the wall. And by virtue of having guitars at home as toys, obviously I started practicing, and my father was a guitar player himself. And I became a de facto band leader right then at about 4 or 5, because all children from the township, if they want to play guitars, they must come to my place, and then they have to be nice to me so that I can let them touch the instrument. It so happened that one of these children's band practice, there was one old man who was coming from work. He saw us performing. Then he said, "Oh, this is nice. Can you guys come on Saturday to my home? I want you to entertain my family." We thought he was joking. We were about 8, 9. Then Saturday morning, he rocked up and then he said, "I'm here to fetch you. Where are your instruments?" He took the instrument, then he put us in a very small 3x3 room, a sitting room in a township. Then we played all the songs that we played, and he paid us. So I credit him for being the first person who paid for the art for its own sake. I credit him for being the first person who ushered me into this professional world of being a musician. But then, like every other person, I went to school, and then I studied the natural sciences. I thought I was going to become a chemical engineer. At some point, things didn't go down well. I couldn't secure bursary. So during that frustration, something in my ear said, "But remember, you are a musician. You can't be frustrated." I started taking guitar seriously, started buying books, reading, learning how to read. Then I enrolled in an organization that produced a lot of artists in South Africa called Federated Union of Black Arts, in short, FUBA. Because the South African system did not offer black people arts education of any kind. So you are not supposed to aspire to be anything except being a lawyer or medical doctor or a clerk of the court, something like that. So I decided, no, let me pursue this music education thing. I joined this school, and me and my father had a huge fallout because he expected a lawyer, or he saw a doctor or a lawyer out of me. But that moment, that window that opened where I reconnected with the guitar made it impossible to consider any other thing but music. So one day I was going to the library. It was a deserted day. I think it was a Sunday, and the universities were closed then. I was going to the library with a guitar in hand. I met a white old man who was coming across. And then he says, "Young man, what do you have in that little bag?" I said, "I have a guitar." He says, "Open it, let me see." I opened the guitar. Then he said, "Can you play it?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Okay, play something." Then I played a classical tune. And then after a while, then the old man said, "Welcome, let me introduce myself. I'm Professor Bond." "Oh, Professor Bond, I'm Jeff." And then he says, "Next year, January, report to school. You are now accepted to come and study music at the University of Cape Town." So it happened just like that. Then at Cape Town, I did jazz. Jazz was still a new discipline. And because it was more contemporary, a lot of musicians who were popular then started enrolling at the department, the music department at jazz. But then, most of them, when they came, already they were famous. I'm not sure if you know Jimmy Lulu. He's a guitar player, very popular in South Africa, but originally from Mozambique. Slylo Sluta, one of the great musicians in South Africa, were students then. And then we used to have this seminar discussing about the future, trying to imagine where we would be as career musicians. But I had this thing of wanting to become an educator, which was not very popular. I was under pressure because then my colleagues were doing gigs. They were playing shows, getting 40,000 rand every weekend. And then here I was deciding, no, that's not my path. I want to go into music education. Because I thought I wanted to be a family man. I wanted some kind of stability so that I can feed my family. So then, after the degree, I did honors in postgraduate degrees in music education. Then I became a music teacher, but then also a recording artist. I started performing big shows. Those 40,000 started coming my way. But then there was something that was troubling me. Remember, I wanted to become a family man. I had an egg yolk. You know, in South Africa, when you become a musician, record companies pamper you, they give you this and that. So I had a very beautiful M-Class BMW. It was very unique, egg yolk. So I would drive into a show packed with people, stadium full of people. But after the show, when I want to go to my car, it's surrounded by girls. And then I couldn't even get to my car. Then but I would say, "But that's my car." Then they said, "Yes, we know it's your car, Said, okay, can I get into my car? They say, yes, open the car, so we're getting in the car with you. Said, but I'm a family man. They say, you are the kind that we want. But that's not what I wanted. So I started thinking this thing very seriously. I remember one day I went to a show in Northwest, one of the provinces there. I decided not to drive in my car, but to drive with the band. So the band dropped me at the hotel. They said, no, I'm still going to scan the place so that we know where to go tomorrow. And they came back. The Kumbi was full of girls. And then I didn't have a place to sit in the car that is supposed to be mine. And then my band members said to me, maybe you're old. You don't belong here anymore. Then that's when I decided, no, man, let me pursue academia. Then I went and registered for a master's degree. I started doing performances, master's degree. But in that time, I was also elected as the president of South African Musicians Union. Problems. It's past 1994, blacks and whites are supposed to come together. I'm chairing meetings of a sector that has had all the privileges. They went to school, they've made money out of music, and here is another majority who didn't go to school. They cannot articulate what they want. They cannot articulate their problems. I've had to bring them together. It was difficult. But one day I was talking at some event, and one of the university professors saw me. He approached me, said, but why don't you consider becoming a university lecturer? I said, oh, okay, maybe. But I was still busy. I was still very popular during the time. So my typical day would be to be in a classroom during the day, quickly go and refresh. In the evening, I'll be on stage somewhere. So the idea of me being in a lecture hall did not make sense. But as you grow, this kind of episodes, where you are reminded that you don't belong here, happen. I finally took the job to become a lecturer, did my PhD. And then in that process also, I've had the privilege of being the president of the academic staff. I've had to lead the writing team of the curriculum, of the South African music curriculum. I've had to be part of the team that wrote the SAQA qualifications. You know, when you come to South Africa, there's an organization called SAQA. We were the ones who put the units together. And so on until I became a professor, and the rest is history. Now, I'm at a point in my career where I've critiqued how we study music, and then I think I know why we are not succeeding. Because we are not studying what concerns us. We're studying things that are in the textbook that is written from somewhere else. Now, we've started an organization called the African Musicology Institute. The African Musicology Institute seeks to break all borders. We want to recruit African musicians and make them put them on a stage. We want to unlock the markets so that African musicians can perform freely across the continent. We think we are a better suit for the task because we are the top academic body of its kind. We are able to speak to the government. So I'm able to, if he invites me, I'm able to come and address your parliament and tell them what we think should happen about your plight. We are able to do the same with most governments on the continent. And we do have what we call Council of Elders, top African scholars who are sitting across the globe, who have the well-being of the continent and the musicians at heart. That's in part what we do to try and solve some of the problems that this conference is seized with. The markets. We believe that the continent should be open for artists to do business. We've got strategies that we're putting on the table, but obviously we are still a young entity. We can't do everything all at once. At the moment, we've enlisted professors, music educators, theater practitioners. Some of them you would know, they are now part of that movement. We call it a movement. Whatever they are going to get out of the organization, we hope will filter down to local musicians and artists and performing artists in general. Now, yesterday, I thought that was the climax of the conference because the debates and the presentations were so brilliant. But I identified about 4 key problems that we need to wrap our heads around. The first one was the implementation. I went and looked at the Kenyan constitution. It's a brilliant constitution as far as the well-being of artists is concerned. Then the question is, if this constitution envisions such a brilliant system, where are the blockages? And we learned that maybe the act that governs parastatals such as this one is a little bit too old and not in keeping with the current developments. Now the question is, what do we do about it? Right? What do we do about it? I think that's the session that we'll have in the afternoon. What are we going to do with that? The Constitution is brilliant, the Act is old, the industry is moving. Something is blocking the realization of the ideals of the Constitution. But also, I think the artists are in a free flow environment. You are on your own. There is no meaningful investment in your development, partly because maybe the institutions are not enough, or maybe the society is not playing their role. You see, the government is an enabler. They must just make the condition conducive for us to flourish. They do that by making sure that there's a constitution that speaks about us, They must do that by providing infrastructure that would support our infrastructures, right? But the society must put in place specific interventionist kind of institutes that are addressing specific issues, right? And then when in my discussion with the CEO, I found that the Kenyan environment is lacking in that aspect. Maybe that's another aspect that we are going to debate in the next session. Then there's this question of the markets. The digital platform is making it easier nowadays. In South Africa, all major record labels have downgraded. Major record labels have downgraded. Some have gone out of business because people now have got the space to own their own creations, distribute it, and monetize out of it. It is not perfect because some of those tools are owned by foreign nationals or they are in foreign lands. But still they are opening up accessibility because the currency today for musicians is not the quality of the CD, it is your visibility. They now count your worth in terms of likes and hits. So if your social media is in that mold, you've got many hits and likes, that is your currency. We spoke yesterday about the analogy of Ronaldo. We were asking, why is Ronaldo earning the kind of money he's earning? One of his major income is endorsement. Nike or Adidas will go looking for Ronaldo because Ronaldo has a particular appeal to the people. So musicians are now moving into that space. They look at the social media to see who's trending, and then if they want you to be associated with them, they know they are going to piggyback on your popularity. So this is why today you have very rich musicians who didn't go through the traditional music platforms or record labels and record companies. So that is an area that we need a more structured kind of education. But it also has its problems because it's almost like a free-for-all. Your information is there, your music is there. If you don't have social institutions that look after your interest, you will be losing. And remember, the sad thing about music is that there's a 75-year posterity after your death. Your children must still benefit from the music that you make 70 years later. So because of this social media and because we lack these institutes that take care of that aspect on our behalf, our children lose out. You may be popular for 2-3 years, but after 2-3 years, the money dries out, but someone owes your music. Then they continue making money that does not come directly to you. Now, another problem that we identified was sustainability. somehow it is designed in what we do, but I think we must try to find ways of defeating it. How do you become a musician until you are 80 years old? Not many can reach that level. But I mean, we know of musicians who are that old today. But I think they are the last lot. Going forward, you ought to find a musician that can live that long as a musician. They would have moved to other things. Like in my case, where younger musicians were literally telling me, get out of the scene, you don't belong here. Right? And well, it was easy for me to get out of the scene. I remember I was talking to the late Oliver Mtukudzi backstage. I think he was fragile. I was asking him, why do you have to do this? The answer is, if I don't play the guitar, I don't eat. A lot of musicians call me now. They ask me, why didn't you tell us? When we were mocking you, when you were following education, you were seeing that these times will come where the shows will run out. COVID-19 has killed a lot of careers. But now, I want to talk a little bit about investing in ourselves as musicians. You are not going to be popular forever, or being an actor, let's say performing artist, because there are younger ones that are coming, that are smarter. You get out of fashion. The question is, what do you do? I think you should consider a career path that has stages. You are popular, this is what you do, but take resources and place them in your next phase of the career so that end of popularity does not mean end of your livelihood going forward, right? One way of doing that is to always take these little courses, expand your skill set, make sure, if they say AI, be present in AI. My children were laughing at me because I'm an AI freak. Today, I compose using AI, I play with AI, I do everything with AI. I'm a power user of AI because I don't want to be obsolete, right? I don't want to expire whilst I'm still alive. So take care of those kind of things. Make sure that you also take care of your health so that after your popularity, you are still a normal human being. You are not entrapped in drugs and other things that are detrimental to your health. But if you are serious enough, you could do what the CEO is doing. Study as high as you want. I would urge you to go up to PhD level if you can, because at least that opens certain kinds of doors that not normal qualifications people can open. So if we can take care of that, then you'll be able to put together these institutions that I think are lacking in Kenya. I think there were a few that we noted. The IP is quite a beautiful initiative. We need to support that initiative. The funding organization is a very good initiative. There must be someone who starts an organization that looks at the health issues of performing artists. There must be something. Let me tell you, it's going to be easier You know why? In the next 5 years, you wouldn't need to go and work anywhere. You wouldn't need to be here. There would be a system running this much more efficient than any human can do. So the government would be getting revenue, maybe even 10 times what they're getting now, because they wouldn't be spending anything. But we are going to be getting a living allowance, which is equivalent to your salary. That living allowance just comes to you, you are at home. You will die if you don't have something to do. So you need to have a passion, identify your passion, hone your skill, so that when they say now you don't have to work, or you don't have to come to a job, at least you can work on something that you are interested in. And then for artists, that opens the entire field, because the whole world still needs to dance. You can see how the Americans are now checking what Africans are doing in terms of dance, in terms of songs, and so on and so forth. That is the direction. We are not going to go back. What used to work 5 years ago cannot be used to plan for the future. Finally, in closing, and then this thing is not said enough. The future is African. It sounds like a very simple statement. The future is African. Let us be ready. And thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Take home, first take home. The future is African. Let us be ready. Are you ready? That is the question we need to ask ourselves. As a performing artist, are you ready? Thank you so much, Professor Mapaya, for those insightful thoughts. He also tells us that the end of your popularity should not be the end of your livelihood. Many times, artists will be popular for a few months and then you don't hear them again. And they come from grace to grass. And so, can we do something that even when our popularity ends, we are still relevant? We can still come to town. Thank you so much for that. We are moving on to the next thing. We are moving into paper presentations, and so we should have the following. Come, Kevin Kimani, wherever you are now. We have Teresia Wanjiru Kaberia. I will need to be guided whether we also have online presenters ready. The technical team, please guide. Wambui Kibwe. Do we have her? Octavius Ubonyo, please join us up. And Dr. Jackie Bulinda, together with Billistrom Giveti. Oh, is that an African name? Please join us up. I would request Prof to retire. Thank you. Thank you so much. we still want to encourage those online to ask questions, send comments, and so that we can keep the engagements going. As we have the preparations going, we have Kamagelo Raps Rafadu. Technical, is he ready? He should be joining us online. Is that it?
Yes.
Can we have him queued in? Is that Kamagelo? Just a minute, Kamagelo. Thank you. You are audible, but now we would want to take this opportunity to ask you to have a full introduction of yourself. Then you begin. Make it as short as you can. Thank you.
Project R, and also the co-founder of the Southern African Producers and Artistic Directors Conference. I am truly, truly privileged to be here online to share these findings and to build this sector of ours. So in a nutshell, I'll be presenting about, I will be locating cultural flows and the creative markets and creating Pan-African structures for future-proofing the performing arts sector in the region and in the continent at large. So without saying much, the current state of play. So the African performing arts sector contributes over $4.2 billion into the economy and employs over 2.5 million people. And also we have growing interest in middle-class audiences and different audiences from different backgrounds. And we have an opportunity where we have new digital platforms that are creating new channels. So the major challenges that we found and that this paper interrogates is that we have fragmented infrastructure and networks. We do not have clear networks, and we have ad hoc cultural exchange. The only time when we exchange or when I take a show to Kenya is when I have a connect in Kenya. So we do not have clear structures that speaks to that. And another challenge that we're facing as the creative sector in the continent is inconsistent policy frameworks. If we look at the AU white paper on culture and the SADC protocol on culture that was passed into law in 2001, and yet 25 years later, we are still governed by that particular document that was passed before AI, before a lot of things. And another major challenge that we come across in the continent in itself, we have underdeveloped talent pipelines, and we have limited access to investment. So we therefore are arguing that we need formalized market systems. As the good doctor has said, Professor Mapaya has said that we need formalized market systems. The only way we are going to secure the sector's resilience is when we build formalized market systems that move beyond ad hoc cultural exchange to create predictable pathways for the investment of the arts and. With that said, leaders and attendees present, we are therefore proposing the tripartite system. So these findings that we're going to propose now today AfCFTA, which is the African Free Trade and. So we are therefore proposing a tripartite system. The only way we can future-proof our African performing arts is by, number one, touring circuit, by having touring circuits. By touring circuits, we're referring, in this context, we're referring to when you create a production in Kenya, let it not end in Kenya. Let's have a circuit that passes through 26 festivals and 18 countries. And the 18 countries, we're including Lusophone countries, Francophone countries, and the Anglophone countries. So these then create an investment-ready market system, knowing that if you have a production, if it starts in Kenya, then it's touring to all these other countries and these other theater festivals that are happening each year. And then another component in this tripartite system that we are proposing is a professional development program led by Dr. Jerry Mufokeng Wamacheta, whom we were able to initiate the program together. And then we also propose the third component. We're proposing a festival stock fair. This is a collective investment vehicle that is led by SIMS and Project R, currently happening in South Africa. This system then leads to a transformed sector from a precarious to a very secured, investable, thriving future. With that said, component one, the Pan-African touring circuit, So the vision is to have a yearly touring circuit connecting 26 festivals across 18 Anglophone, Francophone, and Lusophone countries. So the current ad hoc model that we have in the continent is that we have unpredictable schedules. We have high risk per production. When a producer produces a production, they do not know where to take the production, how to then generate revenue or generate income from that particular production in itself. So we then are unable to produce theater productions or rather artworks at a large scale. So we have also limited market data. We do not have consistent market information, market trends, and market changes within the sector in itself. And then this has led to we do not attract investors because of that, of the fragmented networks and the inability to have clear market data. So the proposed market model proposes, obviously, we're going to lead to predictable annual circuit, knowing for sure that if you have a production, it's going to tour for 3 months, going to different countries and different festivals. So with this shared risk across the sector, so this then puts us where we share the risk. The risk is no longer had by one producer in Kenya or one producer in Kampala or one producer in Lusaka. This then proposes a shared risk circuit where we're going to pool our resources together and then we risk together as a collective. And then this gives us an opportunity to produce theater productions at a larger scale. So where we're going to have economies of scale. So we're going to have comprehensive market intelligence. We're going to know what is it that the market wants, the trends, changes, where the culture is, what's happening where theater is booming and where theater is not booming. And then this will lead to an investment-ready structure that will be easier for investors to put their money into. And then this will also lead to an integrated network that is clear. So The market enablers, so these we're going to have shared logistics platforms, as I said, coordinated visa facilitation, and we're going to have, very importantly, a centralized booking and contracting mechanism, because at this state, the state of the African sector, performing arts sector in itself, there is no a centralized booking. Now, if I want to know what is happening in Kenya theater-wise, I'll have to go directly on their Facebook page or on their website. There is no central body that issues out market intelligence or market information in a way. So we're then also looking to have a standardized technical requirement, which is very important, because in our line of work, we need to have a certain standard set, of which at this present moment, we do not have. And then this will also lead to a collective marketing. So now when we market a show, you will not have to market it on yourself. So the proposed festival circuit that connects 26 festivals across 18 countries. So will operate now. We propose the operation to occur in 3 regions for now, till we grow. So in West Africa, we're looking at the Lagos International Theatre Festival in Nigeria, in Ghana, the Nkundla Arts Festival in the Sierra Leone, festivals, the International Festival in Senegal, the Benin International Arts Festival, which is a Francophone country. Excuse me. And then we're also looking to tap into festivals in the Cabo Verde, the Festival Internacional Teatro, and then we're also looking at in Guinea-Bissau, the Bienal Abyss that happens in Guinea-Bissau. So in East Africa, obviously, we're looking at in Kenya, we're looking at the Kid Fest, the Kenya International. Tanzania, we're looking at the Bagamoyo International Theatre Festival. In Uganda, we're looking to connect with the Kampala International Theatre Festival. Zambia, we're looking at the Jacaranda or the Kwimbo Theatre Festival. In Rwanda, also we're looking at the Ubuntu International Theatre Festival that occurs there yearly, the DRC. And in the southern region, in the South Africa, we're looking at festivals such as the Kazakamba Pan-African Theatre Festival that happens at the Market Theatre. In Zimbabwe, we're looking at the Harare International. Malawi, we're looking at the Easter Theatre Festival. Botswana, we're looking at Festival of Stars that is run by the Mopato Dance Theatre. In Madagascar, on the southern region, we're looking to tap into the Malagasy Itrotra International Dance Festival, Theatre and Dance Festival. In Angola, we're looking at Cerqueto Internacional Festival. In Mozambique, we're looking at the Fiti Teatro de Inverno that is produced by the Associação Girassol. So with that said, the touring circuit operating model, we therefore are proposing that we need to have a central body. And in the central body will then be responsible to manage the calendar, the yearly market, to coordinate festival dates, seamless routing of these particular bodies, and also coordinate logistics like visa facilitation, transport sharing, group bookings, equipment movement, and stuff like that. Production support, we're looking at having technical standards that are there, that are put in place, and that must be adhered to. Equipment sharing within the network in itself, where we're going to have, if the Kid Fest does not have a certain light, we are able to take a light from Johannesburg and take it to Kenya as part of the thing, as part of the network in itself. And most importantly, market intelligence. We're looking to tap into market intelligence, where we're going to have regular audience data presentations, market analysis, so that we know what the audiences in Kenya want and what the audiences in Tembisa and South Africa want. And then also, most importantly, trend forecasting and performance reporting. Another part that the central coordinating body will have to be responsible for is to have to facilitate investment, connecting productions with funders, investment readiness support, and grant facilitation. These then will be done with that. So the outputs, we're looking obviously to have a predictable annual schedule for production, where you know that if you're part of the network, you're producing a show, then it's going to connect with over 26 markets. By markets in this context, we're referring to festivals. So this will then lead to a shared logistics, reducing individual costs by at least 30 to 50%. So within the network, whenever we produce shows, then sorry, excuse me. So yeah, and then most importantly, we're going to have a standardized production requirement where shows that are part of the circuit, or productions that are part of the circuit, are of a certain standard, because you know in theater there are some shows you enter a theater and you regret why you bought a ticket. Hence, that standard must be there. And then this will then lead to a data-driven market intelligence. We'll have full data and understanding of these very same markets and where the culture is. I know that in this certain time, this certain period of time, the culture flows to Kenya. Then we flow with the culture to Kenya. If the culture flows to Kampala, we go to Kampala. If it's in the southern region, we go to the southern region, be it the Market Theatre in South Africa or the Theatre Arts in Cape Town or wherever. And then this will lead to an investment-ready circuit for funders, because people want to put their money where they know that they're going to have returns. So now if we have a clear circuit of production moving, then we know that if a production cost charges at least $2 per show, or 100 Rand per show, sorry, let me use Rand. So we'll know that if it's a 500-seater, we will know that this is an expected figure that this very same production is likely to make. Now, when we produce a show, we don't know how many people are going to come. We don't know if people are going to buy tickets. We don't know if we're even going to make money. By the way, as a producer in my career as an independent producer, almost all the shows that I've produced, they've run at a loss because there's no clear structure. Thank you. So on the second component, professional development, which is very, very important, we then are at a state where we need people, well-trained leaders, to be able to form part of this network, sustain the network, grow the network. So here we take a look at the Pan-African Creative Directors at Work program that I did, that we, Project R, collaborated with Dr. Jerry Mufokeng Wamacheta as a program director there. So Dr. Jerry Mufokeng Wamacheta is, to speak briefly about him, is a former resident artistic director of the Market Theatre in Johannesburg, former artistic director of the Johannesburg Civic Theatre, now called the Joburg Theatre, former artistic director of the South African State Theatre in Pretoria, former artistic director of the Parkhoffs, and he has, Parkhoffs is the Performing Arts Center of Free State. So he has an honorary doctorate from the University of Free State that was bestowed upon him in 2019. So this is a figure that has 40 plus years of experience in professional practice. So the program highlights, the program as a professional development program is a 12-month intensive leadership development where we've had 25 participants annually. So with 4 residential workshops or online plan, or where we have online learning platforms where we learn through in different platforms online. 8 curriculum modules and also capstone projects. And this professional development program lead to a Pan-African alumni network. So when we have the development program happening in different countries all at once, then it creates an alumni. network where we know that if we're looking for this human resource or if we're looking for this specific talent, we know where to source it because we've trained or we've contributed to the professional development of that particular individual. So as we look at the creative directors at work, so we're tapping into the SWOT analysis now. So when we analyze the project in itself, so in terms of strengths, we've had it's led by practitioners with so much experience, and then the manner of learning and teaching, or rather the pedagogy, it blends practical and academic approaches in itself. That is that really works for participants, and this is the professional development program leads to a direct lineage to key cultural institutions, where if we have a key leader in Kenya whom has vast experiences leading a professional development program in Kenya, then we know that that particular person has direct lineage to the Kenya Cultural Center as an individual. This then creates a unique position for participants that they will have clear access, or rather direct access, to these key cultural institutions. And also, one of the strengths is that we found evidence of longevity in African theater leadership, and at the alumni network potential that is there. There's a huge alumni potential that is out there. And then the curriculum in itself is culturally grounded, speaking directly to the needs of the creative directors, creative producers, and in the weaknesses that we found, we've come across limited institutional support or funding. So we've had to pay the first month of the program directly from our pockets because we had the vision, but there was no support from institutions and funding bodies. And another weakness is the potential dependency on one leader. The program was then dependent on RAPS as a creative leader. When RAPS is in Edinburgh, or when RAPS is outside of the continent, the project stops, or when the doctor is not well, the project stops. Hence, we propose that we open the program all into the continent. And we found the need for curriculum internalization. Like, we need the curriculum because the curriculum spoke to the southern region. And then now when we tap into the continent at large, we're therefore looking into having a curriculum that speaks to the international standards of production creation and production facilitation, looking at standards that were set by the European festivals associations and other bodies in Europe or in the South-Africa, in the Americas, right? And another problem or weakness that we found in the project, we found language barrier was very huge. In the first sessions of the project, we've had participants from Lusophone countries whom speak Portuguese, and the Francophone whom speak French, and the facilitator facilitates in English. We therefore need to have an open, if we do this project at a continental level, we need to have facilitators from different speaking who are able to speak different languages. And opportunities, in the opportunities that we found, is that we found that we have an opportunity to scale up from the southern region to the east, to the west, and the north, which is a very fascinating opportunity that came on our hand. Hence, we are here today listening to this. Another opportunity that we have is the integration with the touring circuit. Professionally developed people are then performed by a professionally developed director, forms part of the of the touring circuit, meaning that if a director is professionally developed, will produce a production of a certain standard that will then bleed, that production will bleed into the network, and the network will tour the production into different markets where the production is going to generate revenue and generate more revenue. And also another opportunity, as I've mentioned about SAPAC, I'm going to speak about it briefly at a later stage. And then another opportunities is that we have digital learning platforms where we are able to teach people. I don't have to come to Kenya to teach, right? At this present moment, I'm in South Africa, but I'm, So, yeah. Another opportunity is the curriculum internalization that I just spoke about recently, that we need to open up the curriculum and put it at a state where it's going to be international. And then another opportunity is that we have links to funding mechanisms, as the good doctor has said, Professor Mapaya has said, that he has access to the parliament, and we need to take advantage of that as a body, that, okay, because we have a certain access to this certain body, then we have a clear path into these certain institutions. So threats, in terms of the threats that we've come across during the project, is that we found there's brain drain to global markets. It's so sad how most creatives do not understand how global markets work. How do you take a show to Edinburgh Fringe? How do you take a show to Singapore Fringe? Which is a huge gap that we need to bridge with this particular professional development program. And then another threat is funding instability. So the issue of funding, I'm going to speak about it a bit later, but it's a very huge issue. And then also competing programs. There are other programs that are there that are competing, but they do not have the vision that should be had to reach that particular state of creation and touring. And then limited absorption capacity. We found that a lot of creatives, they just want to create works. They don't want to learn about admin and all these nitty-gritties that comes with production, producing, and stuff. So this is one of the challenges that we found. Component 3, very important. So in 2025, I was privileged to partner with Mpomulepo of the Alex Arts Academy to create a community, a network where the network is called the Southern African Producers and Artistic Directors Community. And we've had a sitting in September 2025 at the Market Theatre in Johannesburg, where Sir Kimani Kahuro was fortunate enough to attend in person and to share and build. And what the key finding from the report of the conference was that the ecosystem fragmentation is the primary threat to sector growth. The ecosystem fragmentation is the primary threat to sector growth. And then by this, we mean we have isolated initiatives where projects are operating in silos within the continent, where we have Kampala International Festival operating on its own on the side, and then we have the Kenya International operating on its own, having its own audiences, and then we do not share resources. The resources are not shared at all, and then there is no collective intelligence, where we know that we're combining the intelligence that was found at Kenya International and the intelligence and the data that was found at the Kampala International, or the intelligence that was found at the Fiti Teatro de Inverno. We do not have that collective intelligence. The Fiti Teatro de Inverno have their own data, that market trends analysis, and they've isolated there. And another thing was inconsistent standards. There's no common technical requirements. I've already spoken about this, which is very important. We need to put a certain standard, which these then must bleed to the white paper on culture the AU white paper on culture, the SADC protocol on culture, and then there is no we have so many varying contractual norms. So today I go to this festival, they give me 10,000 rand. Next year when I go back, they don't have money. That 10,000 rand is no longer there, so I need to fund myself to get there and stuff like that. And another, the third fragmentation is limited market information, as I've said. There is no comprehensive audience data. We do not know how many people like shows in Kenya. We do not know how many people want to watch shows. We do not know. We have no comprehensive audience data. And we have limited venue intelligence, as I've said. If I want to take a show to the market theater, who do I contact? What does the venue require? We do not have that particular thing. And we have very weak market analytics, as I've said, that our analysis of the sector in itself, they are not clear. We do not know how many people are employed by the theatrical sector. We're just getting the information from the report from UNESCO that sets a limited number of festivals are producing, have employed this certain number of people, which is very wrong. We need to have strong market analytics for us to be able to prosper. And then fragmented funding. Our funding bodies, like the National Arts Council in South Africa, they fund short-term projects, grant where they fund me to produce a one-hander for 6 months. Then after 6 months, I go back to hunger, you know? And there is no sector investment strategy that is clear and concise, that we are able to know that, okay, if I'm producing this show, I'm going to get 10,000 rand from here and then 10,000 rand from here, then to tour the production. And in terms of fragmented funding, we do not have coordinated funders. Our funders fund us the day they like and the way they like. They decide who they give funding, and they decide who they do not give. And another fragmentation is weak governance. We do not have formal governance structures within the continent, whether regional in East Africa or West Africa or the southern region itself. We do not have those formal governance structures. And after today, I hope compatriots and fellow creatives and leaders, that will change. And we do not have a collective voice.
Mr. Kamagelo, try to wind up, please. Try to.
Say that again.
5 minutes.
Very important. The Stockville model. So we're proposing a model that we are going to manage as creatives through these governance bodies that we're going to have. In South Africa, we have a model where people are pooling resources for a certain vision. So, so this is an informal savings organization in the African community, especially in South Africa, where there are general savings club, investment stokvels, and burial societies and entertainment stokvels, where people are pulling in resources to now there are stokvels to buy people alcohol and stuff like that, and that must come to a change. So the key characteristics of the stokvel is the trust-based relationship where we have shared understanding and commitment, formal constitution binding members, regular contributions at a set stage. For instance, if there are 26 festivals contributing 10,000 rand each into one festival, when the festival occurs, then we know which we're going to have 10,000 26 times. So meaning that Kenya, the Kid Fest will have at least that particular 10,000 rand multiplied by 26,000 festivals each month, which is that's going to circulate. So this month we are going to Kenya Theatre Festival. Then we contributed 10,000 into that particular thing. Then they have funding to run the festival. The next month we go into Kampala. We pull together resources, 10,000 into Kampala. Then they have a clear funding model. So yeah, the funding model, as I've said, in terms of governance, so now the Stokvel, please contact me. I'll tell you more about the Stokvel. It's happening in South Africa already. And then they must have a rotating steering committee in West Africa, East Africa, and Southern Africa. Obviously, the General Assembly being of all members, and also a formal constitution binding all members. So, yeah. So with this proposal, compatriots and fellow creatives, is that number one, we have a touring circuit which connects 26 festivals and 18 countries. This creates market demand for production. Already when you create a production, there is market demand from the festivals. And then the touring circuit leads to a professional development. From the touring circuit, we need a professional development program where trained leaders are going to manage the circuit, build governance, and create an alumni network. And the festival, the African Festival Stokvel, funding the professional development program and funding the touring circuit. With that, leaders, we are going to have a sustainable sector growth. So as I said, this is in alignment with the African Continental Free Trade, where because we are integrating markets, movement of services, investment facilitation, intellectual property, skills mobility. Yeah, so from a precariousness to a thriving sector, from where we are, from fragmented to integrated, inconsistent to investable, from precarious to resilient, from weak to collaborative. So I'm calling upon festival directors, artistic directors to contact SAPAC, join SAPAC, contribute to building the participation in the touring sector. To producers, consider membership of the African Festival Stokvel and these other proposed structures. So thank you very much. Asante Sani. These are my contacts. Kindly reach out if you want further questions. I thank you for the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamagelo Raps, all the way from South Africa. He has delved into the issue of locating cultural flows and creative markets. And our take home is there is need to create synergies. We have there's need to have tourism circuits, pool resources together, so that we avoid fragmentation, especially in the face of limited resources. Thank you so much. We are moving on with the presentation, and our next presenter is Wambui Kibwe. Found it right? I'm trying to locate the bio. And so, Wambui is a Kenyan writer, a performer, and a researcher, but also a herbalist. Her work explores the power of storytelling in the African creative space and communities. She holds a degree in theater arts and film technology from Kenyatta University, and is currently pursuing master's degree in theater arts at the same university. And she is looking at the evolving relationships between artificial intelligence and playwright in Kenya. As a writer, Wambui is the author of Pushing Through Tough Times, a self-published book on Amazon, and is currently developing 100 dresses with 100 stories. A multidisciplinary project that transforms personal narratives into visual imagery, fashion, and narration, creating performances that infuse movement, sound, and audience interaction. Her work has informed research on practice-led creative processes that lead to community engagement. As a performer, Wambui works across stage, television, and film. Her recent project has been presented and developed for the regional and international platforms. Alongside her creative practice, Wambui is a herbalist with an interest in the relationship between traditional knowledge, well-being, and everyday life. She values holistic approaches to healing and believes that stories and natural remedies can contribute to the personal and community wellness. Through her work, Wambui continues to create spaces where storytelling, research, and healing meet, using creative practice to document living experiences, preserve living memories, and encourage the value of traditional and present-day living in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us invite Wambui Kibwe to tell us about hybridity in creative performance, a practice-led study, 100 dresses with 100 stories. Karibu.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm Wambui, all protocols observed. Sometimes I get a little nervous even though I've been performing for so long. And what I do is I take a few breaths, so I was hoping you can help me with that. We take 3 breaths in and 3 breaths out. Let's go. 1. Much better, right? So you've had the topic of my research. It's hybridity in performance, a practice-led study, 100 dresses with 100 stories. I'll just go through my research to give more details. So I'll start with the abstract. This paper examines the transformation So the abstract. This paper examines the transformation of an online creative practice into a hybrid performance form through a practice-led study of 100 dresses with 100 stories. The methodology follows 3 stages: the getting ready stage, recording, editing, and posting; the monetization stage, counting views, reading comments, noticing reposts; and the final stage, hybridity of the performance, reimagining and creating the online performance. By moving across these stages, the process highlights the capacity where online performances gain presence and value, which then offers audience a variety of experiences that online spaces cannot provide, such as theater. The study traces the creative journey of the researcher from producing and posting online content to reimagining that material into a book and an audio theater piece. Despite generating relatively low engagement, averaging 90 to 100 views per post on Facebook and Instagram, and 100 views to 300 views per post on TikTok, the study finds that limited attention within online platforms does not necessarily define the value of the creative practice. The background. This study is situated within the present time of intelligent machines, where creative practices are influenced by online space that has visibility demands that have a condition for creative performances. Social media platforms operate through continuous circulation of content on demand basis, requiring artists and creators to maintain a sustained presence in order to remain visible and relevant, as visibility is measured through metrics such as views, likes, and comments. So performance is increasingly shaped by the logic of online engagement. Within this environment, online spaces provide an immediate stage to perform, to share your work, but also creates an individualized stage of self-performance where the creator simultaneously occupies the roles of the main performer and producer of this content. This shifts performance into personalized online spaces that are structured by, of course, algorithms, the audience feedback, and the demand to continue producing more and more content, which leads to reputable, reinterpreted, and also misinterpreted and scalable creative practices, unlike traditional performance spaces where performance is collective. Alongside this shift is the economic logic embedded within online spaces. The economy of visibility positions attention as a form of value, where engagement becomes a potential pathway to economic and professional opportunities. Creative practice is therefore often shaped by the need for consistency, as sustained visibility is closely linked to growth, monetization, and artistic sustainability. In this system, attention itself becomes a form of currency, because the more views you get, the more people see you, the more you're likely to get more brand contracts and everything, and the more you're gonna make money. And that influences how creative work is performed, circulated, and of course, evaluated. The problem statement says, creative work is often driven by visibility and engagement system, potentially limiting its value in artistic depth and timelessness. Now, this leads to content that is more on the surface instead of deep, because as we know, online has limited time. You have 1 minute to post something. Your message may not necessarily meet in that 1 minute. So as we all know, the devil is in the details, and for you to give more details, you have to extend the time of the message you want to say. So this is what the research is really trying to pinpoint at. So the aim of the study is to explore how online performances, when transformed through hybridity, sustain creative value, presence, and artistic meaning. I looked at 2 theories. The theoretical framework, attention economy theory, argues that contemporary online spaces have shifted value creation from the production of information through creativity to the ability to capture and sustain human attention. So the more attention you can hold online and for how long you can hold it, that's what matters. Not necessarily your message, how deep it is. That is the type of, this is the era we are in, when it comes to creative performances. So within this logic, as I said earlier, it becomes a form of currency. So you will try as much as possible to get more attention and sustain this attention, because this translates to you making more financial gain rather than you trying to give a message. Because by the end of the day, that is what you're looking for, to be able to make money out of your creative work. In this study, this framework is used to understand how the initial creation of 100 dresses with 100 stories was shaped by the demand for visibility and the pursuit to remain present and consistent within attention-driven digital environments. The other theory is hybridity. Hybridity in performance. Hybridity conceptualizes performance as a fluid process that moves across different mediums, allowing creative work to be transformed, reimagined, and recreated beyond its original platform. Through this process, online content is not limited to its performance within the attention economies that need you to just sustain attention, but it is reconfigured into a literary form, like now, my book, and an audio form, which I'm going to share on later. When it gains extended meaning, depth, and longevity beyond online visibility metrics, together, these frameworks allow the study to argue that while attention economy determines how creative work is initially valued within online spaces, hybridity enables that work to exceed the limits of attention by transforming it across mediums, thereby producing additional layers of artistic creativity and experiential value. Just like the professor was saying, you don't want to be just popular for a time. You want to be able even when you're not popular, your work will still give you financial gain. That is livelihood. So my research methodology, of course, was my practice. So this idea came up when my friend of mine, when we were working together, this is in 2024, she said, I'll be wearing I want to wear 100 dresses and post them online. And I was like, that's so good. That way it will keep you consistent. And at that time, I was looking for something to post online because I felt like my presence online was very low. And as an artist, I was trying to reconnect. I'm trying to reconnect with that audience, online audience, so that it can translate to a physical audience. So when she said that, I was like, I jumped on the idea. I was like, oh, let's wear dresses. I have so many dresses. I love wearing dresses and I look good in them. So why not do that? So I started wearing the dresses. But then because I'm not that basic, I was like, just posting a dress and smiling. Everybody does that. Anybody can do that. So why not, because I'm a storyteller, why not match these dresses and the post with a story? So I started writing, wearing a dress, and when I wore a dress, it would be accompanied by a story. And that is how it went. And then in the end of 24, I had worn those 100 dresses. And then I realized the stories were very impactful when I was reading them later on. And I was like, I'm a writer and I want more books. So I said, this must be a book that I can compile, and these stories are going to relate to people. So that is this research is based on that practice. So my discussion and findings. At the level of the attention economy, the online performance of 100 dresses with 100 dresses generated relatively low engagement across platforms. Of course, even you guys didn't hear about this activity that I was doing online as Wambui Kibwe, as that is my name across all social media platforms, because I didn't get as much views, you know, for me to be able to get people talking about it. So I look at Facebook, as I said, I got an average of 90 to 150 views per post. This is on Facebook and Instagram, and approximately 100 views to 300 per post on TikTok. So if you look at that, within this driven system, this level of visibility would typically position the work as having limited value. It seems like it doesn't have any value, you know, because those views are really low. According to the engagement metrics function as indicators of relevance and potential economic return. So definitely, I'm not going to translate those views into any return because they're really low. So this reflects the constraints of the attention economy, where creative output is often evaluated primarily through quantifiable engagement rather than the depth or potential for development. The stories have depth for sure, and I'm going to let you attest to that and you let me know. Key analytical observation include platform variation. So you see, on Facebook and Instagram, the views were low, 90 to 150, but on TikTok, they were 100 to 300. So that is, TikTok shows more engagement because TikTok is indicating a stronger algorithmic application for short-form narrative, meaning people are watching more short-form narratives than even longer ones. And TikTok, that is how it operates as a platform. It's short, so you keep on scrolling and scrolling. And if you look at even the research that it's been doing right now, that short-form content is also having an effect on our minds. They did a research where they realized people who are watching, let's say, let's just give you a brief of it. People who are engaging on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. So they looked up at those people, their brains before and their brains after. They realized the people who are on YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram, nothing much had changed, but the people who are on TikTok, their mind, something in their level of being engaging their mind in doing activities really reduced. And they also asked, why not Twitter, which also is short form, but Twitter you read, Twitter you don't scroll. So that's the difference between Twitter, because it's short, like really, really tiny messages, but TikTok is just videos that are short. They keep you there consistently. So your mind is like on a Zoom mode. You're not engaging or interacting with that. You're not using your mind for interaction. Your mind is like on pause. Yes, so that is one of the findings that the study brought. Critical, let me just... Okay, critical practice-led reflection. So one of the key insights from the process was the experience of occupying multiple creative roles simultaneously. I was the writer, I was the actor of the stories, and I was the photographer and editor. All those things are things we are doing personally as creatives. We take on multiple roles. This multiplicity created a layered authorship structure where decision-making was continuously negotiated between authentic intention and platforms of aesthetic and limited demands. So you find like you have to really make a lot of decisions when you're creating for online. This is as a creative, not maybe as a business person. As a creative, you really have to make a lot of decisions because you want to communicate your message. You also want the work to look professional and everything. So that is one of the things that this research brought up front, how we have to wear those multiple creative roles. The embodiment aspect of wearing the dresses introduced an additional performative layer. The dresses were not only visual artifacts, but also characters who influence movement, posture, and stories. This suggests that costume function as both as a creative and conceptual device within the storytelling process. So yes, the clothes also became a character. The extended timeline, where a project intended for 100 days evolved approximately to 300 days, reveals the unpredictable nature of sustained online creation. This extension was not merely logistical, but reflective of evolving creative decisions due to internal and external factors of the creative. So I was to post this idea within 100 dresses, 100 days, where I said day 1 to 100. But I took 365 kind of days, so 300 days, because I couldn't keep up with the consistency. There were personal issues that came along the way. There are days I couldn't post and everything. And I'm sure that is something you can relate to. You want to be consistent, but there are factors that make you not be able to do that. And so the above highlights the methodological value of lived creative practices as a form of research data. So this process is a form of research data that can help us come up with ways of how we can maneuver in this era of online creation. So in my conclusion, I want to play the video of the online content posted in comparison to the audio theater piece and let you decide if low online attention equates to low creative value. Please go ahead and play the video. Technical team, thank you so much for listening. We'll discuss further when you guys ask me questions.
Fathers and dresses, dress 30. Happy Father's Day is a reminder that I can no longer wish you a happy Father's Day. I can never buy you a gift. I can never call you. I can never feel your presence, Dad. I miss you so much. I text you Happy Father's Day message and I'm so sad because I miss you so much. Find a way to feel whole from this hole I have. I wish everyone I can who is a father a happy Father's Day. I tell whoever I can to wish their fathers a happy Father's Day too. For me who cannot, I take this opportunity to say Happy Father's Day to all the fathers alive and those who truly love us. I'm showing them a part of my father is there. And as I continue dressing in a dressing life without you, I'm grateful for all the life dresses you brought me, all the life advices you gave me, all the moments you shared with me. I'm so grateful and rather need so much pride, Father, the best dad in the world, Father. And as the day ends and you're still not there, I still love you. Backbenchers and dresses. Dress 33. Aki, I think the guys who were backbenchers in school, dressed with so much courage, so brave, really are the ones pushing it at the forefront in the maandamano. Yes, look at us, the front benchers, who thought we were better than everybody, hiding huko nyuma. Mtutu mmoja akikimbia, mimi huyo. And the way we were Mwalimu's example of the great leaders of tomorrow. Walimu Kiswahili, remember me. But who's fighting for you now, prefect, head boy and head girl? Wale Manuiz makers were backbench, and salute to them. Let me be the first one to say thank you, because you kama huko mbele this round in East Africa. I am dressed with fear, I'm being honest. And I wondered, what is my strongest skill? Like, what can I bring to the table? I write about our people, and that is something, but that won't help now. What can I do now that will help? Is to show up, hata kama ni huko nyuma. Is to be part of the energy. Is to stand against the oppressor, so that the generation coming has a home, and to show the generation before their sacrifices were sacred enough to liberate our land.
projector on. The selfies that have been taken start to play out on the projector. At the same time, the narrator, a short-sized woman, comes to view wearing black and looking like brave. Narrator. 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 Dress dirty. Name. Fathers in dresses. Happy Father's Day is a reminder for me that I can no longer wish you Happy Father's Day. I can never buy you a gift. I can never call you. I can never feel your presence. Dad, I miss you so much. I text you a Happy Father's Day message and I'm so sad because I miss you so much. I find a way to feel whole from this hole I have. I wish everyone I can who is a father a Happy Father's Day. I tell whoever I can to wish their father a Happy Father's Day too. For me who cannot, I take this opportunity to say Happy Father's Day to all the fathers alive and those who truly love us. I'm showing them.
Thank you. Because of and interact with it later, especially when we will be engaging Wambui later during the Q&A or even after the sessions. Thank you so much, Wambui. Can we just clap for her? Wambui has taken us through a very insightful presentation and very bold for that matter, talking about 100 dresses with 100 stories and use of social media as a medium for presenting creative performances. The highlight is that there are three things that really those who choose social media as a platform for their creative work need to think about: visibility, attention, and engagement, and whether they have they contribute to economic sustainability. But the question she is also asking is whether the economic value of your production is in the low online attention it receives. And so we want to move on to the next presentation, and we are bringing on stage Mr. Octavius Obonyo Nyango to take us through Drama Isn't Cool Anymore. Okay, a very serious question. And he's talking about cultural relevance and collective responsibility as remedies for the sustainability of theatre in Kenya. I thought drama is still cool anyway, but we will listen to the thoughts as Octavius will bring to us. But ladies and gentlemen, Octavia Onyango is a Kenyan performance media specialist. He's a director, a writer, and an actor, but at the same time a scholar who serves as the artistic director and administrator at 64 Theatre, incorporating Fireside Production Studio, fast-growing twin amateur theatre company based in Eldoret. Octavius's theatre works blends day-to-day political aesthetics, African spirituality, and radical performance theory, notably in productions like Once Upon a Time, in Ilmorog, which is 25-26, a tribute to Ngugi wa Thiong'o, which was performed in the second international conference in African Studies by the African Research Center and Moi University, sorry. Another performance is Onyi wa Uba in 2025, Mad Women of Sosiani in 2025, Risky Affair 2024. He is also a frequent collaborator with Fred Mbogo, having directed and acted in plays like Man Needs Therapy in 2026, Mukabira 2024, and How to Buy a House in Kitengela 2023. He's a writer with Sumerian International and has written for popular Kenyan TV shows like Keto 2025, which is featuring in Citizen TV and YouTube, Volume 2023 on Netflix, Salem and Shanga 2021 and 2025 on DSTV, Maisha Magic. Let us put our hands together for Octavius Onyango.
So good afternoon. Okay, yeah. So my name is Octavius, and yes, as you've heard, I've come from Eldoret to come here and talk about things, theater. So my paper is called "Drama Isn't Cool Anymore." Rethinking theatre sustainability in Kenya through cultural relevance and collective responsibility. Acha tutesti kitu. Bas, very good. Now, so in Eldoret, when I present papers, I like to do something with the audience. Would you like to try? So, if you listen to reggae music, the person who plays the music is called selector. Yeah, and when you want him to switch the song, you say mix. Has anybody heard of DJ Lighter's mixes? Anapendanga hiyo kitu sana. Anaeka selector, alafu next unasikia mix. So, for us, when I say selector, you say mix, okay? Now, what is this for? When we mix the slides. So we'll go to the next slide after that. Sawa? Kuconfirm tu kama mko mna mimi hapa. Sawa? For example, selector. Unaona? Imesonga. Sawa. So I came to the first ARTSCON, and that was in 2022 or 32, yeah. And I was sitting there, and the question that kept being asked was, what can the National Theatre do for us, get us CG from Eldoret? So I've been in Eldoret since then. And I've wondered why all this pressure on Nairobi, yet where I'm from, there are places that we can perform at. Why are we bringing all this stress to the neighbor and we are not looking into our house? So I've been having some pressure with my master's thing. And I decided to just talk about what I want to talk about because I can't do that in my thesis. I think a problem that has been highlighted by a professor, that we study what's in the book and not what's good for us. I think I'm paraphrasing. So in my journey, I realized all these spaces that are here, I've performed at them. The Goan Institute in Kisumu was established 1929, earlier than Kenya National Theatre, 1952. Eldoret Arts Theatre, which has recently been reopened, was established in 1939, but some people have told me it might be earlier than that. Little Theatre Club in Mombasa, 1948. Nakuru Players Theatre, 1949. Then here, 1952. And then we have the biggest festival in Africa, Kenya National Drama and Film Festival, 1959. All that time, that's almost a century. And our history is in the books, but the history of Eldoret's theatre is what I'm looking for now. Most of our history is centralized in Nairobi. But now, what I'm looking for is the history of theatre in Eldoret so that I can serve people in Eldoret, not in Nairobi. And places where systems exist, these buildings cannot have existed if there was not a system that was existing to move through those buildings. So then I asked, this theatre has been institutionalized for all this time. Where is this industry? We keep saying we stop talking about it as a sector. We should talk about it as an industry. Yet the industry exists in Nairobi. So that is why I started looking into this thing. Selector. So I read a lot of Tolkien, and I like fantasy a lot, by the way. And if you've watched Lord of the Rings, there is this dragon in The Hobbit that's called Smaug. I don't know if you know that. So Smaug, the reason why Smaug existed, was able to hide, this is a spoiler if you don't know, was able to hide under the mountain for all that time and accumulate all that gold is because the people in Middle-earth were asleep. Like, they were concentrating on other things instead of the major problem that if they would have been walking through, Smaug literally lived under the castle of the king. So if we took a walk under the castle, if the people in Middle-earth took a walk under the castle, they would have found a small Smaug, the small dragon, but then that dragon lived and became very big, and it also has a lust for money. It's so many symbolical things, yeah. But now reading Tolkien, I started to find out and compare it to what happens for us in the theater, is that we keep on trying to locate a problem away from where the problem might be. In the case of the king's castle is upstairs, but under the king's castle, there is a dragon that's living there and it's coming up. And I realized some of this, the head of this dragon is starting to come up, especially with things like how CBC has come up and all those things. Selector. So, our major problem is cultural relevance. All this is according to me, okay? Now, a lot of my presentation has been influenced as well with the discussions we had yesterday. And there's a nice quote there, if you like it. The house is dark, the seats are empty, who are we performing for? Charles Bukowski did not write that for us in the theater. He wrote it about something completely different. But in my readings and my explorations of the things that we suffer from as people of the theater, I realized that our main problem is, at least for people in Eldoret, is that we are not relevant to the audience in Eldoret. So this paper is going to say many things, but the central thing that I'd like to talk about here for this conference is the problem of audiences. Because people consume drama every day. People consume drama even made by AI. I can't watch those things, but there are people, I'm on a matatu on my side, they are watching Onion Stock to advantage of, for example. There are festivals that exist, Kenyan advantage of, for example. There are festivals that exist, Kenya National Drama Festival, Kid Fest. All these things exist here. But I don't have the statistics, but I attended Kid Fest last year, and I was worried about the number of plays that were brought here. I don't know how many applied to come, but in Eldoret, I've seen when we do festivals for people to come, even the number of people who register to come and perform in our festival are very few. So if I'm thinking, we usually take Nairobi to Eldoret, now I'm bringing Eldoret to Nairobi. So if festivals in Nairobi are behaving in the same way festivals in Eldoret are behaving, then maybe it's not so much the systems or the institutions that are just the problem. Of course, there are problems there, but it's not just the problem. We like to point the finger. Government, help us. You what, help us. Problems. Next, the artists. I have 15 minutes, sorry, so I have to rush through the thing. The artists. If you read my paper, if and when it will be published, I was a trainer for County Theatre Fiesta last year. Yeah, so some people thought it's only Nairobi people who can train. But yeah, we came from Eldoret and trained directors and actors. And something I realized through the trainings of County Theatre Fiesta in those spaces alarmed me a lot. For example, actors don't even know different techniques of acting. That was scary for me. Because as a director, I know not one acting method will suffice to carry you through the whole performance. You can use one method, yes, but not all scenes will require you to use the same method. For example, people like saying Stanislavski and all that. But you can't survive a whole play with Stanislavski. Of course, probably you might run mad. Method acting is not really liked by so many people. but it brings you problems with de-rolling or something like that. So artists do not necessarily know their craft very well. There are things I invoke in the paper, like the Pinterest problem. For example, stage designers not actually going into design classes, but using Pinterest and Instagram to look for ideas, then replicating them on the stage, but then they don't work for the performance. Directors mostly using instinct to direct the plays instead of actual techniques. Technical people, like for example, in Eldoret, our tech guys, some of them started off as electricians, and then they fell in love with lights, and then now they are lighting technicians. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but we keep reinventing the wheel. Like, this information already exists. Instead of going to look for that information, to use it, we want to be this thing that inspiration came to me and then I put on that light. No, it can't happen like that. And then now for my focus is audiences. Sijui mtasema selector mingi. When you're sick, you go to the hospital, to the doctor. Do you question the medicine that the doctor gives you? Do you? Does anybody question the medicine that the doctor gives them? You question. Oh, you are a herbalist. You can question. Hey, I'm not a herbalist. What the doctor will give me, I will take. When you get arrested, do you ask the lawyer how they are going to defend you? Do you ask the lawyer how they are going to defend you? You don't ask the lawyer how they are going to defend you. What other role? When your teacher is teaching you in class, do you ask the teacher why they are teaching you what they are teaching you? Do you ask your teacher, teacher sasa, hii algebra unatufunza kwa nini? Do you ask the teacher why they're teaching what they're teaching you? Do you? I think the theater needs that. We need the disease that we shall cure, and the audience will not ask us why they are curing us of that disease. We need the subject that we are going to teach the audience, that the audience will not ask us why are we teaching these guys this thing. And we need them to be arrested so that we defend them in ways that they won't ask us, how have you defended us so that they become free? In Eldoret, that's what I realized. We, the theater community in Eldoret, are not valued by the people in Eldoret because they don't understand what we are doing for them. In the West, things like war helped so much. Sorry, war is not a very good thing, but people came out of the war with PTSD. They came into the theater to find themselves. And over time, they realized this is something I might have to pay money to keep this thing alive so that I stay sane. We have a problem there as creators in Eldoret, because Eldoret guys, they look at us and they ask why we are not singing Kalenjin songs in theater spaces. I was born in Kisumu, and there was a time where if you sing any other type of song that is not those ohangla or whatever types of music, you're looked at like, okay, what are you doing? If you know, it's not like now with the Costa Ojwangs and all those things. At a time, if you didn't sing what the audience wants, then you're doing nothing. So I think the problem that we have, probably as Africans or in Kenya, or at least what I've seen in Eldoret, is that the connection between cultural relevance and collective responsibility has been severed. Like, they look at us as this thing that they interacted with in school. So if you tell someone to come watch plays in the theater as a public show, they ask you, kama zile set books za shule. Lakini vitu tunafanya hapa kwa stage si set books za shule. In fact, if you're in the theater, there are so many things away, or so many ways of doing those theater set books that are not necessarily even taught in school. I've looked at the grade 10 book and they don't even exist there. And our audiences still find problems paying us because we have not separated ritual and theater, indulge me in this, most of the things we call African theater or things like that are, for example, dances. If Kenya National Drama Festival, let's use Kenya National Drama Festival. If you watch any cultural creative dance, you have songs that we sing there. Most of them are, if you look at the stories, they have a work song, they have a wedding song, they have a funeral song. All these things are tied to rituals in our Africanness. For example, when we go to work, we sing so that the work goes faster. When someone's being married, we sing so that we encourage them to stay in the marriage or have warnings. When there's a funeral, we do the same thing. So these are our rituals, okay? And it's also easier for us to get performance spaces in places that are like that, like weddings, funerals. Wasanii ni rahisi sana tuende kuperform kwa places kama hizo. Now we will be very encouraged to come. Kuja, yeah, niko na harusi, kuja, mpike kaskita hapo, sindio ya nini hivyo, unaona? Hizo rituals. But that the audience to think about us like they're just leaving work to pass by the theater probably, to see a play and then go home. The audience in Eldoret does not think like that. That's why they want us to sing Kalenjin music, so that if they leave work, they can pass by a bar where we will be singing the songs before they go home. So if you tell them, where are you doing a play? We are doing it at Alliance in Eldoret. They ask, where is that Alliance? Alliance ni bar? Apana, Alliance ni mahali pa French. Oh, so uko kuna wazungu. By the time unamaliza ku-explain hiyo kitu, haizi lipa hiyo 1,000, 2,000 kukuja kuwatch hiyo kitu yenye mnafanya. Unaona? Lakini umwambie, si tunaenda kuperform kwa harusi ya nani? Many of our friends have crashed people's weddings when we are performing dances at other people's weddings that they don't even know. Kwa sababu walikuja kutafuta free lunch. Unaona? Hivyo. So, the audience does not understand what we are. So they don't understand the value that we are going to be providing for them. So they find problems paying us to perform for them because they don't see the value in what we are doing. And this, I think I'm just winding up. This paper, it's quite long. This paper is special to me because if these people don't see that value, even if you go to Youth Enterprise Fund and you ask for a loan, and the audience does not see your value, then you'll have problems paying back that loan. If you take a loan from Hiva Fund and the audience does not see your value, we are still going to suffer. And just to finish up, when we talk audience, okay, iko tu hapo kwa slide fulani msijali. If we talk audience, another thing I noticed in Eldoret is we look for the audience outside the theater, yet we are audiences inside here, first of all. There's something called the comment section, which I talk about a lot in the paper somewhere, that the theater is missing a comment section. We are so used to being keyboard warriors. We want to speak without consequence. Yet the reason theater has existed all this time, maybe someone should ask themselves that, why has theater existed all this time? Film came, but it hasn't replaced us. Social media has come, it hasn't replaced us. I'm very sure AI is there and it will not replace us. Theater will not die. Why is that? Theater now does not have an interactive feedback system that is not afraid of consequence. For example, there are statistics in that thing. We like safe things, political plays, romantic comedies, those things, because, and then audiences don't give us enough feedback. There is it's good problem that we have. In LD mkifanya play, wasota wakwambia, ni poa. Unashindwa, okay, saa ni poa aje, ulipenda nini? Nilipenda tu venye, they always run to those things. Ilikuwa funny, mlikuwa mnatuambia kitu, unajua majamaa wanafaa wake up, wakuwe kadi, hizo ndio topics zenye ziko hapo. Nobody tells you things like, okay, not nobody necessarily, because there are members of the audience who do, but the majority of the audience have not watched enough plays to realize that there is a method to this acting thing, there is a method to this directing thing, there is a method to this costuming thing. They just think we came up with clothes and put them there. Yet there is a color palette that's being followed and all this. So if the audience does not know all these things, how are they going to react? And that's why I think it's a problem that we think the audience is out there and not in here. In Eldoret, when us directors stopped going to each other's plays, we realized that we have stopped producing more plays because we are not even watching our own things. That's what we realized. Some of us, have been accused of having a stone face while the play is going on. So actor fulani anambia, we hata comedy ni funny na ucheki. Kumbe alikuja kwa show akitafuta Octavius alikuwa amekaa wapi ndio nione uso yake comedy ikiendelea kwa stage na hacheki. So when us as other directors and other theater practitioners in Eldoret stopped going to each other's shows, we stopped producing more shows. And then you get a space where it's only one producer who's doing a show over and over and over again. And in our theater, we can't survive on one voice. Yeah. So this collective responsibility trinity is what I'm trying to advocate for. Of course, in all those parts, but especially for this conference, we need to look a lot into who the audience is. I do it personally. If I direct a play and I can't watch it twice, 10 people in that audience won't watch that play twice. If you can design costumes that are not nice to look at that's why I like long plays. If you can't look at a costume for 2 hours and just enjoy looking at that costume, then someone who knows nothing about costumes will not look at that for those 2 hours. If you design a set that you can't look at for 2 hours and you just sit in that room and, I know I'm extreme, you look at that set for 2 hours and just feel nice about it, then a member of the audience who's going to pay whatever amount of money we want them to come and pay to watch the performance will not appreciate what's going on there. So I think I just like to end there. Ningewapiga maselekta mingi, unaona manini mingi. But yeah, I think that's all. I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Octavius. Ulisema ni selector? Selector? Oh, I don't have something to mix. Yes, very provocative. And he's asking us, producers, whether we are really thinking of the audience while we are writing, directing, and producing. And so the question is, how do we sustain our audiences to an extent that we make them see the value in whatever we are doing? But again, that also boils down into, are we the people driving away our audiences? But we might also need to relate that with the first presenter today in terms of standardization and look at whatever is on stage, how standard is it? And this cuts across all areas of the performing arts, not only in theater. I want us to move on again, in the interest of time. We have 2 more presentations to go, and now I want to bring on stage a duo. This lady is a lady who has a rich history in the music. She's somehow my age mate, but younger. Dr. Jacqueline Zinale Bulinda is a lecturer in music and theater studies at Maseno University, Kenya. She holds a PhD in music from Stellenbosch. Is that the right word? Prof. Mapaya, have I said it nicely? Stellenbosch University. and a bachelor's in education and master's from Kenyatta University. Her professional and research interests span research, music education, and arts policy, AI, general arts critiquing, music composition, curriculum development, and performance. Her expertise positions her among Kenya's dependable consultants in music and related fields. She's a member of the Kenya Music Festival Executive Committee. Together with Dr. Bulinda, we'll also have Billy Givetti presenting, a Kenyan-American scholar, researcher, and data expert. He works as a research scientist at the Center for Geospatial and Population Studies at the University of New Mexico, and a practicing musician. His work focuses on rural development, conservation biology, and race and equality data analysis. Currently, he's working on interdisciplinary studies that include music practice and policy. And so, Dr. Jackie and Mr. Billy is presenting to us reforming accreditation frameworks for performing arts undergraduates in higher education for industry relevance. Karibu, Jackie.
Thank you very much, sir. That is a classmate talking about me, and what he says is quite authentic. When I would dance very seriously in a choir, he used to be the soloist. Thank you, sir. Now, did you clap? Please clap harder for him. I want to talk about something that is about us performing artists and the field of performing arts. The words that I use are quite conventional, but at the same time, a mouthful. They are accreditation frameworks. In simple terms, what we want to do with Professor Billy Givetti from New Mexico is not to question, but just we aim to look at and address the issue of accreditation of performing artists or performing arts undergraduates in higher education for industry relevance. What are we saying in simple terms? We are simply saying that in higher education, the accreditation policies or those admission specifications that we are normally given are not really relevant or not fully relevant for us who are in the creative arts. Everything that has been done is either European-oriented or STEM-oriented. So we are simply saying that there is a way of doing things that will help or will be of relevance to the creative arts or the creative artist. Now I will work like... I'll start by giving a definition of terms. One of the terms that I want to look at is the term accreditation, which informs the formal process by which an independent or recognized authority evaluates and certifies an organization or a program that it either meets or does not meet quality and standards of competence. And then the other definition is of the word accreditation bodies. A body such as KUPS, kila mtu anajua KUSPS. That particular body accredits university education, and they are the ones who come up with standards by which you either qualify to go to study in the university or not. That curricula in the university are of standard or not. That is all done by, those two and many other aspects are done by the Kenya universities, that particular Kenya University's accreditation body. And then we have the accreditation standards, which are the criteria of or requirements established by an accrediting body that an organization or an institution must meet to achieve and maintain accredited standards. For example, for us to study performing arts, normally the Commission for University Education has looked through the requirements that have been set apart by our universities for you to come in as a student of performing arts. And as we go on, we will see what exactly this body has set apart for us. And then accreditation frameworks, they are normally standard systems or structured systems that outline how accreditation is planned or assessment is done or carried out. And they define the principles and standards, processes and responsibilities that are outlined for the accreditation process. And that is what we refer to as the accreditation. Sorry, Kevin, please come back. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Now, what are performing arts? When you talk about performing arts, we are just simply talking about music, where we sing, where we chant and all else. We also dance in music. Dance is also a performing art. Drama is a performing art. Poetry is a performing art. Just for us to be able to understand that the performing arts are creative art forms in which artists use their bodies and voices or instruments to perform before an audience. Hiyo tunajua? Well, and then now I want us to go to a way of background that tells us about what this accreditation stuff actually is. Now, before we do that, I'll want us to look at what is this that is accredited in performing arts. In performing arts, normally we have formal and informal accreditation that goes on. We look at faculty qualifications. When the Commission for University Education comes to our universities, they normally find out, or in those documents that we write, they want to know, do the faculty or the lecturers in there hold PhDs and above? Secondly, they look at students' assessment, not the students themselves, but students' assessment. They want to know what are the grading systems like and what moderation reports are given for these students. And then we have the learning resources. They get to our departments sometimes to find out, do we have the right books? Do we have the right instruments, Western instruments and African instruments? How many trumpets are there? How many drums are there and all else? Many of those instruments are normally assessed. In addition to that, they assess whether there is scholarship going on. Are lecturers carrying out research? Are there master's students? Do we have PhD students on board? Are they carrying out research? And as we do this, are we looking at the undergraduate student at all? Not yet, isn't it? Now, we also have them look at the entry requirements. Within that document that we call a program, there's an entry requirement. You see certificate yetu. That is not our certificate, but now I just created this to leave an image in our minds that what is normally looked at as the most important entry requirement is that C+. True or false? It is that we look at. And is that all? In these documents, we also write that a diploma from an accredited institution will be acceptable. That goes. We also look at the equivalent qualifications from bodies such as the ABRSM, that is Associated Board of Royal Music. So if you have a grade 8 level from the Associated Board of Royal Music, you will be accepted at the university. And then we also mention auditions, we mention portfolios and all else, but those we don't do. I am talking from an informed point of view, given that I'm a lecturer in there, and I'm also in charge of curriculum. So when we do that, we know very well that from the word go, we understand and state the following about the accreditation bodies. That we argue from the onset that higher education accreditation frameworks and bodies serve as critical societal levers for defining educational quality and establishing institutional legitimacy. That is, they also look at determining what goes for what the industry will want to have. And we also state that when regulatory bodies or frameworks are built entirely upon these traditional formats, such as what I've spoken about, they normally cause a mismatch between the university classroom and the creative market. That is what we argue from the onset. While this centralized approach successfully manages rapid enrollment and growth in the other disciplines, these are not useful, especially for the performing arts. The Commission for University Education and evaluation methods remain rooted in the academic rubrics, such as what I've said, and they focus on written classroom examinations, quantifiable library books, and terminal doctoral degrees for faculty members. Regardless of their actual industry understanding, they don't look into industry as one of the things or drivers of the accreditation that happens in the universities. We state our problem coming all the way from this. We are saying that the core problem guiding this study is that the current Kenyan accreditation frameworks do not adequately prepare undergraduate performing arts students for the modern creative industry. By relying entirely on this standardized C+ from secondary school, they leave out other aspects that form a barrier to academic benchmarks. This also creates a dual problem. The classrooms are often filled with high-scoring academic students who have little natural interest or talent in performing arts, while the naturally gifted performers are left out of this body. In that sense, this also comes with a problem that is made worse by the long delays that the curriculum update cycle takes with the Commission for University Education. Normally, it takes even between 3 to 5 years to have a curriculum approved. And the process of curriculum review comes after 5 years. Within 5 years, normally, the industry has really changed. So even if we go for a needs assessment in the industry to pick what will be relevant for the learner, it will mean that by the time the curriculum is being approved, content is already outdated. So we are asking, in a way, we are asking the Commission for University Education that the programs that are forwarded that are normally industry relevant need not to take a long time for approval to take place. As we do that, we have the following as the key objectives for our study. One is to identify the structural gaps in undergraduate student admission criteria and assessment amidst emerging creative paths and shifting career tracks. Secondly, we are also looking at to analyze how current accreditation policies influence practical skill development, graduate career readiness, and marketability. And thirdly, we look to recommend actionable. Let me just get to that. At that point, I was looking at the way there are gatekeepers to talent, people who are talented. They are not able to get to the universities. The first picture there tells us that they are blocked from entry. And then the second issue that is coming up is that there's a problem of inverted performance matrix, so that a big percentage of people who perform well academically may be the ones being taken in, and yet there are those who may not have performed well, but they have not been able to get in. And then there are other factors that I discuss a little later. So apart from our problem statement, I've also gone into the objectives. I've looked at the first, which looks at the gaps, and then the second one that looks at to analyze the accreditation policies, and then the third one, which recommends actionable competency-based models that balance academic tradition, industry innovation, cultural relevance in higher education admission. And then secondly, apart from looking within those objectives, we have the theoretical frameworks that we used in our work. The first is the decolonial theory, which was propounded by Mignolo 2011 and Quiano 2000. They state that they talk about coloniality of power and epistemic coloniality. The decolonial theory itself was, as developed by these authors, argues that while formal colonial administrations have ended colonial hierarchies of race, culture, and knowledge, they remain deeply embedded within the modern societal bodies. To say that a body like the university, a body like the Commission of University Education, still upholds the colonial ways of knowing and the colonial ways of doing when it comes to admitting and processing a university student. Now, we have the second one, which is the experiential learning theory by David Kolb, 1984. This theory consists of three aspects. The first of the aspects is concrete experience. In this aspect, the theorists argue that engaging directly with physical activities such as performance and audition should be a factor in admission of learners. And then secondly, they look at reflective observation, that analyzing performance, identifying any technical errors, and looking into a learner's entry behavior would be a better way of having a student admitted rather than having things abstract, such as just picking a certificate from a student and using that as a way of admitting a learner. And we know nowadays that not all content of that certificate, and especially the grade, within the Kenyan context, are true. Don't we know that? Not all of them are true. So do they define who the right performing artist that enters the university should be? Now, I will go to the research methodology that we used. Our research methodology was made of qualitative methods, and we had a cross-sectional design. And within that, we carried out a document review. You've heard me talk about the Commission of University Education, and one of the things that we did was to look at the guidelines for setting up programs for university from the Commission of University Education. The other document that we reviewed was KESCO, that is the Kenya Standards Classification of Occupations, KESCO. I went in there, one, to look at the role of a lecturer in there. And the other thing that I did was to look at how they qualify the university student or a performing arts student. One thing that this document does, they place the undergraduate student at the highest level. The first being the other aspects where we have the non-formal persons within the performing arts, but on the highest cadre are the students of higher education. So apart from the university's Q guidelines, we looked at the KESCO standards, which are about the industry. We also looked at the programs from various universities, and that's why you can see we had purposely sampled 15 universities that offer performing arts, 9 public and 6 private. Do not ask me why, because of course I already stated that they are purposely sampled. And then we carried out interviews with 50 undergraduate students, 50 recent alumni, 40 academic educators, 40 industry practitioners, 20 accreditation and policy representatives. Those formed our population for interviews. And then our data was analyzed by use of the NVivo software. Now, we had the following as findings of our studies. In the first of the findings, whose theme was cognitive gatekeeping versus creative aptitude, where we looked at, is it okay that learners or people who enter into the university, that for entry into the university, we should only have the cognitive aspect, that the C+ should be the factor, or are we able to look at the other factors as well? We found that from every sampled university, these universities relied on the aggregate of C+ as a mean grade, and it was a non-negotiable admissions criterion. So that is what we found. And the other thing that we found out was that there was an exclusion of master talents. Anybody who had any talent and wanted to come in as part of the students being admitted was left out. We also found that there was the disengagement factor, whereby high scoring academic students were placed into creative programs as a fallback option. Therefore, there was a stakeholder insight that came from one of the persons that we interviewed, who says that people with papers can't perform, and the people who can't perform are denied papers. What did we say? People with papers can't perform, while people without papers are denied to perform. It doesn't follow that all people in the universities are not able to perform. No. It says that there are people who have scored highly, but they have no interest, a portion of them. But a portion of them have scored highly, but they also work well within the space. They are dual in nature. They have the performance, they have aptitude in performance. They also have the cognitive aspect. But on the higher margins, we have what we have found. And then the second finding, which was of the theme about compliance over competence and curriculum imbalances, we found that we had a table that we have there a little bit convoluted, but there are curriculum components which are expectations of the Commission for University Education versus those that are desired by the industry. Looking at the theoretical and historical information as a requirement for these learners, the Commission for University Education would want 65 to 75%, while the weighting for the industry is about 40%. And then we also found that the learners they go through written exams. 70% of those are written exams, while the industry would require 0%. So even if we give our learners written exams, then that is not a requirement so much of the industry, because the industry would go so much for the practice. And looking at the industry or studio practice and laboratory practices, we found that the Commission for University Education requires that a learner could have just about 15% and they pass within the assessments. But the industry requires that a learner has at least 40% and above for practice within the industry. And then in addition to that, we found that the industry, looking at apprenticeship and factors and some evidences such as portfolio normally forms about just 5% of what would be required as a form of assessment by the Commission for University Education. But what would be required by the industry is about 20%. Of course, that is not exactly what happens in the universities with performing arts, because then there is a push and pull. There is a problem that is being seen, that the university lecturer, who is industry aware, is already working on portfolios. My students are here. They know we work so much on practice and portfolio, but you are normally questioned for not following what is written in the university calendar, that the university calendar requires a 70% assessment of the learner, not knowing that that 70% does not mean theoretical work, it does not mean written work. It may mean project work. So there is need for looking into these policies and programs so that they align with what performing arts require. The third of the themes was erasure of indigenous knowledge. We found that indigenous knowledge is not looked into. For one, the oral ways of knowing, for example, learning to play instruments from the experts from the villages is only taken in by a few universities, very few. A percentage that we found was about 2%. But many other universities rely on only lecturers within, knowing that at times the lecturers may not be all-knowing. They may not be having all competencies that come from all practitioners' views. Therefore, that is what we found out, that the oral systems of knowing are left out. Our theme number 4 looks at the temporal lag and administrative inertia, where we looked at the Commission for University Education and other spaces where curricula are supposed to be changing fast, but they don't change fast, and that is why we question that. Now, looking at the discussion of our findings, we found that, we state that, this study demonstrates that a profound structural conflict between institutional quality assurance mandates and market realities in the Kenya's creative economy. When the findings are interpreted through Mignolo's and Quijano's decolonial lenses, it becomes clear that the Commission of University Education is somewhat rigid, and its insistence on written content, Western notation for especially music, and text-based metrics, it forms an epistemic coloniality. By treating content in this manner and having the admission requirements treated in this manner, this mechanism enforces a cognitive gatekeeping, which is not a requirement of the industry. Furthermore, the separate analysis of curriculum weights that we have looked at highlights how compliance with the Commission of University Education eventually forces institutional departments to commit to compliance over competence. And finally, the administrative delays by the Commission of University Education for curriculum approvals and even delays within the universities for curriculum reviews has heavily driven the industry down. Finally, we come to some recommendations that we make. We request for, or we suggest, alternative admission pathways that are dual track in nature. These, we state that apart from having the C+, those requirements that are written and remain written within our programs need to be put to life. That if there are students within the universities or students within high schools and other spaces, and they are able to perform in given ways, and they have an entry behavior in music, an entry behavior in drama, they can sing, they can compose, they can do all many other aspects, or they hone the competencies that would be required to enter into the university. That should be taken into account, so that instead we have a dual track system rather than one that is cognitively oriented. Secondly, we also give a recommendation that we request that restructuring of curricula and allocation of aspects related to the performing arts be made in acceleration. That the curriculum reform policies, rather than be put only on lecturers and let to be an aspect that takes too much time, it should go hand in hand with the pace at which the industry is changing. So we should always be abreast. The Commission of University Education that provides the standards, the lecturer whose work is to reform the curriculum, we should always be abreast with what is happening in the industry. And we go at the same pace with what is the unfolding of content, performing arts within the industry. We are also looking at institutional interventions and private sector partnerships. Within this, we are requesting for co-designed curricula in which the very process of curriculum designing and the very process of curriculum review is worked upon in a joint manner, both by university advisory boards and people from within the industry. When you talk about the industry, we are talking about people from the industry that is modernized, and even the indigenous industry. When those people come together within the university and not looking at the university as an autonomous body, but a body that can cast its net wider and have these people come on board, then we can be able to find a curriculum that is workable. We are also looking at industry micro-credentials being part of what should be looked for to accredit learners. In case somebody within the industry has managed to perform, has managed to compose, take a team to stage, and they have some accolades they've won. For example, they have certificates. If those are authentic, then they are some of the credentials that should be managed at the same time. They should be looked into as what is a requirement for accreditation of people within the performing arts. And then we also recommend, within the interventions, we recommend a structured trainee pipeline, whereby the traditional end-of-year written examination should be replaced with or accompanied by extended industry mentorships, where students' graduation theses are also put together with other portfolios that are subjected not only to their lecturers, but also people from the industry. So that in case we have practical examinations, why wouldn't we have somebody from the industry coming in? Because they will have an industry level of thinking, an industry experience. They can sit in an examinations board and not look like we are putting them away and closing them away from what the learners are doing for an assessment. So we need to bring those, to have those sets of people that we're talking about be part of the grading, be part of the examination bodies, be part of the assessment bodies, and all else that happens within the performing arts in the universities. And finally, we are requesting, or we are suggesting, decolonizing of the curriculum and centering of indigenous knowledge within the curricula. When you talk about indigenous knowledge, we are talking about what happens within the industry and what happens in the indigenous spaces, because, of course, that is what is African. I want to resound the thinking of Professor Mapaya when he talks about the African being the knowledge that is ours. Why would we then want a program, a curriculum that is fully westernized, a curriculum that is 80% Western, be prescribed to us? And why would we also want an accreditation system where we have only a letter C+ standing between our students who have the talent and us? We are calling upon all educators then to be talent scouts. When you are talent scouts in the various spaces in high schools, it is possible to give information about learners' talents to the various institutions of learning before the learners are accredited by the bodies that be. And finally, we want to say that restructuring these evaluation frameworks will elevate Kenya's higher education from rigid gatekeeping into vibrant launchpad for creative professionals. By doing so, state regulatory apparatuses will unlock significant cultural assets, driving sustainable regional economic growth and intellectual property generation. And finally, the type of accreditation that will happen within our institutions will be Africanized and sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Yes, that was my age mate, Doctor. You know, I always tell people in other forums that you need to stick to your first love. Yeah, now you don't understand that. You don't understand that at all. My first love was music. And you can see the people we started with, Dr. Bulinda is now a doctor. So when you abandon your first love, your life gets confused. I would have been a doctor by now if I stuck to music. So I abandoned my first love and went into theater, and now look how I'm struggling with when those we were with are already. Anyway, thank you so much, Dr. Bulinda, for that. She has taken us through the need for accreditation, re-looking at the accreditation process. And a few things that are coming out is that, and I think her parting shot is, we need to decolonize the curriculum, but most specifically the performing arts curriculum in the universities, and Africanize the process. I want us to move on. We only have 2 more to go. One physical and one online. And so I want to take this opportunity to bring to us the next presenter, who is Mr. Kevin Kimani Kahuro. He is coming to take us through his thoughts on from festivals to market systems, building a sustainable performing arts economy in Kenya. And so Mr. Kevin is an arts manager, a researcher, and a cultural leader dedicated to advancing the performing arts in Kenya and across Africa. Currently, he serves as the manager of programs and business development at the Kenya Cultural Center, but he's also the Secretary General of the African Theatre Union and chairperson of the Kenya International Theatre Festival, KITFest. He is also the managing director of the Creative Arts Leadership Institute. Kevin holds a bachelor's degree and a bachelor's and a master's degree in film and theater arts from Kenyatta University, and he's currently pursuing a PhD in arts management, focusing on theater production and management in Kenya. He has led numerous national and international initiatives that promote artistic excellence, cultural exchange, creative entrepreneurship, and policy development. Through his work, he continues to champion the professionalization and sustainable growth of the creative and cultural industries in Africa. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. and Dr. to be Kevin Kimani Kahuro.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm here to talk about, my initial topic was from festivals to market systems, building a sustainable performing arts economy in Kenya. But from yesterday's conversation, I have changed that topic to from events to market systems. And what I'll be looking at precisely is how can we move from events to an ecosystem or to a market system. And this was emphasized in yesterday's keynote address. And therefore, as a country, we all know that we are very rich in events, in productions, in concerts, in competitions, in showcases, in award ceremonies, and training programs. Yet, we've not realized the potential of a structured performing arts market. We are very rich in talent in Kenya. We have a lot of cultural diversity, yet we are very informal. And we have very limited access to finance, weak linkages to production, distribution, infrastructure, and policy. And therefore, in my presentation, I'll be trying to argue that the primary constraint is not deficit or lack of creative output or creative activity or event, but the absence of market infrastructure that will then convert the energy generated through these events into sustainable livelihoods, investable enterprises, and exportable cultural products. And therefore, I'll take you through this presentation, and we'll try and look what we are as a country and why we are thriving in events, but not thriving in market, and we're not being able to exploit our talent and monetize, as it was realized yesterday that yes, indeed, most of us are poor from the arts. The Kenya National Schools Drama Festival every year channels over 5 million students through that system. The arts, recreation, and entertainment industry only generates 0.2% of Kenya's GDP. But we all know that when we speak of the entire creative economy, when we include fashion, design, art, gaming, that is what takes that percent to 5%. But to be specific, when we speak of the arts, entertainment, and recreation, we're speaking of film and all that, performing arts specifically, we're only at 0.2, and this is as per the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, both from the year 2021 until even last year, 2025. We're still at 0.2. And therefore, why is it that we have a lot of activities but contributing very little to the GDP and to the economy of this country? And this is what I'm trying to explore in my presentation, and trying to look in ways in which we can then convert this, take advantage of the numerous activities that we have, and form a market that will then contribute to the larger economy. And what I want to go into the definition of what my argument is about, a performing arts event and a performing arts market. What is the difference? An event is time-bound. It is time-specific. It is a live encounter between an artist or an artistic work and an audience. And it is very time-specific. It creates cultural and experiential value in the moment that it occurs. And this is what we experience a lot. Yet it ends at the time the curtain is called. When the curtain closes, the event ends. And Kenya has extraordinary abundance of these events. Right now, we have a very high appetite for cultural festivals, for cultural activities. We have, for example, the Kikuyus have the Ngemis, the Matahas, and there are so many. And we have the Kisi Festival. We have a lot of the Luo festivals, and there are so many. We have a lot of companies putting up stage productions every year. This is continuing to increase. But why is it that we are still not tapping to the potential of the economy itself? And therefore, an event has four characteristics. Number one, it is temporary. It only happens for a very short period of time. It has embodiment. It involves live presence of a performer and an audience. And it is, the other characteristic is it is liveliness. You know, it involves a person experience or going through a moment or an experience. And number four, lastly, it takes time in a single event, and it could be a few hours. And therefore, in my discussion, I'm looking at a theater as these events as theater production stage to public audiences. Speaking of national school drama festivals, competition, the music festival. Speaking of county level trainings, what we do with CTF, what other people will do with boot camps, any form of training. I'm looking at award ceremonies. I'm looking at these events as we know them. And therefore, the next thing I want us to discuss is what is a market? A performing arts market is a structured system of mechanisms through which art is valued, exchanged, and financed. And it performs four major functions. For a market to happen, work must be valued, exchanged, financed, distributed, and connected to sustainable investment. And there are four things that a market must do. It must have supply aggregation, demand aggregation, brokerage exchange, and market intelligence. And without those things, we don't have a market. And demand aggregation is the mechanism through which buyers Those are the audience, presenters, venue programmers, brands, investors, and international touring organizations are concentrated into a form that artists can access. Aggregated demand is through ticket sales, ticket systems, presenter networks, and industry convenings. And therefore, for this must happen for that demand to be aggregated. And then there is brokerage. Brokerage exchange is the mechanism through which transactions between supply and demand actually occur. And we're talking of through the same place, then people are able to do booking deals, they're able to do contracts, touring contracts, they're able to do co-production agreement, they're able to do sponsorship agreements, licensing deals, and right agreements. And then there's the third thing, that is supply aggregation, is the mechanism through which artistic talents and productions are identified, trained, and made findable and bookable. So we must have a supply, then we must have a demand, and then we must have a brokerage exchange, a manner in which this supply and the demand are brought together in a table. And lastly, market intelligence is the mechanism through which information about the sector, participation data, how many, for example, if it is a theater, how many audiences do come, audience figures, revenue generated, what are the trends, what performances are produced for who. So all this in market intelligence, we need to have data of a specific market, because this is what mostly the supply aggregation will use, or the demand aggregation will use to know what product is ready and what product can be taken where. And therefore, those are the definition of an arts event and an arts market. And in Kenya, we do not have this market alone. Film has tried. We have the Kalasha market that tries to bring these things together. But in the performing arts, we don't have any of those yet. And that is what I'm trying to say. This is what is stopping us from being an active economy and making sure that we are able to have the whole chain all together. And therefore, what is the relationship between these two? The relationship between an event and a market. So we're saying, and I'm trying to argue that market contain events, but events do not automatically constitute a market. Are we together? So, for a market to happen, it has to be an event. But not every event is a market, because the four components of a market have to be there for an event to be called a market. And number one is content creation. Content creation. Number two is content production, distribution and trade, and lastly, exhibition and reception. But most events take place at exhibition and reception. So we forget the first three that are content creation, production, distribution, and trade. And therefore, what is it that is affecting our sector from getting into a market? Number one, our sector is very informal. And these were some of the discussions that were discussed yesterday. That according to a research that was done in 2021, only 12% of creative enterprises are formally registered. And we heard even George saying yesterday, somebody, when there is a grant and it requires a registration, that is the time somebody will go and register. But they have been practicing for over 6 years. You get? So our sector is very informal. A lot of people are operating without a formal registration. And then, of course, finance was discussed as a major challenge because we are not getting financing in the sector. And then fragmented linkages, training, venues, distribution, and policy is not also favoring us. And majorly, and lastly, we have a big gap on policy. And these four are the things that are holding us back, are the main problem of our sector. And this is just to agree with what was said yesterday. And therefore, what will it take us to build and to move from events to markets? Why do we have more events and not markets? Because markets are deliberately designed. They do not occur by accident. It is a deliberate mechanism that is put in place to make sure that we have a market. And therefore, the question is not whether to produce more events, because we have a lot of events in the performing arts sector. It is whether to build market infrastructure that then, and we can take advantage of the events that are already existing to be able to do that. And I'll take us through 4 main markets that exist that favor the performing arts in the world and that are well known. Number 1 is the Edinburgh Festival, the Edinburgh Fringe Festival. I'll speak of the Fringe. So what you need to know is that in Edinburgh, there is the Edinburgh Festival and there is the Edinburgh Fringe Festival. And in most cases, the Fringe is an open market. And in this Fringe, last year, there were over 3,893 shows across 301 venues. So what happens in Edinburgh, I have had the privilege to go there, is a city in town like Nairobi, and everything for 1 month is converted into a theater space. So name anything. A school is converted into performance space. And a music concert is converted into a performance space. School, hotels, everything. Everything stops in the month of August in Edinburgh. And it is the most expensive place to visit in the world in August. Somebody was telling me that they rent out their house in August, and the amount of revenue they get from renting their house through the Airbnb format is enough to pay the rent for the whole year. So it tells you how the demand is for just that 1 month. And everything there is about theater. Left, right is a poster on a performance and everything. So they sold this, last year they sold over 2.6 million tickets. These are not money. This is not money. This is a physical ticket that is sold. 2.6 million tickets that were sold. These are people who actually attended shows. So it shows you the value in which people are going to watch these performances. And there were over 1,700 people who were accredited just to go as delegates to go watch performance, either book them, sign agreements with them so that then they are able to export them. And what happens is that a lot of people crave to go to Edinburgh Festival to stage their production, because chances are, if your production is good and is liked, you will get opportunity to tour around the world. Because a lot of people, a lot of programmers go to this festival to just purely look for work that they are able to tour. And it is also very expensive to put up a show in Edinburgh at that time. So what are we able to, this is an open market. So you are free as a Kenyan producer to go to Edinburgh, look for a venue, book a venue for that month or for 2 weeks, and stage your production during that time. So this is not curated by anyone. Anyone is free to go and put up that performance there. The second festival market I'm looking at, the people who know French can help me pronounce this, is what is that name? People who understand French? D'Avignon, yes, of D'Avignon. So again, there's the D'Avignon Festival, Avion Festival. So a lot of people who did not have access to this festival created off the main festival. Okay, you understand me? So it's like we have the Kenya National Drama Festival, but because you've not qualified for the national, they establish another national festival called Off the National Festival. And then they start programming their own work because they have not managed to get into that festival. And this one was established in and it was established, I think, later in 1966. And this last year, in 2024, it had 1,617 shows done by 1,316 companies in over 130 venues. And again, this market had over 3,500 programmers who had gone to watch shows there. They are journalists, they go right and they invite, and at the end of the market, over 100 agreements were signed for people to tour. Then the next one I want to look at is the performing arts market in Seoul. This is in South Korea. So the South Korea performing arts market in South Korea was established in 2005 and is supported by the Ministry of Culture. It is run annually in October, and since then, since it was started in 2005 to 2013 alone, over 630 productions had been selected to go out of Korea to perform outside Korea. So within the market, people come, watch, and over 630 productions were taken out of Korea. And most of them are supported by the Korean government in terms of getting international airfares and payments to tour. So this is a deliberate way. So the market itself invites people from outside the world, and then the government, through policies, has put policies in place to ensure that they take people outside Korea. The last two I want to look at is the Australian performing arts market. Again, established in 1994 by the Australian Art Council. What they do is that they have year-long programming, and they help people to do performances. And the other market I want to look at is the Association of Performing Arts Professionals, hosted in New York, and this one also invites over 3,600 professionals from 36 countries for a 5-day professional development. And they also have booths where they invite exhibitors, over 370 exhibitors, and what this happens is that by the end of the 5-day, a lot of productions that take part in this are able to be invited to perform outside the country. What are the 3 lessons that we learn from those markets that I have highlighted? That the event is a mechanism, not a destination. In Edinburgh, in all of them that we've looked at, these are markets that have been deliberately designed to ensure that there are people working year-round to invite programmers, to ensure they accredit people. By the time they have the event, they have the mechanism to sell the art. And then they look at the demand that is in there, and then they match the demand with the supply, making sure that they have buyers, they have industry mechanisms, they have insights, they have the demand aggregation and the supply aggregation. And then they also make brokerage deliberate, because we have to make sure that we create a room and establish a place where these people meet, where the producers, the artists are able to meet with the people who are able to program them. What must we do to ensure that we are able to get there? And this is just in line with what Gashara said yesterday, that number 1, we must have a talent pipeline. We have a mechanism in which we identify, we train, and we ensure that we have good supply that is of high quality. We have schools, festivals, we have a lot of events that we have all agreed. We must build market platforms. We must build market platforms where we are able to bring the product, we are able to bring the buyers, we are able to ensure that we have funders and people who are able to do that. And number 3, we must have the infrastructure to do that. We must have the infrastructure to have 130 venues. We must have an infrastructure to be able to host even 100 productions in 10 or 20 venues across the city. And we must know how also to take advantage of the infrastructure that is there. We don't have to wait to have a big auditorium like this. We also can take advantage of other small venues to put up performances. as I've told you, in all these countries, like the Edinburgh case, they even use classrooms as performance spaces. They convert those because the essence there, people are not going there to look for the technical and spectacle. They are going to look for stories. They are going to look for meaningful productions that have an impact. And then we must have financing mechanism. We have to ensure that we have enough money. We have enough money put in support to ensure that all this work, and this can only be done through policy. And those cases that have worked, these 5 things have been funded and supported at the same time. None of these factors can be left behind for the economy to move from event to market system. And we have to be very deliberate about it. And therefore, what does Kenya need to do to build that? And I'm proposing the following. Number 1, we need to establish an arts management service, like South Korea did, where they are able to ensure they are able to support their creatives. They are able to create a market. And these arts management services works round year to ensure that the product is there, to ensure that the infrastructure is there, to ensure that the people who are supposed to consume this are there and are in place, and all the 5 pillars I've highlighted are working and functioning properly. We must build a Kenya presenting network. We must work as performing arts leaders to have a professional association that will work towards looking for international opportunities. Prof has told us that Africa is the future. And a lot of people are craving for African content. A lot of people are craving for African stories. We as Kenya, we have so many stories. We have a very diverse we are a very diverse people. We must take advantage of that and establish ways in which we are able to do that. We must introduce industry accreditation at national events, so that then at these national events, the Kenya National Drama Festival, the International Festival, the Kid Fest, any other festival that we have, we must invite international artists to come and see the work we are doing, because it's only then that we will get a chance to export what we are doing. And then we have to create the Kenya Performing Arts Export Fund. Once you have these people, they invite us. What happened mostly is that people will pay you a performance fee, they will host you, but they'll not pay your international fare. And therefore, we must have this fund that supports people to move and to be able to tour, to attend festivals, to attend events out there. And therefore, lastly, we must negotiate to be guest of honors at these international markets, just to see what is being done outside there, to benchmark, to look for opportunities where we can also sell our work, and to see what other people are doing. What we need to do, recommendation for policy. I have recommendation for policymakers. We have to use the Creative Economy Support Bill, the Creative Economy Bill, and the Kenya Cultural Center Act Review to establish the Kenya Arts Management Service, or something of similar sort. That also within those act establishment, we also need to establish ways in which we support performing artists to also export their work, also tour even locally, like what the His-Stage Fund did, tour. We had the discussion around the challenges of a free performance, but we also need to encourage touring within the country. And this was also discussed yesterday, ensuring that we even have proper infrastructure within the counties, so that then we do not heavily rely on Nairobi as the place to be. We must also ensure that we bring a lot of investors and brands, that event sponsorship produces brand association, but market platform investments produces documented commercial transaction that generate investable returns. We must invite investors to invest in actual markets, in actual things that can bring more returns to the sector. And for practitioners, when we are doing our events, we must ask ourselves the following questions. Number 1, do our events accredit industry buyers? Do we have a structured deal-making programs? Do we generate persistent data? Do we generate data of the events that we are doing? And lastly, do we have year-round institutional capacity to be able to attract investors, to be able to attract international programmers, so that then we are not a one-off activity. So that we are not just a showcase, and then we are able to move into a market. In my conclusion, I'm arguing that Kenya does not need to invent a performing arts market. It needs to build one that, from the 4 models that we have seen, we need to build a performing arts market that is able to serve what we are doing and have systems that work year-long to ensure that we are able to build a sustainable model, because we have what it takes. We have the products, we have the events. We just need to establish mechanism in which help us convert our products to exportable, to sustainable, sustainable products that will ensure that we increase our contribution to the country's GDP, and we are taken seriously as an economy, so that we don't have to rely on funds and grants as it were discussed yesterday, so that as an economy people will see the value we have and will be called to the table because they can see the contributions that we make to the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for taking us through what we need to do to improve the nature and stature of our events so that we are able to access markets. We are moving on. I'll be waiting for the technical team to cue in the next presenter, and then we also request our audience online to post in questions, comments, so that we can move. When we'll be at the Q&A session, we can be getting to ask and have a discussion. We are supposed to be listening to the final presenter for this session, who is presenting online. The next presenter should be Elizabeth Nafula Wanjala. Tech team, are we able to locate her? Is she ready? Okay. Then if she isn't ready, I propose that we break for lunch, and then immediately after lunch. She's online. Oh, she's online.
I'm present.
So please just mute the house speaker before we let her in. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are bringing to you Elizabeth Nafula, who is a passionate playwright, storyteller, and a performer. Her plays and monologues have appeared in Lolwe, Kinsman Avenue Publishing, Journal of African Youth Literature, and Shabach Enterprise. She has earned recognition from the Flow Monologue Festival, Theatre Roulette, Purple Crayons, and Playwrights Roundtable, with her script recently celebrated for its originality by Real Script. Her monologue was selected for the Love Letters to Black Women event 2026. She is a dramaturg at New Perspectives Theatre. She won the Black Woman Genius Project by NYC Playwrights. She's been featured in the African Women Thinkers 2026 by Bristol University. Elizabeth fell in love with theater early on. I hope she didn't abandon it. And she'll get a PhD very soon. And her work often dances on the line between heartfelt drama and the unexpected twists that make audiences smile. She's a fellow at Anne Hairstone Fellowship in 2026. She brings together language and drama with academic ties to the University of Eldoret, Moi University, Wits University, the University of Cape Town, the University of New York, and the American Library in Paris. Wherever there is theater, she is home. Ladies and gentlemen, Elizabeth is taking us through theater as an MSME in the Kenya National Theatre ecosystem, policy and market challenges. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So I just have my video for a short time because of the location and the noise around. So I'll just speak through as the technical team helped me move the slides. Thank you. So as it is said, he who loves last loves best. I hope that's what we are going to enjoy today after my presentation. So before I say anything, I would love us to imagine something. And for instance, a producer has borrowed money to stage a play. Actors have rehearsed for weeks, months, or even years. And a graphic designer has been given a role to design posters. The venue has been booked, and the tickets have already been printed. Is this a cultural activity or a business? I know most of us will say it is theater, and my study suggests otherwise, or something more. So I would like to bring to you my presentation today titled Theater as an MSME in the Kenya National Theatre Ecosystem, and the focus is on the policy and market challenges. So in my introduction, I would like to say that this study was motivated by the growing recognition of the creative economy as a contributor to employment creation and economic development in Kenya. This has been a discussion that has been going on in a while, and that is why I was interested in handling this subject. So while attention has been given to film, music, and digital content creation, theater remains largely discussed as a cultural activity rather than an economic enterprise. Yet, in that sense, theater productions do mobilize labor, they generate revenue, create employment opportunities, and also contribute to the creative economy. At the same time, Kenya has also come up with policies that are aimed at supporting MSMEs and creating industries, raising questions about whether theater enterprises benefit from these frameworks. This study was taken to examine how theater enterprises operating within the Kenya National Theatre ecosystem are positioned within policy and market systems. So that serves as my introduction. I move on to the problem statement. Majorly, these are issues that arose as I was carrying out this study. So the government of Kenya has supported the creative economy in a way, and they have implemented several policy frameworks which are aimed at promoting entrepreneurship, enterprise development, and the creative economy. And some of the policy documents that the government has established include the MSME Act of 2012, the Creative Economy Strategy, the National Culture and Heritage Policy, and the Youth Empowerment Initiative. Although the government recognizes the contribution of the creative industries to economic development, but the theatre enterprises remain inadequately integrated into the MSME support systems. So the theatre enterprises operating within the Kenya National Theatre ecosystems generate employment, mobilize resources, provide services, and contribute to economic activity. That is through the selling of the tickets, sponsorship with other organizations, partnerships, and also cultural productions. However, they continue to face challenges relating to financing, the market access, audience development, and support systems. So in this case, they cannot access finances at the right time, and sometimes it strains the objective of the production. And also, accessing the market is a challenge because they need to do a lot for people to know that this is going to happen at this time. So this has limited the understanding of how institutional arrangements and the financing structures that are involved, and also the market systems, shape the sustainability of theatre enterprises within the Kenya National Theatre ecosystem. So the objectives of this study were to examine theatre enterprises operating within the Kenya National Theatre ecosystem as micro, small, and medium enterprises, and also to analyze the policy and market challenges affecting their sustainability. That was the general objective of this study. The specific objectives of this study include to examine the extent to which theatre enterprises within the Kenya National Theatre ecosystem function as MSMEs, and also to assess the market challenges affecting the sustainability of theatre enterprises, and lastly, to propose the strategies for strengthening theatre enterprises within the Kenya's creative economy. I reviewed literature on creative economy and economic development, and theatre as a cultural and economic enterprise, and lastly, the theatre in Kenya. So under the creative economy and economic development, I read works of John Hawkins, that is in 2001, who developed the concept of creative economy, and it emerged from the recognition that creativity, knowledge, and intellectual property have become important drivers of economic growth. I also reviewed works of Throsby David, that is 2001, who proposes that cultural goods possess both economic and cultural values, and therefore the creative industries cannot be understood singly through conventional economic frameworks, and this is because they generate financial returns and cultural significance. UNESCO observed that creative industries contribute to global GDP and unemployment while supporting cultural diversity and social inclusion. Next, I looked at theatre as a cultural and economic enterprise, where I looked at the position that theatre occupies in the creative economy. And I can say that it really occupies a big space because it combines both artistic production and economic activity. And for that case, productions require finances, technical expertise, marketing strategies, and audience. And I will quote Ruth Tao's works, that is in 2010, who noted that performing arts organizations face challenges similar to other enterprises, including financial challenges, the operational costs, and also the competition from other production companies, And also, people believe that there's uncertainty in the market. So theater companies must secure resources for venue hire, costumes, technical equipment, transport, publicity, and personnel before generating revenue through ticket sales and sponsorship. So MSME plays a major role in the Kenya's economy as it contributes to employment creation, income generation, and economic development. However, the existing MSME support frameworks have focused on the traditional sectors, and thus, the creative enterprises have remained underrepresented within the enterprise development programs. And this has limited access to accessing finance on time, and also there is also no supportive frameworks in the institutions that will also help in enhancing sustainability. So the gap in my study is that the existing scholarship in Kenya, and I looked at Roscomu's work in 2016, who established that contribution of creative industries to economic growth and employment generation. Thus, the studies on Kenya's theater have focused on artistic productions, cultural identity, and political engagement. Therefore, my study addresses this gap by investigating theater enterprises as MSMEs and analyzing the policy and market challenges affecting the sustainability. I move on to the theoretical framework. This study was anchored on two theories. That is the creative economy theory by Hawkins, that is in 2001, and the market systems development theory. So according to Hawkins, the creativity, the knowledge, and cultural production are important sources of economic value. And this, in a way, challenges the traditional economic perspectives by recognizing the creative sectors as productive. And this relates to the way employment opportunities have been created and the income that has been generated from it. On the other hand, the market systems development theory has shaped the interactions among the market actors, thus supporting institutions and frameworks. And therefore, I can say that business do not operate in isolation, but in a way, there are many factors that are to be considered. That includes the finance, the infrastructure, the information, and the market networks. So the sustainability of the products staged within the Kenya National Theatre ecosystem depends not only on the artistic work, but also on the relationship among practitioners, the audience, the sponsors, and access to finances. So on the methodology, I employed one method, that is the qualitative research design. And this is because it was suitable to examine the theatre enterprises operation within the Kenya National Theatre ecosystem as a micro, small, and medium enterprise. This method is applicable because the study sought to understand how theatre practitioners experience policy frameworks, financing structures, and market conditions that shaped the sustainability of theatre enterprises. This study focused on the existing challenges and how they are experienced within everyday theatre practice. It was conducted within the Kenya National Theatre ecosystem, and to be specific, the data was collected from the Nairobi Performing Arts Academy, and also I sourced some information from the policy documents, and which include the MSME Act, the National Policy Culture, and all this was for the purpose to investigate how theatre practitioners are positioned within existing policy and enterprise development frameworks. I also looked at the theatre productions that were staged, and for this case, I sampled out Sarafina, that's a musical, and betrayal in the city. And this was done purposively because they represent the large-scale theatrical enterprises that involve multiple stakeholders. They involved a lot of marketing, ticket sales, and also the audience engagement. I also focused on the production structures, the resource requirements, the employment generation, and the revenue generating mechanisms. However, there are some information that I didn't manage to get because of confidential reasons from the company. So I also looked at the semi-structured interviews where I interviewed theater practitioners from the Nairobi Performing Arts Academy, which included the director, the producer, and also a few actors. So the purposive sample was used to identify them, and the interviews revolved around financing, market access, policy support, production costs, and audience development. All these interviews were done via online communication. The data was analyzed by reading the policy documents, the interview transcripts, and also a few production materials. Guided by the two theories, this helped to understand theater as an economic activity that is capable of generating income and cultural value. And also the market systems development helped to understand how theater enterprises influenced by audiences, sponsors, policymakers. I'll move on to the findings and the discussion of this study. So the analysis of the productions, that is Sarafina and Betrayal in the City, it revealed that the theater productions are an entrepreneurial activity and that the costs incurred are related to the space, the costume, the technical equipment, the set construction, and the venue hire. And also, the interviews indicated that production costs, in most cases, frequently exceeded the available resources. In that case, the producer was forced to rely on personal savings, ticket pre-sales, sponsorships, and borrowing arrangements. The participants also identified access to finance as a major challenge, and I remember one of them saying that it's even a challenge to secure loans or an investment due to the perception of the unpredictability of artistic ventures. I also find out that there was weak alignment between the cultural policy and enterprise development frameworks, that there are frameworks in place by the government, but the participants reported that there was limited access to financing schemes. Another finding was that there are market-related challenges whereby the participants reported inconsistent audience attendance, the rising production costs, the limited sponsorship opportunities, and also competition from digital entertainment platforms, whereby it was reported that people are more enticed to watch online and also to access free services, unlike them visiting the theater and paying for a show. Also, the theater enterprises operate with uncertain market conditions that affect profitability and long-term sustainability. So these findings support my argument, and that was also advanced by the creative economy theory, that cultural productions generate economic value that is beyond artistic expression. And theater remains to transform creativity into marketable products and services, and also contribute to employment creation and revenue generation. The market systems development theory supported the findings by demonstrating that theater enterprises depend on relationships among market actors, sponsors, audience, and policy makers. So the contribution of this study is that It contributes to knowledge that repositions theatre as an MSME. And in that case, the theatre enterprises share characteristics associated with MSME, and the study also identifies market barriers and policy that limit their sustainability and proposes ways of integrating theatre into enterprise development. So this study didn't also go out without challenges, whereby it was a challenge accessing the detailed production budgets, the financial statements, and also some practitioners were not ready to share more information. So the beneficiaries of this study will include the policymakers, the theatre practitioners, and theatre managers. This study recommends that the government and other financial institutions to develop funding mechanisms for theatre enterprises to receive grants and credit. And also, the theatre enterprises, together with the government and other private investors, to establish linkages and partnerships. In conclusion, this study examined the theatre enterprises operating within the Kenya National Theatre ecosystem as MSMEs and investigated the policy and market challenges affecting their sustainability. And thus, the findings confirm that theatre enterprises have MSME characteristics through employment creation, service provision, revenue generation, and resource mobilization. And I would like to conclude by saying that when the audience leave theatre, they will always remember the actors, but behind enterprise, it's like enterprise.
Thank you. I think she's done.
Hello.
Thank you so much. Can we clap for Elizabeth? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm done.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want
Thank
to
you for
urge
listening.
the our online viewers that we would appreciate if you send in your comments and questions on the chat box. Just write your questions there. We will have enough time to delve into them after lunch. And so the presentation from Elizabeth, which is very, very insightful as far as management of theatre is concerned, brings us to the end of the presentations this first session. It is now 1:02. We are giving ourselves around 40 minutes to, or 30 minutes to take lunch, and then we get back at 2:30. And so we know where we are taking lunch. Our online audience, we wish you also a great appetite as we take lunch. And let's meet at 2:30. Thank you.
ndio wanaanza. Hao ndio wanaanza. Acha niwekee mics basi. Kuna mics sijui kama ni frequencies zilikuwa
Nyajo suna nyan madwaro Jiring'eny ni mago tanyero Nyajo suna nyan madwaro mabeyo Nyaji queen modo Achiengolo na nyiri morudo Nyaji queen modo Achiengolo na nyiri morudo Meri lima kaka ni wacho Kaguri ongere ok nila Meri lima kaka ni wacho Odola Kaguri ongere ok nila Singo wachaka okichopo Okego lala dago ni mananduru Singo wachaka okichopo Okego lala dago ni mananduru Rateng korogano were ne pok mungu neno lama na koda kwere Rateng korogano urinya konyangu urinya jondira Kili ure bako hier Ero aya elormo Nyajo dongo tumtalo nyinge Chieng tumtalo nyinge nyarukelo mano nyajo moko Nyajo dongo tumtalo nyinge Ameri tumtalo nyinge nyarukelo mano nyajo suna Ateng korogano werne pok mungu neno lama na koda kwere Ateng korogano wur nyako nyago wur nyajo ndira Kili wur dako hier Ero aya elormo Nyajo dongo tumtalo nyinge Chieng tumtalo nyinge nyarukelo mano nyajo moko Nyajo dongo tumtalo nyinge Ameri tumtalo nyinge nyarukelo mano nyajo suna Okengo ngeri nwangiyo godo Meri nwasomo godo Folk song nwa mielondi Yaberu wa were godo mawat Nyaka kabarak Tomiyo tumtalo nyinge koro nyajodongo thum talo nyinge, achieng' thum talo nyinge, nyarokelo mano nyajomoko, nyajodongo thum talo nyinge, Ameri thum talo nyinge, nyarokelo mano nyajosuna.
Nyajopino wesanda kama,
Wololo.
Wesanda ngimana, nakao kichongumu majodare pio wechulo kworo, todaki pandalo wanene.
Nyajodongo thum talo nyinge, achieng' thum talo nyinge, nyarokelo mano nyajomoko, nyajodongo thum talo nyinge, Ameri thum talo nyinge, nyarokelo mano nyajosuna.
Nyajosuna wesanda
Machani go kumbo ne.
Achieng' wesanda ngimana, nakao kichongumu majodare pio wechulo kworo, todaki pandalo wanene.
Nyajodongo thum talo nyinge, achieng' thum talo nyinge, nyarokelo mano nyajomoko, nyajodongo thum talo nyinge, Ameri thum talo nyinge, nyarokelo mano nyajosuna.
Bilima joina. Bilima joina. Bilima joina. Bilima joina.
Kodilweti
Bilima joina.
Bimula kodilweti
Bilima joina.
Merana manya konya gontieno alwangi ni sud buta
Bilima joina.
Merana manya konya gombiamo alwangi ni ret buta
Bilima joina.
Ini kuri joi mama winyado ikaparo nega
Bilima joina.
Mikisa binyoga nyatina
Bilima joina.
Mikisa binyoga nyatina
Bilima joina.
Koyo chama
Bilima joina.
Koyo chama
Bilima joina.
Kimana manya konya gomu ato alugire tibuta
Bilima joina.
Kinyotie kurumu joi mama oriti jatomwe
Bilima joina.
Kinyotie kurumu joi mama oriti jato
Bilima joina.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sainae, mimi sina pesa. Sainae, mimi sina pesa. Sainae, mimi sina mali.
mimi sina mali. Zainae, mimi sina pesa. Zainae, mimi sina pesa. Zainae, mimi sina mali. Zainae, mimi sina mali. Zainabu, mtoto wa Mombasa. Zainabu, mtoto wa Kinomari. Ye Mombasa kote tulitembea pamoja. Ani Mombasa kote tulitembea na wewe. Zainabu, mtoto wa Mombasa. Zaina mama.
Zaina, mimi sina pesa. Zaina, mimi sina pesa. Zaina, mimi sina mali. Zaina, mimi sina mali.
Zainabu, mtoto wa Kinomari. Mombasa kote tulitembea na wewe baba. Ule Magongo tulienda na wewe Zainabu. Mishomuroni tulienda na wewe baba. Hata Kilifi tulifika na wewe Zainabu. Ule Mtwapa tulienda na wewe mama. Hata Kisii tukafika na wewe Zainabu. Ule Nairobi tulifika na wewe baby. Ule Kilifi tulienda na wewe mama. Zainabu, mtoto wa Mombasa. Zainabu mama.
Zaina, mimi sina pesa.
Sina pesa mama.
Zaina, mimi sina pesa. Zaina, mimi sina mali. Zaina, mimi sina mali.
Zaina, oh Zaimama. Zainabu, oh Zaibebe. Zainabu mama, oh Zaibebe. Nakukumbu tukaenda na wewe mama. Mbedi yare tulikuwa na wewe sweetie. Andokani tulienda na wewe bade. Anda Nairobi tulienda na wewe baba. Zainabu, mtoto wa Mombasa. Zainabu mama.
Zaina, mimi sina pesa. Zaina, mimi sina pesa. Zaina, mimi sina mali. Zaina, mimi sina mali.
Jo tucheze leo Rutu system. Jo tucheze leo Rutu system. Jo tucheze leo Rutu system. Jo tucheze leo kenge system. Jo twende mama. Zaina uranungi mama. Naroma pacho awendo yokasoni pepie.
Jo tucheze leo Rutu system. Jo tucheze leo Rutu system. Jo tucheze leo Rutu system. Jo tucheze leo kenge system.
Bye bye Zaina opera kororiti. Anaro mapato awendo nyoka sonia ritie
Yo tucheze leo Ruto system. Yo tucheze leo Ruto system.
Oh mama.
Yo tucheze leo Ruto system. Yo tucheze leo kenge system.
Umoja kabondi chako mielwa
Utenga
Anikele koka chich Kendi doke koka chao
Utenga
Bango wangede Ani miel kode Aitinge malo
Ara yeng na utenga
Yoda umato ayo wero
Kopio yeng na utenga mati
Kopio tukoro ayo
Ara yeng na utenga Kopio yeng na utenga mati
Thank you very much, Kenge dancers, band and dance. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much for joining us for this afternoon session. We're going to have two main sessions. We are going panel discussion. This panel discussion is on building the ecosystem, training, inclusion, and institutional memory. The session will be moderated by Dr. Mshai Mwangola. It will have Michael Pundo, who is the CEO, Kenya Cultural Center. It will also have Professor CJ, who is from Moi University and the chair of the Kenya National Drama and Film Festival. It will have Professor Emily Akuno, who is the Vice Chancellor of Jaramogi Odinga University. It will also have Professor Mapaya. And lastly, it will also have Dr. Obudo from Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. So thank you very much. I want to hand this over to Dr. Mshai Mwangola. And after that, we're going to have another session on 3 paper presentations that will be done by Juma Brenda, Ziki Kamau, and Hassan Farouk. And after that, we're going to have the closing plenary led by Dr. Emmanuel Shikuku, who is a member of the scientific committee and will be leading us in the Securing the Future on a joint draft communique on policy and investment. So Daktari Dr. Mshai Mwangola, karibu and take over. Asante sana.
Thank you very, very much I hope you can hear me clearly, for this invitation and the privilege of holding the space for such a distinguished panel. As has been said, we are now thinking about building the ecosystem with a special focus on training, inclusion, and institutional memory with a panel. The panel has been briefly introduced. Really starting off the conversations for this afternoon on professionalization and infrastructure. I'm going to take just a minute. I had prepared some more extensive introductions of each panel member, but I'm very much aware, as has been just said, that we have another panel after this before we come to the closing ceremony, and I am keeping an eye on the time. So I'm going to restrict myself just to introducing the panel, to say that we are thinking about infrastructure, the kind of infrastructure that sustains our sector, the prerequisites for the sector to not just exist, but really to move to the next level to be thriving. Here we're thinking about human beings. You'll see that there is a lot of perhaps focus, if I look at my panel, on education and training. We're thinking about preparing cultural workers with the knowledge, the skill, the expertise, the experience to deliver cultural work, whether we are looking at institutions and spaces, so thinking through questions like accreditation and opportunities, whether we're thinking about who is teaching, who is mentoring, what does it mean to be a student or practitioner in those spaces, and what then are the implications for pedagogy, for research, for knowledge transfer, for knowledge, access to knowledge, for storing knowledge, not just within the space that one works, or within even just in Kenya, but really across the world. We are thinking about the resources that we have at our disposal. Specifically, if you think in Kenya Cultural Center, which is our host, what does it mean to hold a venue that welcomes people, that includes everybody and does not include some people? Who is welcome in such spaces? Who does not feel safe or who does not feel that they can access these spaces? We are thinking about livelihoods. How do artists not just survive? How do they thrive? The kind of amazing artists, and I want to thank Kenge for the wonderful presentation that they allowed us to start. They gave us the privilege of participating in as they started. But what makes it possible for artists like this, not just to survive, but to thrive, and beyond the disposable income that they may receive for now, to be able to have benefits, insurance for the future, when they retire, to have a dignified retirement and to be able to enjoy their lives. So all of this has repercussions, the kind of discussions that we are having. My panel is going to be online. Because we have such limited time, we have 1 hour, and I know that 5 minutes I will be the one who will take up both introducing and thanking them at the end. I am going to request that those of us who are online, please put your questions online and your comments online. And I will ask the panelists to also keep up with the conversation online so that we don't have to then open up the mic there. And then I'm going to ask my brother, Kevin, if it is possible at the end and we have the time, if there is a burning question or two from those who are in the auditorium, I'll give you the opportunity to direct me on how we can receive those. I want to thank those who are already beginning to have the questions online. Wakio, I think you've put a great question to start off the conversation, helping us to think beyond the university, looking at especially the panel that I have, beyond the university. How do we think about training? How do we think about curriculum? And how do we make those other spaces become as much as the distinguished panel that I am presenting, many of whom are actually working at the university. So I know there's a temptation for us to specifically only think about the university as we do so. As I will not introduce each of my panel, but let me note that we have the Kenya Cultural Center represented, and so we are thinking about institutions and thinking about our oldest national cultural institution and the space that offers. We have a representative, Dr. Omondi, from the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, and thinking curricula widely, whether we're thinking about CBE, whether we're thinking about institutions of higher education, but also the other spaces that people are offering different kinds of curricula. We are thinking about spaces like the festival, the drama festival, which indeed has been a major training ground and a major space for identifying those who come into our sector, but also the university spaces that are represented by professors from Moi University, Technical University, the University of Venda as well. And each one of these academics comes not only as a professor in their own area, so they are experts in their own area of expertise, but they have worked with students, they have worked on research, they have worked with practitioners outside their institutions, and they have worked across this country, across this continent, and across the world. So we are indeed have a very rich panel. It's a very big discussion, a very complex discussion. So fellow panelists, please excuse me because I'm only going to restrict each one of you to 10 minutes. I will interrupt. I will come in after your 10 minutes. May I request you to all turn on your cameras so that we know that you are present. And I will go in the order of the CEO, Mr. Michael Pundo, because he is our host, so he starts us off there. I will then move on to the Kenya Institute for Curriculum Development, because then that gives us the bigger conversation on curriculum. I will then come to Professor CJ, because we are both talking about the university, but we're also talking about the drama festival. And we all know how rich that is. And we all know you have that extensive experience working with both. I will then go to Professor Akuno, who will not only speak about her experience within the university, but also I know you have worked with the International Music Council, so you enable us to start to think about these additional spaces. And I will finally come to Professor Mapaya. Professor Mapaya, I'm very interested in your work as a founding director of the Institute. But also, I'm hoping that you will speak to us about what it means to take the work that you do into the SADC area, to work with both academics and practitioners, and then to also work with us in this country. So I know there's a lot that is on the table. So 10 minutes each person, and I will start right now. I'm starting my timer with Professor, I'm speaking prophetically into your life, Director Michael Pundo. Karibu.
All the panelists for your availability to this session. I would want to briefly take us through more or less what we know about the Kenya Cultural Center as an institution dedicated to development of performing arts in the country. And our broad mandate speaks to provision for development of dance, music, and drama, which are the backbone of what we are calling performing arts. And in this development, Kenya Cultural Center stands in to provide institutional leadership for implementation of policies around this sector as the direct institution charged with that mandate. And so we look at the frameworks that are available within the sector and see how we can interpret and turn them into activities that are beneficial to the practitioners and generally to the artists. And this we have done through several programs which we have curated. We have our flagship programs such as the Performing Arts, the Poetry After Lunch, which is a talent nurturing platform. Again, another one is the Band Wednesday, which is also a musical platform where young artists come and on their skills. But we also have various other capacity building programs, namely the County Theatre Fiesta, which actually was a program where we felt there was need to improve the capacity of artists around the nation. And so we were removing theater outside Nairobi and taking it to mashinani, what we are calling the counties. So County Theatre Fiesta, as a theatre production and capacity building program, was meant to introduce professionalism into theatre spaces outside Nairobi. As I mentioned yesterday, that the National Theatre is the only professional theatre space we have in the country. And that inhibits productions of theatre, specifically within other counties. So we went out to the counties and tried to improvise spaces and see whether we can introduce professionalism in terms of right from writing to directing, even to casting, and after that, the groups we dealt with produced productions based on the skills they had learned. The ultimate goal for this was we were preparing these groups so that they can also have a feel of an international platform. And the successful teams that came out of the more than 15, 16 counties we went to had an opportunity to perform alongside other international groups at the Kenya International Theatre Festival. And so one thing that we have realized since we started the programming these activities is that there's a lot of potential within our communities in terms of ideas and even the pool of talent. However, there is very limited capacity, and so training comes in handy. Because I remember an example I always like giving is when we went into Eldoret, there was very little theatre production, but after our Kid Fest, there was a boom of theatre productions, and Eldoret became very vibrant. In fact, overtaking Nakuru, which was actually an earlier powerhouse. And so there is need for structured intervention in terms of building of capacities for our practitioners, because then that injects into them new impetus of how the game should be done. Secondly, is the issue of infrastructure, which again has been a big problem. But as I said yesterday, again, Kenya Cultural Center stands into the gap and tries to source for funding so that we can improve the available spaces, but also build new ones. And we are on course with this. And so when we have capacities built and we have infrastructure developed, and then we have other incentives. For example, at the Kenya National Theatre, the prices are heavily subsidized. So the fee we charge is not the market fee. So when we have capacities built and we have infrastructure developed, and then we have appropriate incentives given, we believe that the performing arts sector will grow and possibly meet the expected outcomes. But together with this, heavily is the leadership of even the cultural and theatrical institutions we are dealing with. For example, how are the theater companies managed? Are there skills within the management of theater companies? What came out during the County Theatre Fiesta was the division of labor and division of roles within groupings. Because previously, one person would be the producer, the director, the stage manager, and so when these teams came together, they were taught on segregation of duties and leadership roles within their companies, which then enables production be easy and seamless. But again, also giving opportunities to various talents within the company, also to develop their leadership skills, develop their talents in various spheres outside just the acting role. So I would say that Kenya Cultural Center is really committed into ensuring that the performing arts sector, which we are now told should be an industry, is thriving by curating new programs and industry specific needs that would help develop the industry. Thank you so much.
On, but thank you. I think you've started us off very, very well, and you've done it within your allotted 10 minutes, for which I thank you. There's already a question for you in the chat, so I hope you're looking at that and you will get a chance to come back and answer the questions and comments. Thank you very much again. So I will now move on to the KICD. Dr. Omondi, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Institute of Curriculum Development, and I want to thank each and every one of us for taking their time to participate in this. So what is our mandate as Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development? Our major mandate is to develop, vet, review curriculum and curriculum support materials for basic education and teacher education. So currently, as we speak, we are rolling out the CBE and we are at grade 10. In rolling out grade 10, allow me to take us to the pathways, because that is the main change that we're having in this education that we brought about. So Kenya education system has made a good progress in recognizing performing arts as a serious learning and career pathway, especially in CBE. And the arts and science pathway is now where many of the talented are joining. And so the system values creativity, talent, performance, community projects, and hands-on learning, as you heard my friend Mike say. However, practice-based research and practice-based learning are still not fully embedded, because now is when we are having the cohort that is taking arts as a subject of specialization. In many cases, performance is treated as an activity rather than a serious form of research and professional evidence. Because as we now speak, the system that we are facing out, performing arts and sports were treated as co-curricular activities. They were never assessed as to add into the academic performance or into the certificate of the learner. But now with this CBE, assessment will be done based on the projects the learners develop, the portfolios that they've come about with, so that they can progress and become professionals in their own right. So what needs to change is clear, that performing arts education should give more weight to portfolios, the productions, rehearsal, scripts, and choreography. Because we realize that in the core curriculum aspect, it is the teachers who normally guide the learners into what to produce. But now we are trying to emphasize that the teacher should not be the sage on stage, but a guide by the side, so that the learner is able to do and demonstrate that learning has taken place. So what we are trying to emphasize also is that practice learning should be emphasized in that. The only challenge, another challenge you're having is when we do curriculum, there are two other elements that add into it. KIC develops the curriculum, Teacher Service Commission implements, and Kenya National Examination Council assesses. So once we develop curriculum in collaboration with these other agencies, there's need then to agree on how will the assessment be done. How will then the curriculum be implemented? So there are still gaps that we have to admit that we will realize how to fill them once we have done, we've gone through all the senior schools year, that is year 10, 11, and 12. So practice is often treated as an activity, not as a strong form of research. Therefore, a learner may act, dance, compose, choreograph, or produce a performance, but the process behind the work, which is research, reflection, documentation, is not fully valued. So that is what we are saying in our curriculum design, that this one should now come into the forefront. I know it will not be easy. It's not something that we can just do like a one-stop shop. We learn through, and once we are reviewing the curriculum, these are what we now bring in, so that once this person, or the learner who has undergone this training, can now professionalize, go to the university, or just join the world of work from the work that he's done, from the junior school to senior school. So that is our main role as KICD, and we are really whenever we do our curriculum, we involve practitioners right from the universities, from teachers from the industry, from all walks of life in Kenya, so that we enrich our curriculum. And now that the first cohort, let me call it the one that we are now, who are now in grade 10, we will see how they'll progress. It might not be, because not all schools have done that. Some few schools are the ones that have taken up this learning area. But from then, we will see how we can increase our constituency, so that performing arts become the in thing, and it can also be professionalized. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Omondi. I think you've started us on a good conversation. I just want to note, I'm really, really pleased that we have Paul joining us from Rwanda, and who says he's very interested in following the model that we are developing and seeing what he can pick up from here. Thank you, Paul, for that comment. Dr. Omondi, I'd like you also to think, I think somewhere in, I know at least online, and those of you in the auditorium, please excuse me, I'm trying to put in what is online, because you will have a chance probably to articulate yourselves and these ones will not. But Wakio Mzenge has asked us to think about curriculum. I know you've spoken a lot about CBE, the challenges with CBE, and you did emphasize this challenge of making sure that we are not telling students just to practice, but then we only assess the theory. So how do you actually develop the kind of assessment that looks at both what they're doing in terms of practice, as well as what they're learning and doing in terms of theory? But there is, perhaps if you could think about how the work that KICD touches on those who are not in the school system, and by this I mean the primary and secondary school system and the university, but those who are in specialist institutes, those who are in spaces like polytechnics, and what that might mean to work with curriculum development for them as well. I think that would enrich the conversation. But thank you very, very much. You've given us a wonderful foundation to think about this in terms of curricula. Let me move on now to Professor Odhiambo. Some of us are from the era where all our training before we went before we left secondary school, that happened in some of the areas of the arts. Apart from, I think, music, some of it was happening in visual arts. But for those of us who were in the other arts, it was taking place in spaces like the extracurricular space and certainly the drama festival. But over to you. I don't know what you've prepared. The floor is yours.
I want to say that I was actually ambushed, but I'm going to speak to a lot of things. So if I'll sound haphazard, that is how it will go. Let me begin by talking about the academy. You've already mentioned that for a long time, theater was not a core curriculum activity at the universities, and that we experienced theater and drama through literature. and there were very few courses at the university on theater. So we used to have what they call theater arts class, which was just one of the courses, and then we could have drama in education and theater in education, which was supposed to support the teachers of literature. But later on in the 90s, I think it is Moi University that came up with the first program in theater. We used to call it creative arts and theater. Now it has changed, and we just call it BA Theater, Film, and Creative Arts. So when we talk about the curriculum of theater and drama at the university, I would want to say that the curriculum is quite relevant and actually up to date, in the sense that curriculum is built from a tradition, that a curriculum is not developed out of a vacuum. So our curriculum was based on what we usually call best practice, that we are from universities that already had traditions of teaching theater and drama, from Makerere and from a number of universities in South Africa, a number of universities in Europe and America. So we came up with a very strong curriculum that we are still using. But as we would say, the problem actually is not the curriculum that we are using. The problem is the ecosystem itself. That for us in Moi University, I'm going to speak about Moi University more. We started teaching theater in the 90s. And when we started, we were really supported by the Kenya Drama and Education Association and the global body IDEA when Dr. Opio Muma was there. So we were able to get a number of professionals to come and work with our students from several places. As I've said, the problem, even up to now, is of ecosystem, in the sense that we started a theater program without infrastructure. Up to now, we still don't have the infrastructure. We still use the lecture rooms to perform what you used to call lecture theater 1, lecture theater 2, and 3, and which have now been run down because they are being used for teaching more than for training theater artists, our theater students. So that's one. Two is that we don't have staff, we don't have experts to teach theater and drama and even film in our universities. So again, we borrowed from people who've done literature to come and teach. Now we have at least trained a number of people. We can speak about people like Fred Mbogo, people like Carol Mose, but most of them who are not practicing anymore, they are doing other stuff. As you know, this field is about survival. So you have to do the art and you have to work to survive. So most of them are teaching at the university so that they can actually survive. Then three is the society itself, that we started teaching theater and we did not realize that there was no place to take these people for attachment, for internship, that we only had the Kenya National Theatre, the Phoenix, and were there initially. Now we just have the Kenya National Theatre. So the question is, where do you take these people to experience real theatre? Especially when you're talking about technical theatre, things like lighting, sound, and all that. So as I'm emphasizing, the is not with the curriculum. The curriculum that we have is very strong, but the ecosystem itself is not yet ready for professional theater practitioners. So that you are wondering right now, we have a number of universities that are offering theater as a degree program. Where are these learners going to experience when you only have the Kenya National Theatre? Two, we don't have well-defined theater companies where you can take your learners for training, for attachment. Here in Eldoret, now at least we have amateur theater groups that are coming up, and which are not stable. The theater groups of companies that we used to depend on, like Mbalamwezi, are no longer there. They fizzled out. So the ecosystem itself needs to be re-engineered. We need to create a lot of awareness so that the industry can be professionalized. Otherwise, we might have even more problems now that we're going to have this pathway of performing arts if we do not re-engineer the ecosystem with infrastructure that will accommodate the people that we are producing. And there are quite many. So a lot of them are surviving on the Kenya National Drama and Film Festival. That is where they're getting opportunity to do some work. And we know also the problem that we've been having with the rather disparaging terminology that we have assigned them of Mamlukis. Yet we train them, and we still do not have a lot of trust in them working with our learners in schools and in institutions. And yet that is the only major opening for them to practice. So I think that as we speak here today, we need to implore upon the government to realize that for this industry to thrive, then it is incumbent on the government to put up the infrastructures. I think when I was giving my address now for the last 3 years to the head of state, my emphasis has been that let us have infrastructure where we are going to take this goal, practicing the arts in the university, so that we would be like South Africa, where they have the state theaters. So people have places where they can go and work. So what has happened now is that most of our theater students, after leaving the universities, they become more innovative by moving into other spaces, like in the media, radio stations, and all that. The other possibility for them is in the theater for community, where we do theater for development, and where there's still a number of opportunities for our learners. Lastly, I want to say that let us understand the role of the university. That the university is supposed to do 3 things. 1, teach. 2, carry out research. And 3, engage in community engagement. And we remember that the university did that very well before, using the free traveling theater, which again has now died because of lack of funding. There's no funding to support the free traveling theater. When we had KEDEA, we used to get support, and we did a lot of that kind of work. So I want to say that the academy is doing its work, but the ecosystem is not yet ready for the product that is coming from the academy. And therefore, we need to lobby the government and other organizations so that they can realize the value of the arts in the society. And therefore, as we speak here today, I want to say that the pioneer students of theater at the university did not have a background in theater, because then theater was not being taught in the high school. But now that we are going to have learners who are going to come to the university with a very strong background of performing arts, then we must look forward to where we are going to take them, so that once again, we don't end up with this many professionals who will have no space because we have no infrastructure for them, and therefore they will have to turn into other professions. I have a student that I can give as an example. I'm just finishing. 1 second. The last second. Yes, just one minute. There's a student that we taught theater in Moi, and who went out and did some theater for development work, and the bank saw him and they used him to do marketing for them, and right now he's a bank manager in Dubai. So he's no longer doing the theater, he's doing banking, but it is the theater that propelled him to that. So those who are doing theater should realize that it is a window for opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And I think you've made your point. I hope I'm trying to save enough time so each of you can take at least one question. You have taken us, and thank you for somebody who was unprepared. That was a wonderful presentation. You looked at where we have come from historically, and the importance of the kind of connections that we are now moving on to as we talk also to Professor Akuno and Professor Mapai. You have looked at the challenges of being a founding a program, and some of the challenges that we find uniquely in these spaces, especially education spaces, lack of infrastructure, the pressures of being both in the, developing a curriculum, developing something that actually speaks to the needs of the people. And I'm very much aware you're speaking from Moi University that was developed as a university to do that. And you've also then asked what happens afterwards. Are we equipping those students who come through these institutions with what they need? I note that online a conversation has been made about, there's a comment on the underdeveloped muscle of innovation. So it struck me that you spoke to that. But you also spoke about the connection with the CBE and the schools. There is a debate, I know, in Kenya right now where people are questioning whether artists who are professionals but who are not trained teachers and not trained educationists should be allowed into the schools to work on the festivals, both drama and music, and whether that should not be reserved for teachers. And that goes to the questions of curriculum, to the questions of practice that we were talking about earlier. So thank you very much for a wealth of different threads that you've drawn out for us. Professor Akuno, I know you've been working on these issues. You've been a dean, so you know what it means to develop spaces, but you've also worked internationally. And you can take us from theater also into the area of music. Karibu.
Asante sana. And can somebody just confirm that I'm audible? And thank you. Greetings from Bondo in Siaya County, very far from the city. And I'm grateful that I could join this august assembly. Thank you so much. Allow me to go to something that Jackie Bulinda mentioned. There was the whole issue of the higher education frameworks. And my definition of a framework is a frame on which we do some work. Now, how was that framework built, and how does it shape the what, the how, the why, the when, and with what the work is done? Maybe let me add who builds that framework and who controls or supports that framework, that work really. Who builds the frame and who controls or supports the work? I'm not just playing with words, but it's making me think very seriously about what we're talking about today. And I think I just have two things to say on that, that the processes in this country are supposed to be inclusive. So stakeholder engagement is expected. That is going to perhaps be the background or the foundation for much of what I will say. And then the second is traditionally, we go for the best performer to teach. I hope that makes sense. If you go into, a performance and you find this person who is doing so well, chances are, as a father, as a mother, you'll go and ask them to please teach your child, what does it mean that the doer knows what the rules of the game are, and they can or should be constructing that frame. And if they were to construct that frame, what would it look like? Or in my world, what would it sound like? And I have learned through keeping my eyes and ears open that we can inform the framework construction process. How informed are the standard setters of the nature of our knowledge, the characteristics and the forms of our knowledge, our processes? That is a question that perhaps we may want to think about. Maybe we should be asking, whose role is it to make that nature known to who? Where does, was that correct English? To whom? Sorry. Where does research come in? Where research would be creating or generating information and knowledge. Then now I go to, so that was it with, I listened to Jackie and I was intrigued. But now the issue of the important change that higher education can make to strengthen Kenya's performing arts sector. And from where I sit, I think higher education should define or establish the vocabulary. And the vocabulary is not just the spoken word. Let me start perhaps with the spoken word, the nomenclature, the description, the conceptualization of arts, performance, education. And I like the way Professor CJ just distinguished between teaching and training. When he said a phrase like, the spaces that had been set for training are now being used for teaching. I got that and I said, I think I like this. So the vocabulary for training, the vocabulary of values, and the vocabulary of what literacy means. And in our space, literacy in an oral culture, what does that sound like? For the dancers in the room, what does that feel like? What is the move called literacy in dance in Africa? The second vocabulary is a vocabulary of experiences. So that from a young age, we expose humans to what I can only call cultural literacy. What is cultural literacy? The ability to decipher and apply symbols of cultural nature to theirs and others' benefit. Also to gain meaning from cultural symbols or from a cultural experience. That to me is cultural literacy. Mushai, you mentioned the IMC. The IMC, the International Music Council, has these 5 music rights. I beg for us to go online and look at them. They're split into 2. The first 3 I would call for general music education for everybody. Everybody has a right to experience music. Everybody has a right to learn an instrument of their choice, etc. The last 2, I consider them to be for the specialist, that people should get appropriate remuneration. They should get, they have a right to a space for performance. So if the National Theatre is the only valid or professional performance space for us as a country, 50 plus years after, I was going to say after graduation, but you know what I mean by graduation, then we've got some work to do. So that vocabulary of experiences, but again, the freedom to explore, to assimilate, and to produce. In higher education, we are talking a lot about innovation. Do I hear the arts in that innovation space? Because sometimes when people talk of innovation, I say it is creativity. And so for me, see, I perform. See, when I sing a song, the song that you wrote, I recreate it. I bring it in my own style. But it's that innovation in our space. What does it mean? And I think because of that, we want to be dealing with a practice-inclined, practice-oriented, practice-anchored teaching and learning space and procedures. This is something that I know higher education can put in place. What stops higher education from putting this in place? Me, I think I'm the first to take blame. Me, who has not been present long enough in the spaces where discussions are happening to make understandable noise about the arts education. What is understandable noise? Intelligent attitude, facts, philosophical or aesthetic grounds for handling the arts in a particular way. What is this particular way? I think maybe I go to the question around infrastructure. For me, the infrastructure, and I think the other speakers have perhaps mentioned directly or alluded to it, is that the arts are best taught in a practice environment. Can we simulate the practice space in our classrooms? And we go to the history. When we started teaching arts in higher education, we wanted to generate teachers for high school, because in 1965, we were 2-3 years old and the high schools were expanding and we needed teachers. So Kenyatta College starts, I'll speak about music, starts the music program, and it is really to train teachers. In 1999, arithmeticians tell me how long after. 1999, 2000, we start the Bachelor of Arts and the Bachelor of Music program at KU, and even the students were suspicious. Nobody wanted to transfer there. Why? I think I need to find out. And it's probably also got something to do with CJ, as just mentioned. The industry is not there or was not there to absorb the graduating artists. So what do? Audience education. I think that's one thing that even in higher education or in other spaces, we can create the audiences. We must be the ones, and higher education should be instrumental in creating the industry that is going to absorb the graduates of higher education. I have so much to say. Can I stop there for now?
You can stop there for now, and my mind is just buzzing, and I love the way all the different threads are coming together. I think you so rightly put it. I think the words inclusion and the words framework that you used at the beginning are so great for capturing all the different elements. I also like that we are talking about, yes, the artists in the sector, and so then the idea of the creative economy comes to our mind that we began with the CEO, but we're also talking about the usefulness and actually the imperative that we must be thinking about this education as being for everybody, that every human being needs to be educated in the arts, both to be able to practice as well as to understand better. And so as I come to Prof Mapaya, the little bit I know about you, I know you're able to bring all these threads together. I love the work that you're doing and how you are thinking both about the practitioners in the academy, but also the practitioners who are going out there and who are making a living out of artists. And then also the wider world. So what? Why should we care as Africans about this? Why should we invest in this? What is the whole point of it? So if I can turn to you in whatever way you want to bring these thoughts together, and then we can then after that now think through the questions and comments. Thank you very much. You are still muted. If I may ask you to please put on to also put in your mic. There we go.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being invited to this August meeting. I hear we're speaking Kenya, but I think I have the right to come in. Right, I operate from the University of Venda, which is in some faraway village in South Africa. I studied music proper, BMAS. I didn't do ethnomusicology or those kind of things. So, but then I had the privilege of going into the curriculum space just towards the 1994, where we were contemplating what should go into the classroom. And also the systems of accreditation, what now we call SAQA. We've been in that kind of a discussion. But then I was worried because we didn't have answers to immediate questions that we needed to answer before the so-called new dispensation. So it became my personal agenda then to interrogate the effectiveness of the ethnomusicological approach to the study of music. I think my PhD was based on that. But since then, I've been on the lookout for a reason why we can't be musicologists, because we can write, we can read, we can notate music, and then we understand the language of the musicians. Then the idea of African Musicology Institute, I think, had its root there. But it was only now, later in my advanced years within the academy, that someone decided to listen when we're saying, but we need to solve Africa's problem. But we can't solve Africa's problem seated in silos called countries. We need to establish a vehicle that will bring African scholars together, particularly those concerned with the study of music and allied disciplines like theater, film, music therapy, and so on. So the University of Venda, together with Kabarak University, bought into the idea, and then they promised to support the idea. But it was the University of Venda that was very firm about their commitment, which we are so grateful for. Now, as we speak, the African Musicology Institute is firmly established, and then it is part of the DNA of the university. So that means infrastructurally, it is part of the university until eternity. But they've given us 4 years to prove. No, they've given us 15 years to run. But they're giving me 4 years to prove that this thing is sustainable. Now, the architecture of the African Musicology Institute it stands on 3 legs. One is intellectual rebranding, philosophical reorientation. We want a platform where Africans can start thinking alike about many other issues. If we were to use political terms, I would say we would want to break these silos, these intellectual borders that exist in me branding myself as a South African and Professor Odhiambo, a Kenyan. So we want an environment where Africans can differ on the substance of the topic, not on the region. Because I'm from South Africa, I see things this way. If we have to differ, it will have to be on the substance of the subject that we are discussing. I think we've succeeded on that score because we've got the research unit, which comprises the adjunct professorship. I saw Prof. Odhiambo is part of that team, an army of scholars, if I might say. Now we are mounting the doctoral school. The doctoral school at the moment will be sitting at the University of Vienna because the legislative environment is slightly flexible. We've got PhD by articles. We've got PhD by performance. We've got PhD by dissertation. That makes us very flexible, and we like that model. And then we also have registration by agreement. They call it co-batch registration. This makes it possible then for a professor, adjunct professor, to register a student in West African University. They pay their fees there, but they still have to come to University of Vienna and register without paying any fees. So when they graduate, we're going to negotiate with all the universities involved to say, can we then have the logo of the institute and the university? The idea was to go to a full-blown university, joint university degrees, but there are complexities there, as you can imagine. Different countries, different. But the route that we've decided to take now is feasible. It is very strong because now we have a product that we can raise funds for. And then these funds are going to train these doctoral students on a particular outlook of Africa. They should be able to know their responsibilities as theater practitioners, as musicians. We should be able to compose the Africa we want. We should be able to act it out. We should be able to make it visual for the ordinary people. That is number one. The structure, we've got the two universities obviously coming together. The executives form what we call the executive board, chaired by the two vice chancellors. But we've got a council of elders, and Professor Akuno is one of them. Scholars like Agau, Colin Cheche, Professor Akuno. These are the people who have been there. These are the people who are going to be our ancestors. They are the ones who are going to bless us. Whatever we want to do, we will have to bounce it off with them. Now, once the doctoral school is in place, a PhD that comes out of Army would not be conferred if this student hasn't had residency in other regions of the continent. So we need to have the facility to say, now that you are done with your field work, go and spend 3 months in East Africa, see what your data says vis-a-vis what you see in East Africa. We take a student from East Africa. As we speak now, there are 2 students from Kenya who are actually in my office as we speak in South Africa. They are just about completing, writing up their PhDs. So a student from Namibia can choose to say, no, I want to be with Professor Akuno for 2 months. Then we organize with Professor Akuno because she's part of the institute. Then she's able to accept the students and mentor them for that period. I see my time is about done. Curriculum is another element. We're going to have a curriculum department. We want to be able
to study what Africa is studying when they say they study performance, and see if there's no way of harmonizing how Africa teaches its children. So it's the doctoral school. We will be having a say into the mindset of what kind of scholars do we unleash. Then there will be the curriculum. We'll be able to say, when Africa says they teach music, what are they actually doing? And it should be, we hope it will be consistent throughout the participating regions. We are hoping that all the regions will be part of it. But I think I'll say more as we discuss. I think that should be enough for now. Thank you.
That is so rich, and I want to hear the third one. But again, thank you very, very much. I know we have about 5 minutes left or so. And what I want to do is to ask each one of you, if you look at the chat, because those of you who are online, I think there are several questions that are there.
Oh,
you
yes.
could either respond to them, or I will come round. I will do a round and ask each person to give me a minute or two, just respond to what you think is most important. And I will go in order. I don't know if I should leave the esteemed elder almost to become an ancestor, Professor. Please, we want you to stay here as long as possible to the end. But I will just go round in the order. And I just want to ask Kevin, is there a burning question in the auditorium where you are? As I'll start with, I think I'll start with the CEO, Mr. CEO Pundo. And then, Kevin, if there is a burning question, please just interrupt us and come in with that when you have that, the person with you and you want. But please keep those questions very, very short. In the meantime, let me go to the CEO, Mr. Pundo. I know you had a question, or if you have a comment or a closing remark, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. When we began, you mentioned about a question that I don't see it in the comment chat, but there's one element within this topic we're talking about on institutional memory, and it has really been a challenge, especially in the performing arts scene. Maybe music is doing better because they have recordings and it's easy to track. But in terms of theatrical performances, there has been a lot of challenge in terms of getting to know who did what when, and that has been a problem even when we are looking at what is it that an artist would carry as part of of proof that they have been on stage. What is it that an artist who says, I performed at the National Theatre for 20 years has to carry? And that is something that is really lacking in the sector. Now, as an institution, we have tried figuring out, one, if we can have to archive scripts and see whether that can help build the institutional memory. Other than that, we are in the process of establishing a framework of creating a Hall of Fame. But that will be limited to the information we can source, which is also lacking. So I think it should be a practice amongst us and producers that as we produce, we need to archive, because then that helps us create a story, and a story that should shape the next conversations going forward. Now, that bit is lacking in the Kenyan theatre scene. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think a wonderful opportunity to collaborate with all of the partners, whether it is in curriculum or the universities or other institutes. I'll just ask you a yes or no question. The question came from Wakio, and it was, what steps are you taking in terms of leadership? Is there an appetite to establish an artistic dedicated artistic director. And I think this is really to do with the fact that as a national institution, you can also showcase. And part of the documenting is to be able to have a program that showcases the very, very best, whether it is done by the, not even so much necessarily the KCC, but having an artistic director who can identify that and bring it to the national limelight.
Yes, I would say, and though this is an internal process, but there's no harm in mentioning it to the public. Currently, I have initiated a process of reviewing our human resource instruments, and we are looking at what is it that Kenya Culture Center needs to do to conform with the industry needs. And that requires internal reorganization and reshaping of who we are. And in that, we have tried to expand the performance and programming department to cover areas that were lacking. And in that process, we have also made provisions for artistic directors. And not only artistic directors, we have even looked at people with expertise who would help us because part of our mandate will be into development of cultural centers across the country. We are looking at what do we have experts who then would advise various institutions on what do you need when you want to build a theater, what do you need when you want to build a cultural center. So we are expanding our manpower or human resource to capture all that as the industry might need. Yes, thank you.
Conversation, I'm sure you will keep coming back to you on since you are here. Thank you very much, Mr. Pundo. I want to come to Dr. Omondi. Dr. Omondi, there have been a lot of conversations on curricula. I know there are several conversations also in the chat. Let me thank there's Dr. Thuku Kimani. Thank you for so many different questions and comments. That's very rich, and we thank you for that. Dr. Omondi?
Thank you, Dr. Mine, I have two issues as I answer Dr. Thuku's question. One, our mandate restricts us only to basic education and teacher education. So working with tertiary, we are open to working, but it's just at collaboration level. So we cannot develop curriculum for them because our mandate is limited to that, but we can work together. Secondly, I wish to inform us that as we know, the president did direct us on the creative economy pillar of better, that we should monetize the productions, both in music and those that we do record at the National Drama Festival. And as KICD, we were mandated, or we were directed by His Excellency to do the same. So we are in the process of monetizing all the productions that we do record during the festival, and this will give clear indication of open pathways for those who are talented to showcase to the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I remember a time when you were in your former, the way before you were KICD, and you had, what was it used to be called? But at that KIE. Time, you could actually go to KIE and purchase those videos, and that became really amazing material for teaching and for research. So maybe there are ways that we can think about how this goes into all the different areas, while we also think about what it means to think first and foremost of the arts as a creative, as about making money and not the many other things that we also talked about, or how we do both. And thank you very much. Kevin, do you have a burning question, or can I move on? Okay, let me come to Professor Odhiambo. Christopher, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will still just go back and speak to the mandate of the academy. And as Pundo has mentioned, the main problem that you have in the academy when it comes to research is that our artists do not curate their work. So if you want to undertake a research on directing, you would not even get the director's journal to assess that. And also just minute details of the almanac of productions and all that. So it becomes very, very difficult. And for the industry to grow, there's need to carry out a lot of research because it is the research that enables us to grow. So it is important for our artists to realize that they need to curate their material because it is going to help in improving the sector. And then a last question, the question by Dr. Thuku, which is true that most of us who are in the academy teaching film, theater, and like music, have been drawn from other disciplines, and we've gone for training, and that is how I ended up teaching theater. I'm a teacher of literature and English, and most of us who are now teaching theater and film are actually have background in literature. So there's need to do more. And as I said earlier, those people who come to the university to take film and theater do not have a background. There's no subject in the high school, before, that would enable them to say that I'm coming to do film or I'm coming to do theater. It was always those who've done literature or Kiswahili or some other things. So we need for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And indeed, that speaks to the history that Mzee Akuno had shared with us before. And I guess the question then becomes, what does it mean when we assume that practice is enough for you to teach? And whether, as you are in the business of teaching, of training, of practicing, how you continue to update and you continue to learn and you continue to grow, so that it's not the end, that now that I'm a professor or now that I'm teaching, that's all I actually need to know. Thank you very much, Mwalimu. And now let me come to Mwalimu Akuno, please. I know you had there were several questions for you. I see you've answered some online, but maybe if I can just give you the opportunity to speak to any of the ones you want to speak to.
Yes, thank you so much, Nshai. I'm very keen on collaboration as we teach. And that for me speaks to the academy industry linkage. And it speaks to simulating the workplace within the classroom, exposing the learners to, let me put it differently, creating a context for what we teach and the way we teach it and to whom we teach it and who teaches. Because the context must determine the content of what we teach. So what is our context? What is the context of practice? What does the industry look like in Kenya, in South Africa? But is that the industry for which we are developing expertise? I think our industry is global. And that is why, for me, collaboration is so important. And that is why, and I mentioned it here, and Dr. Thuku has commented, associations are important. For me, it is through the associations that I have learned what happens elsewhere, and I've tried to bring it back home. And those associations are not necessarily just unidisciplinary. They are multidisciplinary. We've got the International Society for Music Education. CJ mentioned IDEA. There's INSER. There's World Dance Association. And they come together to create the World Alliance for Arts Education. And you can imagine how rich that is. When they sit together around a table to discuss concepts, they all have their different words, but they're talking about the same thing. And then we talk about how we will engage with, whether it is education or teaching or training, whichever vocabulary we come up with. And I think that's important. And so on this forum, I see people whose names I read in the papers about what happened at the National Theatre. I also see people whose names I read at the back of a textbook. And this is an excellent forum. And this, for me, this is the collaboration. And this is the space where conversations need to happen. And when we get up from our seats, we go and do, so that we are doers of what we have agreed we should do. What question was I responding to? I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what I was responding to. But so just talking about what is trending, what are the trending concepts in education? There's something also about mentorship. I keep telling people that for us in music, we don't go to the school, we go to the guru who is going to teach you. So that if I was being supervised by yourself and you have moved, I shall up and come with you, because I am a disciple of yourself. There's something that you're doing that I want to follow. Can we also, as the older teachers today who may not be very quick with capturing what is happening globally, especially with respect to technology, can we adapt reverse mentorship? So that this person who knows this technology but doesn't have the knowledge that I have, we can sit together and they can show me the how of today, and we can come together and agree on how to handle the content that I supposedly have, so that we see how to push it through the context or the vessel, the vessel that they have. Permission to keep quiet.
I think I'd say permission to pause the conversation, because this is a conversation we must continue. And I think that you've shown us why. And so, Prof. Mapaya, as we bring this conversation towards a close, I think you're picking just what you said earlier and what is coming through. There are so many threads that I think you would be able to bring together for us. May I ask you to please do that for us?
Oh, thank you. I'm not sure bringing it all together whether I'll succeed, but this is where I see we met with practitioners in the last 2 days, and the agitation is there, it's clear. And obviously the onus is on us those who could try and package what they want corrected, and then we design systems so that we go in and solve the problem. The reason why I fancy an institute like the African Musicology Institute, I hope it will have enough resources that if there is an issue like this one, then we post it at the institute to say Kenya is having a situation with theater. Can we commission research among our students or among our and then we fund that research. Then we're also thinking that at some point we'll have enough power to be able to lobby government to say, the scholars in Kenya have worked on this, and then we think you should look at it. And then we sort of enter into some agreement so that what we agree does not just become research on the shelf. We still have the power to force it into sectors or into areas where we think it will make a difference. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I want to thank each one of you so profoundly. You've given us so much to think about. I'm really glad that the meeting is being recorded and transcribed, because I really want to go back to the insights you've given us. I want to thank every person who has put a question or a comment in the chat. Even if we did not address it directly, I assure you that we have noted them. I know I've already downloaded that chat, and that we will continue to think through what you have given. I wanted to say three things as I finish. One, just in conversation with what was said on mentorship and having people on both sides, one of the things that changed my life completely and even made me decide to go on to grad school and so on was that I had an opportunity to spend 3 months in Zimbabwe as part of a program that was sponsored by the then Organization of African Union at a place in Harare that was actually donated by, at that time, President Mugabe. And what they did was they brought senior African artists, one from Ethiopia who was a theater artist, one from DRC Congo who worked from I see that I have been muted. I think that was to tell me that my time is over. And one who was a dancer. But basically what they did was to bring young African artists for 3 months with senior artists. And that changed my life and my thinking. And so I just wanted to say that. The second one, on the question of association, I think it's important that we keep these conversations going, and beyond associations that are for us as artists, to look at which are the bigger other African associations as practitioners and as academics. I see my colleague, Dr. Dianga, is here. And I know that in the Council of Development of Social Science Research in Africa, people are beginning, social scientists and humanities, people working in the humanities, are more and more asking what they can learn from the arts. And I think us being in spaces like that also enables our governments to see the importance of the work we do, not just for us as artists, but for this continent. And finally, I want to put the CEO, Michael Pundo, on, I want to put a challenge. This conversation is clearly very important. It must go on. It must go on in bigger spaces with the people who are present. So I'd love this to be also a virtual conversation, but other voices. I know as part of your mandate as the Kenya Cultural Center, you are supposed to keep having as many conversations away from even the theater on these matters. And I want to request that before the next Performing Arts Conference, if you can bring us into a number of, even if it's one big space or two big spaces, and we have further conversations on the issues that have come up here, because I think we have been given by this amazing panel a feast of ideas that it would be useful for us to now come back and think through more of them and come up with a program that perhaps the KCC could then use as a basis for doing further work in this area. It has been such a privilege to hold the space. Please forgive me for going slightly over, but this has been a wonderful conversation, and I look forward to it continuing in the rest of the program today, but also into the future. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mshai Mongola and the panel. Indeed, it has been very insightful and the conversation has been very enriching. Thank you to our audience who are here on the auditorium and also those who are following online. And we now go to the next session, and I will want to invite the chair, who is Dr. Rachel Dianga, who is also online. And this session will be joined online by Juma Brenda and Valentine Kamau. And here in the auditorium, we have Hassan Farouk. So over to you, Dr. Rachel Dianga. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Kevin. Please confirm that you can hear me, that I'm audible, and to the people in the auditorium.
I can see you in Mombasa.
Yes, I had to travel because I had to host this from Mombasa. This is a very important, that's on a light note. So it's a very important, I don't know why I have this. I don't know why I have two accounts. I don't know why that's happening. Let me just confirm that I'm fully out of the other.
No, Dr. Diang, because you're seeing the live feed in the auditorium as well as for us on the computer, so you're fine.
Oh, I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you. I thought I was using the phone, but now using the computer. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Mshai. So we are coming right at the end of a very powerful session of an army of professors, including Professor Pundo, our CEO. We are speaking prophetically. And now we have a session made up of professors of tomorrow. We are very much on the way to that end. And I would like to introduce my speakers, my presenters. This is a paper presentation session. So the idea is that we're going to give them quite some time to give us clearly what is the substance of their paper, and we engage with them at the end. The team that I have has committed to keeping time. So each of them will have up to 15 minutes of presentation. And then afterwards, we will have a session of Q&A. Kindly observe time, and I know that all of them are here, except Sister Jacqueline, who is in the program but is not with us here. So we have Juma Brenda, we have Valentine Ziki, and we have Hassan Farouk. I want to introduce our first presenter. Now, our first presenter, whom I'll give 15 minutes. Let me just introduce her for you for a minute, and then we unveil her. So I just took away. Just find the bio. Okay. So our first presenter is Juma Brenda, and she is the chair of Department of Behavioral Sciences and Creative Industries at KCA University. Brenda is a filmmaker, theater practitioner, an international labor organization certified Start and Improve Your Business trainer. Specializes in the creative industries. She's currently taking her PhD and holds a BA and MA in Film and Theater Arts from Kenyatta University. She also holds a micro MBA and a certificate in educational management, leadership, and administration from Strathmore University. As a transformational leader, she has been recognized for exemplary leadership at Strathmore Business School and also featured among 100 women leaders honored during Women's History Month by the International Renaissance Center. She was also featured in the Women in Film Diary alongside 39 other Kenyan women filmmakers, acknowledged for their changing the game within the industry. Her professional and academic experience spans learning facilitation in the creative arts across African universities, research, experiential learning, and business mentorship for emerging entrepreneurs within the creative sector. Additionally, Brenda has participated in several films, theater, and television productions, both as a cast and crew. As an author of children's storybooks, she uses storytelling to promote learning among children living with special needs. She has done several book drives and storytelling sessions in both rural and urban special schools in Kenya. And as a public speaker, Brenda uses her platform to amplify the voices of persons living with special needs and advocating for inclusive learning environments and equitable participation in the creative sector. So Brenda comes to us as the first presenter, and she's talking about inclusive venue development for performing artists and audiences living with disability. Brenda, karibu. You have your 15 minutes starting now.
Thank you so much, Tadianga. It's really beautiful to be here, listening to various presentations. I know I'm a bit wordy, but I'll try to finish within 15 minutes. Thank you so much. So just allow me to share my screen. I hope you're able to see my screen.
Yes, you can see it.
Wonderful, thank you. So as I've been mentioned, I'm Juma Brenda, Chair of Department, Behavioral Sciences and Creative Industries at KCA University. I'm very passionate about special needs and inclusivity in the creative space because for a long time, these people have been negated or left out in the creative space. So I'll be talking about inclusive venue development for performing artists and audiences living with disability. So I'll begin my presentation with a reflection. If today you lost your sight, hearing, or mobility, would you still be able to enter, navigate, perform, or enjoy the venues where we create and celebrate art? Can we truly call a theater a cultural space if a significant portion of the society cannot access it? When we design a performing art space, do we imagine we are unconsciously living out? So these are some of the questions that we need to keep thinking as we engage in my presentation. So why does accessibility matter in performing arts? You realize that we have so many theater spaces, creative hubs, cultural centers, community art spaces, universities and training institutions, and social halls. Yet you realize that they remain physically inaccessible for people living with disability. They are technologically inaccessible. They are socially exclusive. And this results into limited participation and reduced audience diversity. And this leads to loss of creative opportunities among these people. So what's the problem statement? You realize that majority of these performance arts venues are actually not designed with disability inclusion in mind. And by disability here, I'm focusing on visual impairment, physical mobility, cognitive challenges, disability spectrum like autism, dyslexics people, among others. So in terms of sensory, you realize that most of our theatrical spaces do not have accommodative captions for people with sensory impairment. We don't have sign language interpretation, or if they're there, they're quite minimal. And that brings the question, we are having this conference online. Do we have somebody who is interpreting what we're speaking about? There's no audio description. Technologically, you realize that even our ticketing system has really left out people living with disability. Poor assistive technology provision and lack of automated audio websites. You realize that our websites are mostly accommodated to people of sight. But what about people who can't see? Are they audio automated to an extent that they are able to know there's a call for a conference and apply for it? So these are some of the issues that I feel are leaving out people living with disabilities, social negative attitudes, and limited disability representation. So an inclusive venue essentially should be very accessible. Accessibility in the sense that there should be easy entry, movement, and exit. My question has always been, if someone is living with mobility issues and everyone is entering the auditorium from the front, why are they entering from the back? That's already exclusive. Adaptability. Are our seats accommodated to people living with disability? Even for them to navigate from the entrance to where they're supposed to be seated, is there that flexibility? Things like ramps, tactile materials for people with visual impairment to just navigate into the auditorium. Technological support participation. People living with visual impairment, for example, they can have those audio materials to translate for them what's going on the stage. Sustainability, accessibility integrated from planning stage. I think this is something that we have left out for a long time, and that's why it's important for us to talk about it today. So we have various accessibility gaps in our theatrical venues, and by this, I'm looking at social spaces, our learning institution, colleges, universities, our professional theaters, entry. There are spaces that are actually having the ramp for people living with movement disability. But sometimes when you look at those ramps, they're too steep. It's very hard for somebody who doesn't have an automated wheelchair to go up that ramp. Seating, limited wheelchair spaces, stage, inaccessible backstage areas, communication, no captions or interpretation, navigation, signages, a technology lack of assistive systems. When it comes to sensory accessibility, inclusive experiences for all audiences, like hearing impaired audiences, for blind and low vision audiences, audio description, tactile tours, they are able to engage well with the set. For example, we have just done a production and they want to know how the costumes look like. It's important for them just to go and touch the costumes for the actors so that they know how is it. Sometimes as even costume designers, you can embed costumes with embellishments that actually produce sound, accessories like shakers on the legs, on the arms, just to enable them to have that inclusive kind of experience for a performance. So you realize with this, the outcome is that when we incorporate all these elements, there's greater audience engagement, and cultural participation. Everyone feels included in the space, in the performance, and in the experience of what's going on in the theater. So assistive technologies in performing arts, audio description equipment, for example, for the blind, they can have different equipment that helps to translate what is actually going on stage, or even during rehearsals, they can follow what the director is telling the crew and the cast. They can even have scripts done in Braille so that they're able to flow with the rest. Captioning software, mobile accessibility apps, digital wayfinding systems. And why this matters is because technology removes participation barriers. We are in the era of technology and we cannot avoid mentioning technology when we talk about inclusivity. So flexible scenographic spaces, designing accessible performance environments, like having inclusive scenography, modular stage systems, flexible seating layout, so that when we are creating this theater space, it's not automatic that if you're on a wheelchair, you'll go and sit at the front. What about if that actor enjoys sitting at the back of the auditorium? So we can just integrate that in the space. Multisensory design, they can be able to touch the set, they can be able to engage with the sound, acoustic system, etc. Adaptable lighting and sound. I know most of the time we light the stage for various reasons. We want to illuminate the performers, we want to create a certain mood, atmosphere. But do we ever think about how this light affects an audience who probably has autism? How does the space make an autistic performer behave? I remember one time this conversation came up and someone asked, how many times do we have autistic people coming to the theater? People don't shout out their disability. And some of these are spectrum. You can notice how someone is behaving. That's when you realize, oh, this person is actually not okay with the kind of lighting that is hovering around this space. So benefits is that it supports artists with disability, enhances audience experiences, and encourages more innovation. By constantly thinking about inclusivity, we are constantly innovative and we are constantly creating change in the creative industry. So benefits of inclusive venues, especially impact to the artist. There's increased professional opportunities. There are people who shy away because the theater is not accommodative of them. I know we have the stereotypical way of looking at these people, oh, they're just on the streets, entertaining people. But looking at it, that's such a great talent that if he or she is put on a stage, they would actually thrill an audience. Enhanced artistic expression, because the theatrical space is accommodative of them. I'm trying to look at the space we have at the Kenya National Theatre, for example. There's the space where we have the orchestral pit. By just having a barrier that demarcates the stage from the orchestral pit, and they are moving with their white cane, and they can know where the stage begins and where the stage ends. It doesn't have to be permanent. It can be a mobile kind of a barrier. Once the production ends, it's removed just to enhance, and they feel like they're actually included in the space. Better training experiences. If we have to, if you're using scripts, we are having artists who have low vision, we can just increase the font for them so that they feel they're accommodated. We can braille the scripts. If we are having, for example, an artist who is living with albinism, can we tailor the light so that it's not too harsh on their skin? Because that also affects how their skin behaves towards that light. Improved mobility and independence. We have spaces that are quite spacious, and an artist can actually move around when they're acting, but do they feel safe? That's also something that we need to talk about. Will they enter the stage confident that will actually wheel on the stage and wheel off comfortably without anything happening? Impact on the audiences is that it gives audiences greater access to culture. We are living in a society that we have a lot of culture that we are embedded within. But when you exclude these people, there's actually an aspect that you're leaving aside that will actually help to bring a very huge input into the theatrical space. There's enhanced participation because they're enjoying the performance as much as I can't hear. There's a sign interpreter so that I can enjoy the performance from the beginning to the end. I can't see, but I have audio materials on my ears. I can understand what's going on till the end. I am on a wheelchair. I can sit in any space in the theater and enjoy performance and laugh as anyone else is laughing. Improved visitor experience, they feel safe, and when they come 1, twice, 3 times, they now can easily navigate the theater space by just themselves because they also feel secure. Increased audience diversity. I think this is something that we also need to do an audit as the conference secretariat. How many PWDs actually sign up for these conferences? Looking from the first conference, the second, and this one, how many have participated? Are they not participating because they did not get the information, or they're shying off, or they're not interested? Those are dynamics that we really need to look into so that we bring people into the theater space so that they enjoy what we are also enjoying. So from the community and industry benefits is that this inclusive venue enables touring productions whereby an artist feels comfortable, a production company, to take their performance in any part of this country without any barrier. Artist residencies where they can just be in a space, concentrate, create, and have various performances that can actually impact in those communities. Cross-sector partnership, disability-led performances, a performance where someone with visual impairment is the director, someone who has hearing impairment is the producer. That's such a beautiful performance led by someone living with disability that I would like to watch anytime. Community engagement. And on the economic side, we have larger audiences, new stream of income. Artists can be able to have sustainable living because they have money. I do understand there are people who are living with disability and all they know is art. That's all they know. So if we can give them these opportunities to perfect their skills, to become professionals and be confident to run their own shows, I feel this would really take this performing arts space to a different level. We have stakeholder collaboration. We can collaborate
2 minutes, Brenda. 2 minutes.
On policy development. Thank you so much, Dr. Diang. I'm almost finishing. Funding, performing arts institutions. This is the spaces where you'll find majority of people going to learn arts, disability organizations, so that we understand where they're coming from. Architects and designers, when they're designing spaces, do they accommodate that special interest people in their minds, artists with disability? So we have policy recommendation. We do mandatory accessibility audits for our spaces, accessibility standards for performing arts venue, dedicated accessibility funding, design integration, partnerships, and monitoring and evaluation of frameworks. As I finish, inclusive development is a human right issue, an educational imperative, a cultural necessity, a sustainability strategy, and a pathway to creative innovation. Accessibility is not an add-on. It is a foundation of inclusive cultural participation. Thank you so much, Dr. Dianga, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Brenda, for keeping time so well. Let's appreciate Brenda, even if it's virtually. Those who are in the auditorium, please clap for her. As we go to the second presenter, I'd like us to keep our comments. Those who are online, you can actually place your comments, write your comments in the chat area as we go to the second presenter, and then we'll listen to all the comments and questions at the end. Our second presenter, who is also online, is Valentine Ziki Kamau. Valentine Ziki Kamau is a Kenyan artist. She's a producer, creative researcher, and founder of Ziraya Institute. Her work explores the intersections of performance, knowledge systems, safeguarding, cultural memory, technology, well-being, and social change. She works across theater, music, film, voice arts, research, and cultural leadership. She is interested in how artistic practice can contribute to more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable creative ecosystems. She's the author of Fichua Pazia, the first safeguarding toolkit developed for Kenya's creative and cultural sector, and has contributed to initiatives focused on artist well-being, safer creative spaces, inclusion, and creative sector development. She is also a composer. So as a composer, performer, producer, and cultural organizer, Valentine has worked across interdisciplinary arts projects while supporting research, advocacy, documentation efforts within the performing arts. Her current interests include performing arts sustainability, artist livelihoods, safeguarding neurodiversity, knowledge transfer, and the role of artists in preserving and transmitting cultural knowledge. She is the author of From Survival to Sustainability, Rethinking Livelihoods, Cultural Memory and Knowledge Transfer in Kenya's Performing Arts Ecosystem. This is an exploratory study that examined how artistic knowledge is created, shared, and sustained across generations. Her work is grounded in the belief that artists are not simply cultural producers, but living archives whose experiences, practices, and knowledge form an essential part of Kenya's cultural ecosystem. Valentine is going to speak about, out of the many things that she does, she's going to talk about from survival to sustainability, rethinking artists' livelihoods in Kenya's independent theater sector. Welcome, Ms. Valentine. Valentine, I saw her online. You can unmute. Maybe you are still muted. She's been online, but now I cannot see her. Okay, here we go. Yeah, welcome, Valentine. The floor is yours. You have your 15 minutes. We can hear you clearly. Please go on.
No, I'm muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You're good. Go on.
Hello.
Hello. We can see you. We can hear you. Please proceed.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? I'm trying to confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, Valentine, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I can hear you.
Could you start your presentation now? We just introduced
Okay,
you,
great.
and so the floor is
Thank you
yours.
for this opportunity to share this paper.
Valentine, you are muted, so Please remember to unmute. Please unmute. You are still muted. Hello, Valentine. We could be speaking, but we can't hear you because you are still muted.
It seems Valentine has a challenge. Can we proceed to the next one?
We
If
could
she
actually
cannot,
do that, yeah. Okay, we can do that. We can move to the next presenter as she works around that. Thank you, CEO, for that. So we'll go to our next presenter, who is in the auditorium. And this is Mr. Hassan Farouk Sabri. Hassan is going to be speaking to us about theater in Islam, ethical storytelling, and its contemporary practice among Muslim communities in Kenya. But this is what Hassan does. Let me just give you a quick brief of what Hassan does. So Hassan is a Kenyan registered teacher. He's a Kenyan registered teacher. He's a seasoned trainer, facilitator, performer, actor, alumnus of CNN Academy Hub for the Stories of Global South. Global South, Global Peace Foundation Fellow, content creator, and poet with a lifelong passion for theater and performing arts. He is currently pursuing a Master of Arts in Corporate Governance. His journey in the creative industry began at a young age, where he actively participated in drama, theater, poetry, and stage productions, laying the foundation for a distinguished career in arts, education, and performance. Over the years, Hassan has built a reputation as a dynamic facilitator and trainer, using the arts as a tool for communication, for personal development, for leadership, and for social transformation. He has worked with learners, youth groups, educational institutions, and community organizations, inspiring participants through interactive training sessions, performances, and mentorship programs. Hassan is an actor and a poet, and he has showcased his talent on numerous platforms like Pwani Got Talent, Kenya National Drama and Film Festivals, Kenya Music and Cultural Festivals, Kenya Music Festivals, and many more, earning recognition for his creativity, stage presence, and commitment to excellence. One of his most notable achievements came in 2017, when he was recognized as the best performing artist nationally in the university category at the Kenya Drama and Film Festival, one of the country's most prestigious platforms for nurturing artistic talent. His expertise spans theater, performance, poetry, public speaking, storytelling, content creation, and creative facilitation. Through these disciplines, he continues to champion the role of the artist in education, cultural preservation, and youth empowerment. Driven by a belief in the transformative power of Hassan Farouk remains committed to nurturing talent, developing future performers, and using the arts to inspire positive change within communities across the country. Welcome, Mr. Hassan. You have 15 minutes, starting now.
Thank you very much, Daktari. I'll start by saying Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, because my paper is literally about Islam and theater. I am a Muslim, staunch Muslim. There's someone in the amidst here who was my schoolmate, my director. He understands we could stop a whole training. They just wait for me, go pray, then come back. Octave, you can attest to that, right? Yep. Yeah, so Islamic ethics and performing arts, the place of theater in Islam. The question here is, does Islam recognize theater? So at the end of this presentation, at the end of this research, we'll know that you will tell me if Islam recognizes, or we're forcing ourselves, or there are opportunities Muslims are not actually binding to them. Yeah, so this agenda of Islam and theater, we're looking at the foundations whereby we research problems, methodology, and the qualitative framework of Islamic ethical theories. At the end of the day, we know theater is an instrument that assists the community in terms of passing information, passing values, passing educational content and all that. So Islam being an entity, it can still use the social platform that is the theater so that we're able to actually continue with the ethical matters in Islam. We're looking at the historical works whereby exploring moral storytelling in the Quran alongside traditional medieval show, plays, and ritual passion theaters. Yes, we have a literature review, we have historical framework whereby Islam is a phenomena that has really pushed different entities to make sure that communication is delivered, not only in the Quran or the prophets, but various avenues where we are going to see some of them. We also have the ethic and impact in this agenda, whereby we are establishing strict ethical boundaries, community development efforts, and Kenya National Theatre findings. Because why are we here? It's because Kenya National Theatre wants to integrate the theatrical, artistic, talent, abilities in a way that there's some inclusivity, regardless where you're from, your religion, or wherever place you are. That's why we're looking at the impact and the ethics. Sorry, I am a teacher by profession, so I'm always used to check on the blackboard. So, sorry for that. We're looking at the theater and Islamic ethics. Why are we saying the position of theater in Islam? It is because it is a catalyst of change, whereby theater operates as a highly potent tool for educational reinforcement, cultural expression, and positive community development. When formatted appropriately, it provides dynamic avenues for simplification of moral themes and deep dialogue. That's why we are saying Islamic ethics through theater. Now, the co-inquiry will be here, and that goes to the research problem, that can performance coexist with Islamic ethics? You can just ask yourself. I know sometimes people who are in the online platform and the people who are in the auditorium, you are not well familiar or you are not well conversant if these Muslims in Kenya, do they have plays, do they have songs, do they have music? I'm very sure there's a cloud in your mind that makes you feel, these people, where are they? But at the end of the day, you can answer yourself because you have seen a lot of various avenues. Like, for example, the Maulid. You've seen people just walking on the streets, you know, with the matwari and the kasbahs. You know, that is what we call about theater, whereby the information is being relayed, not only in the mosques, in the madrasas, but in the streets and all that. So the study evaluates if theatrical expression. Now we want to bring those streets, madrasa, mosque, and all the Islamic institutions in the aspect of theater, the theatrical expression, which can support social and educational goals without crossing established religious ethical boundaries. As we continue with this presentation, you will see how Kenya National Theatre can integrate now how we are supposed to do what? Have the educational goals without crossing established religious ethical boundaries. Yes, we can. And that is the main aspect of this paper, whereby we want to communicate to people, to Muslims, come to Kenya National Theatre, go to those theatres that you know, perform, but your Islamic ethics, your Islamic boundaries are still there, as long as there is ample opportunity for you. Now, the arts and scholarship, what it gives. Traditional literature highlights dynamic storytelling mediums like shadow puppetry, epics, oral narration as historic community pillars. Okay, that is traditional mostly. Even in Islam, during our prophet's time, before even the prophet, there were so many oral narrations. We used to have something called qasas, sira, that is the history, whereby, you know, like when we were young, unaambiwa hadithi njoo, you know. Even in Islam, you're seated by the sheikh or by the Islamic leader, and they talk about what happened. Prophet Jacob, Prophet Moses, you know, all that. And that's what we call the arts and scholarship through oral narration. But now in modern performance, studies focus on the theatrical or theater capacity to drive civic instruction and social transformation across developing populations. That's why there are so many shows across Islamic countries, okay? Across the country, even in Kenya, through what we call in Islam isti'rad. Isti'rad means shows, okay? If right now you go to a graduation ceremony of an Islamic institution, you will see a skit. You will see some songs. You will see some instruments. So this is where we see the integration of the modern performance and the literature and the traditional literature, okay? Now, for the theatrical framework, of course, because you're doing the place of Islam, the place of theater in Islam through the ethical perspective, we look at the Islamic ethical theory. This is a theory that if you're a Muslim and you're pursuing Islamic studies, you have to know this theory, which it governs the purity, the modesty. Now, because you're looking at theater, this will be stage modesty and intent of creators. Are we together? Now, you find that the Islamic ethical theory is it's a theory that speaks a lot in terms of doing or advancing theater talents, but there's purity in terms of Islamic boundaries. Modesty. If it's a woman, and a woman, she's only supposed to be seeing her face and her ankle. Is this an ankle? Palm, sorry. Face and a palm, right? Yeah, wrists. Only that. So if you bring that, is that right? Is that wrong? That is the Islamic ethical theory. Then we have what we call maslahi, for the people who are Swahili. Public benefit, where this theory, it measures the theatrical utility in serving positive community reforms, whereby I am a Muslim man, okay? And a Muslim man is not supposed to be seen from the navel to the knees. So if I come, even if I am covered the way I am I supposed maybe to shake my waist? Okay? Am I supposed to wear like a lady? You know, so those are the maslah, the public benefit, whereby we look at the community reforms, but in terms of strengthening the Islamic purity and Islamic boundaries. We have the performance theory, where it decodes the actors' audience relationship and performative impacts, the nonverbal cues, of course, those will apply. And then you have the qualitative framework, where we comprehensive analysis of traditional, legal, and dramatic scholarship, what it gives out, okay? Now, the narratives of the prophets within the Holy Quran are not mere historical logs, but divine moral instructions framed explicitly for character guidance, contemplation, and moral building. This is a Quranic pedagogy and a moral instruction that is deducted from Quran, whereby when Prophet Muhammad ﷺ came, we believe as Muslim, he is the last prophet and no any other prophet will come. Now, as Quran was revealed to him, you find that there are stories that 25 prophets before, which some of them we share with you, Moses, Isa, that is Jesus, all those stories. Those stories that are there are for moral instructions, okay? Like you find Moses with the stick doing this, the sea, and then those bad people being drowned. It shows that there's some consequences that happens when someone does bad, okay? Or when someone is contrary to God's decisions and God's plans and all that. So our stories in Islam come, showcase them on the stage. There are moral instruction framed explicitly for character development, guidance, ethical appreciation, and all that. In oral tradition, we have poetry. During those times, when people or Muslims go to wars, when they are back as they are in their barracks and all that, what made them feel relaxed were things like poetry. And this is, I'm saying, when Prophet Muhammad, who is our role model, biggest role model as Muslims, was there, and he used to actually also appreciates, congratulates people who do a lot of poetry, okay? Even Quran itself, it's neither poetic nor prose. So that is theater. That is something that is very creative. If I read Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahmanir Rahim, you get it? Huh? So this is what we talk about, the place of Islam in theater. We have the qasas, the moral storytelling, just like Nyanya says the story. We have Sira narration, stories of the prophet's character or any other prophet, like Jesus, we know, sharing the meals and all that. Cultural performances, we had historic cultural performances, like for example, there's this example, sorry, it's a little bit far. Oh, I think I didn't include it. There's one example whereby prophets used to have a show in a mosque, the prophet's mosque, whereby the Sahabas are the companions of the prophets. They used to play with their swords. And then the person who does well, isn't that theater? That is theater, because it's talent discoveries and showcasing of talent that is theatrical, okay? We have the moral pedagogy, cultural legitimacy, substance over form, whereby for moral pedagogy, the visual and oral storytelling practices deeply align with traditional Islamic moral education. So we orchestrate all this with Islam. So even if kids come here and talk about this and this and this, they have to connect it with Islam. That's why we are looking at the pedagogy that is morally, okay? We have cultural legitimacy, where performance art is not external to Islamic culture. Rich oral, poetic, and shadow play traditions exist through Islamic history. And also we have substance over form. Classical laws evaluates the moral message, intent and community effect, the artwork rather than the format presentation. So all these are the scholarly findings whereby we cannot run away from them, okay? Now, for the transformational mediums, we look at the youth and peace building, especially in Kenya at the moment, what is happening with the government and Gen Z and all that, Islam can be a good instrument to make sure that there's a good interpersonal relationship with the youth and peace building, whereby we're empowering young people and constructive forums to build dialogue, resolve tribal, communal tensions, and practice social leadership, okay? And also, again, advocacy and awareness. We also have what we call Islamic ethical parameters in this place of Islam in place of Islam in theater, whereby the Islamic ethical parameters, just a few. We look at sidq, that is truthfulness. We have mutual respect. We have haya, that is modesty. We have maslah, good, public good. We have qan'ah, contentment. We have sabr, that is patience. We have sakina, that is tranquility, and all that comes through the artistic work by Muslims. Now, the Kenyan National Theatre, because the paper has some integration with the Kenya National Theatre. How does it foster inclusive expression? So KNT acts as a notable regional hub, highlighting how modern drama can successfully breed civic participation and cultural values through inclusive dialogue, strategic partnerships, and sensitive production. Okay? This is just an example of the medieval shows that we used to have, that in the 13th century, the Mamluk in Cairo. Cairo has a big percentage of Muslims, whereby we see the dramatic arts called Taif al-Khayal, that is the phantom of imagination, where these plays serve as a high literate yet popular satirical folk form. You know. Everyone who is joined here understands when you look at the aspects concerning the humor, puppetry, and all that, whereby there's some innovative form translated to folk storytelling into physical animation and social commentary. And all these were actually giving out a lot of education, mostly to the children, and also, to adults like us. Then we have the ta'aziyah. Ta'aziyah is a ritual play that historically, as a theatrical person in Islam, it is through, there's a sect called Shia. Shia is a sect whereby they acknowledge the Hassan and Hussein, Ali bin Abi Talib as their leaders, whereby they always act. Like, for example, today is 10th of Muharram. It's called Ashura, okay? Whereby Muslims are commemorating the fight of Karbala, okay? So all this, they're being acted and all that. These are the performance. Because of time, we cannot play it. We have classical and modern works, Ar-Risala, the message. Now today, I want to give you an assignment. Go to YouTube, go search Al-Risala, the message. You will see the integration of theater with Islam, whereby it shows the story of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam through film. Okay? Al-Risala, you can check that. And also we have Al-Kahf, people of the cave, whereby it's also a good story. The people of the cave, everyone, they stayed for very many years, and they said their good thing. When one says a good thing, the cave opens a little bit, until all of them said good things, and these are true stories, okay? Yes, we can see the Khayal Theatre Company, so many. It's a challenge to Kenya, whereby, even to me, myself, looking at the aspects concerning a theatre company or a theatre group that is basically Muslim-oriented, so that they can push the agenda of Islam and ethics through theater. Yeah, so recommendations and conclusion. We have the strategic recommendation, whereby support the disciplinary research on theater arts and theology. Okay? We have published comprehensive ethical guidelines for Muslim performers, mostly for the KNT. Expand Muslim engagement in educational and social advocacy plays. We will be very glad if there is more inclusivity and Muslim representation, not only in Kenya National Theatre, but in all art spaces in Kenya, whereby we are able to have more and more and more Muslim performers, Muslim representation, and this is through scouting, this is through researches, this is through conferences like this, so that you're able to get and tap the right talent, and we promote the Muslim will in Kenya. So my concluding thoughts, okay? Theater and Islam are not inherently incompatible, okay? When grounded in noble intent, high artistic quality, and strict ethical parameters, performative art serves as a stellar engine to educate, inspire, and elevate communities. That is my takeaway home on this research, and I feel with the few remarks, as published, you'll read more, but I hope you've learned something on my presentation. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Hassan, for that wonderful presentation. That was very informative. I've learned so much. Looks like Valentine is back. And so Valentine, please go ahead and make your presentation. I can see Valentine is here, but are you able to hear us, Valentine? We don't want to leave you out of this. Our MC, Kevin, could you please assist if you can call her? Oh, yeah, she's here now. Thank you, Valentine. The floor is yours.
Yes, yes, I am. I am.
Yes, please go ahead now and make your presentation.
Can go on?
Yes. You can go on. Hello, Valentine.
All right, thank you.
Yes, please go on.
My background is a bit noisy, pardon for that, but I hope you can hear me clearly. As I was introduced, my name is Valentine Kamau, and my interest in safeguarding and sustainability within the creative sector, especially for creatives, artists, grew from my years working in the creative sector and seeing the gaps artists were experiencing, especially in the areas of safeguarding, accountability, intellectual property management. And it's because of that that I now choose to explore the issue of sustainability right from where it begins for most of us as performing artists. And it's my pleasure to present this work. Great. So it's entitled From Survival to Sustainability, rethinking livelihoods, cultural memory, and knowledge transfer in Kenya's performing arts ecosystem, which is vital to understand. And of course, we started with the process of sending out a research survey, which other creatives are currently filling in. They've been They've been filling in the survey, and so far it's going very well. So the voices behind this research. First of all, I'll talk about the qualitative methodology and highlight the diversity of the interviewees. We had Siox, who's an Akamba griot. We had veteran actors, directors, institution builders, producers, entrepreneurs, lighting, sound, wardrobe, and makeup practitioners, educators, mentors, and audience builders as well. We also had 2 PhD holders who were very gracious with the wealth of information they shared. That is Dr. Mshai Mongola and Dr. ZP Okoth. So just been informed that that was not visible, but yes, I've not changed the slides yet. So we move on to the second slide. Actually, before the second slide, the question at the center is, what happens when people who carry knowledge leave the room? Just trying to, sorry, there's something that's happened to my screen. Oh, yeah, great. Yeah, I'm back there. So what happens when the people who carry the knowledge leave the room? Artists are not simply cultural producers. They're living archives whose experiences, practices are an essential part of Kenya's cultural ecosystem. So this is something that we observed and we have been observing as a society, as artists, that when some of our top, if I even may call them some of our best producers of art, be it our performing artists, even visual artists, we recognize that these people carry a wealth of information, knowledge, and experience. And when they leave the room, sometimes it can be literally, they've left the room, they've exited, they've passed on to the other side. They leave with such a huge room, they leave a vacuum where they fill that vacuum with knowledge and a lot of lived experience. So that is what this is also examining. And then also not just when there's now a loss that's happened. Also when an artist decides that they are no longer an artist, that they can no longer practice, when they see that perhaps the industry in itself is no longer sustainable for what they were looking for starters, that in itself becomes a loss that needs to be examined. So those are the voices behind this research. And we continue to add more voices, and we'll be sharing this on our website. That is zirayainstitute.org. So who owns culture? Who gets to tell stories? In which language? What is theater for? All right. So we look at the legacy that's been left out, and we start to ask ourselves, what happens to Ngugi? What happens to Mishere Wamugo's work? What happens to all of these people who have, in one way or another, influenced our art, the way we tell our stories, the language through which we use to tell these stories, and the labor at the center of performance? So there's someone who also talked about theater for development and community theater, which trace their intellectual lineage here. These are our titans, the titans of theater as we know it, the people who were disallowed from practicing their work authentically because there was always a threat to their freedom. These are people who examined theater. They saw when the Kenya Cultural Center and the theater as a whole was a no-go zone for native Kenyans. And they've left, thankfully, Ngoge wa Thiong'o and Mishere, I think also Ngoge wa Mary, have left a rich legacy in terms of how they've been able to document their work. But the question is, what are we doing as a collective to document their work? Because this is work that they have done, wanting to be remembered for shaping our performing arts. However, institutionally, do we have ways in which we intend to preserve this work and to have it passed on to other generations as well? Because there's a lot more young people who are coming in. They've really outnumbered, Gen Zs that is, they've really outnumbered people who've been there before. And they'll need to learn how this thing came up. You know, like for when Mandamano started, you would occasionally hear someone saying, oh, you know, the generations previously did nothing to protest or shift the politics of this country, which is not truthful. So it shows there's a clear gap even in the performing arts, where most of our young people dive in because of the love for what we are doing, but there's really no deliberate effort to teach where this work has come from and to even influence actors who are coming in to join the performing arts industry to look into the importance of community, of the why, to find their why before they're forced to look for a personality that can push them in the digital world, in social media. So there's more work to be done before the presentation of this glitz and everything else that comes with this world. So this is central to this story. The women who have built Kenya's performing arts as performers, directors, scholars, institution builders, cultural leaders, and educators, often while navigating structures and expectations their male counterparts did not face. I had one of the interviewees explaining how they lost their colleagues. They would sometimes even start out as actors, then they meet a fellow actor and they decide they want to make a family. But the woman would have to quit. It would always be at the expense of the female counterpart. The male counterpart could continue performing in theater. We also did have more women discouraged from joining the performing arts. However, we also do need to recognize that there are so many women that have not even mentioned here, who have, you know, held on strong, pushed, given so much for the representation of women to be there in the performing arts. So artists are not simply cultural producers. Again, they're living archives. You know, they're the ones preserving our memory. They're the ones preserving the knowledge and continuity. Again, referring to my research, it was such a wonderful time to sit with the interviewees as they would remember production companies from the era they were in, you know, and there's the first gen of theater producers, crew, and then you come to the second generation, third generation, fourth generation. And you see, their stories tell you so much about the wealth of information and the lived experiences that they carry with them, including the fact that it is performing artists who led the country to its second liberation. And they are never given that credit. They are never remembered for the role they played. And these artists, again, there's creatives, our veteran, some of them veteran performers, are fantastic vessels of knowledge and ought to be treated as such, perhaps even in advisory committees. They should be involved in so many more trainings. And I think they have so much to give. So when an institution loses its soul, so this is part of the statements given by some of the interviewees who have been artists for the longest time, and they seem to have the notion that the Kenya National Theatre was a living space, open, accessible, genuinely belonging to the performers and stories that passed through it, including drummers, instrument makers, indigenous artists, and it felt like to them that after the renovation, after the building itself was modernized, that it became less accessible to them. And we are not yet talking about accessibility in the sense of, our mixed abilities and, other challenges. We are just, talking about the building itself, the feeling of home that artists have been longing to have in spaces. And they also mentioned that as much as the performing arts has grown and as much as theater has grown, the interesting thing is there are now less spaces, especially within the city center, right? And there's just, that concern that perhaps we are going to now lose some of our indigenous instrument makers because they've for a long time they were there at the theater for a long time, but after the renovation it seemed like there was no space made for them. So that was one of the recommendations, can we try and pull them back in, because the National Theatre would ideally be their home. So again, this is to do with the instrument makers, and we refer to this quote: when an elder dies, it is as though a library has burned down, right? By Amadou Hampaiteba. Yes, so the Kamba Griot Sioux, who is also part of the band known as Abaki Simba, has continued to, long for a space where indigenous artists can, and indigenous musicians especially, can be able to practice, without any impediments. So how knowledge moves through the ecosystem. So practitioners described learning not just through classrooms, but through people. And majority of the interviewees did mention that they went through the drama festivals and how that experience helped to shape their decision to now later become practitioners. And with that, they have encouraged for a space or even a way to be made when students are transitioning from the drama festivals and into real world practice in the performing arts. And to that credit, we have Mumbi Kaiwa and Keith Pearson, the theatre company, who at one point were able to integrate contemporary theatre education for learners in between the years of maybe 2000 and 2020. We have Dr. Mushai Mongola, who's very proficient in the oral knowledge systems and responsibilities of carrying cultural memory forward. And we, of course, had Sioux, the Akamba Griot, who's talked about songs being remembered in fragments by aging custodians. So again, coming back to the issue of preserving our art and our art makers as well. And then Neema Bagamohonda, who's also a veteran dancer and an actor, as well as many other things, spoke about mentorship as artistic practice, recognizing potential before practitioners, something that she said used to happen in the production houses that were there before, in the theater production houses, that they were very keen on mentorship and the quality of the artistic practice. And my interviewees did say that there were so many institutions around the mid-90s up until mid-2000s. Yeah, and it was a very profound experience for them to have had the quality of training that they experienced at that point in time. Then Kenya's largest arts classroom, again, the Kenya National Drama and Film Festival that has run for over 60 years, since 1959, and has been one of the most engaging platform that has helped to give us talent development systems, and happens annually without fail. And that has been a fantastic platform for launching the careers of kids coming from school and joining college, or in between that space, just trying to figure out if maybe this is the thing. If they did not have this experience with the Drama and Film Festival, it would, of course, have been a loss to them and to the artistic practice. So survival versus sustainability. So survival, we are looking at adapting to get through the season. And this is something that was shared by the interviewees and also the artists and practitioners who are filling in the survey, that they are adapting. They have to adapt to get through the seasons when they don't have payment. And they, of course, look for other gigs that can be able to diverse their income. And there was a thought by also one of the interviewees who said that perhaps we should adapt a system where we can be contributing a share of the artist's remuneration. And then when they're off season, they can be able to access it. It's a level of, I wouldn't say insurance, but anyway, it's savings, chama type of thing. And that's something worth looking into. So when it comes to sustainability, these are conditions that allow artists to thrive. Are we in the right conditions? Are we in the right environment that allows us to succeed? Maybe that needs to be questioned. I spoke to Stuart Nash of NPAS, and he really expressed the fact, to him at least, that he had an opinion. Let me say that he had an opinion that the theater is not as vibrant in terms of theater goers, that they're not as interested as we would want them to be on the side of producers, in that there are very few production companies that can actually dare to say that they're actually meeting their needs completely, their financial needs and anything revolving around that there has to be such deliberate push to create a type of theater-going culture in the audiences, so that they flock our theaters more and more so. And then, of course, I've mentioned the multiple income streams out of necessity.
Valentine, can
now,
you hear me?
Knowledge held in individuals remains untransferred. This is when we are operating in a survival state of mind. But then when it comes to sustainability, institutions that outlive their founders can be found in this situation, in the sustainability, in that we have and create the ability to preserve the work that our patriots have done, and we are able to also create ways that the future generations will be able to access the knowledge that continues to be given throughout the years. So in survival institutions,
So looks like we've again lost Valentine. Ladies and gentlemen, that was going well. And since we are already past time, we may need to just conclude the session because we have another session that is now way too late. First of all, I want to thank the presenters, Brenda, Hassan, and Valentine. I just want to summarize what they said now in one sentence because I cannot go over that again, though I had planned to. Brenda has reminded us that we are all candidates for disability. And one day, if we wake up, I wake up, you wake up, find yourself on the other side, will we be able to do what we do in the theater? All the whole wide spectrum of things that we do in this theater. Will you be able to do all that if you wake up as a person with disability? That's a great challenge to all of us. Hassan has told us how theater and Islam are not incompatible. I think I'm taking that home and gave us a lot of homework, which we really appreciate, Hassan. That was really beautiful presentation. Valentine has been talking very deep stuff here. She did a very extensive and intensive research and a whole array of respondents who come from different backgrounds with lots of rich information. And I think this is a very timely presentation and research. And it's again points back to us, what are we doing for sustainability? I want to thank all of them. I can see that there are no questions in the chat, but I really appreciate Moses Odipo, your comment to Brenda. Brenda, thank you for the advocacy. Indeed, interpretation and meaning of performances are often compromised if the infrastructure is unfriendly to persons with disability. So thank you so much for that comment. I don't know, Kevin, if on your side there's any question in the auditorium.
Thank you. No, we are good for interest of time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So back to you then.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Back to you. Yeah, let me conclude. Thanks to all our presenters and the participants and all of you for being very active in the session, active listeners, active participants. And back to you now, Kevin, officially.
Thank you. Thank you, Daktari. Thank you for that session. Thank you, Daktari, the moderator. Thank you, Juma, Brenda. Thank you, Valentine. Thank you, Hassan, for your insightful presentation. Now we come to the closing session. And here, our rapporteur, Dr. Emmanuel Shikuku, who has been following what we have been presenting since yesterday, we're going to invite him to make or to present a draft communique out of everything we've discussed. The key issues emerging from our conversations, from our presentations, from the keynote and from the panel discussions will be highlighted, and we will invite you, as this is being done, we will invite you to give your comments. Those who are online, please write something on the comment sheet. Those who are in the auditorium, we invite you to script down on your notebooks. And then after this, we will collect them. For interest of time, we may not have enough time to delve into the discussion. But if you have any idea that will relate to what you would want be communicated that is coming out of the third Performing Arts Conference, to do so. After that, I will then invite our CEO to close the conference as he's still joining us online. So over to you, Daktari. Dr. Emmanuel Shikuku.
Kevin, just give me a moment. I set up.
Thank you. As Daktari is doing that, I want to do a vote of thanks to everyone who has made this conference a success. I will start with the team at Kenya Cultural Center, who have worked tirelessly over the last 3 months to ensure that this conference is up and running. They have coordinated, they have designed posters, they have drafted communication, they have drafted concept notes, they have written emails, they have written letters. Wherever you are, feel appreciated watching us from home, from here. We thank you from each department, from every section, from the finance team to the programs teams to the administration to the legal CEO's office. We thank you and we really appreciate the work that you've done to make sure that this conference is a success. Secondly, I want to thank the scientific committee who took time to review the abstracts, to give advice on the program, to give advice on the people who will invite to speak, to give the keynote address, to be part of the panel. We thank you and we really appreciate your efforts. Next, I'll want to thank our two keynote speakers, that is George Gashara and Professor Mapaya. Thank you for taking your time off your very busy schedules to come and be with us at this third Performing Arts Conference. Professor Mapaya has traveled all the way from South Africa and we really appreciate and thank you. I also want to thank all the paper presenters who have taken their time to research, to write, to sit, and also to taken their time to present the papers to make this conference a success. We appreciate you and we see you and we appreciate the efforts that you've done. Without you, this conference will not have been. I also take this time to appreciate all the panelists who have taken part in our discussions, our moderators. We thank you, we appreciate you. We cannot say, we don't have enough words for you. We also want to thank our performers, the KCC choir, Kenge Kenge, the poet who performed here. We appreciate you and we thank you and for your continued support. We also to thank our service providers who have provided various services from printing, from food, from video, from photography, live streaming, screen, homeboys. We thank you, Red Deco, we thank you wherever you are. If you have provided any service, we thank you and we appreciate you. If you have taken time to come and be part of this conference, we also see you and we appreciate you yesterday and today. Those who have also defied the odds being here, we appreciate you. We know what is going on. Those of you who are joining us online, we appreciate you and we thank you. I thank you. If I have not mentioned you, please feel thanked, feel appreciated, and we know every effort that has been put to make this conference a success. Asanteni sana, and may God bless all of us. Daktari, if you're ready. Dr. Shikuku, if you can hear me.
Yes, Kevin, I can hear you, and I hope you can also hear me.
Yes, please.
Okay,
proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have really gone through the time, it gives me a lot of pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, because this is my third Performing Arts Conference, and a number of issues have been raised over time. Some have been reiterated in this conference, but others are really fresh. The idea that we needed a dedicated conference on securing the future, thinking through issues of marketing, thinking through issues of policy, thinking through issues of investment has been something that was developed over time, and it is good that we have thrashed through those ideas in this conference. And so quite a number of pronouncements have been made, and we feel like, I feel particularly that this conference has been illuminating in those areas. There are two divisions of the conference that one of the division was yesterday, and the other division has been today. On the division on policy foundations and financing the creative industry, we learned from the first keynote address by Mr. George Gashara that in developing policy and financing the creative sector, we must create a culture and not just project. He argued, and rightfully so, that he argued, and rightfully so, that that we cannot grow culture on a project-based mentality. We must develop systems, because systems are the difference between success and failure of a cultural ecosystem. Secondly, from the panel discussions, we learned that the future of performing arts sector depended on transforming creativity into sustainable economic value. And by improving financial literacy, strengthening documentation processes, protecting monetary intellectual properties, and adopting a business-oriented mindset. This could help creatives become investable, financially resilient, and capable of generating long-term wealth and impact within the creative economy. And ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what this conference was about. So arising from the above, we would like to state as follows, as a joint communique, that as creatives, scholars, and policymakers of the performing arts, we are called upon to reconsider how we have applied our trade. Instead of looking at performing arts as a series of events, we are called upon to imagine it as an integrated ecosystem that can create cultures. Essentially, what this means is that we should look at the issue of performing arts as long-term and not just the performance we have done. And I am very happy that this is being said in a very clear way, because many of us who have been lecturers, many of us who are performing artists, find ourselves only looking at the monetary value that we will get out of a performance or an event of performance, and so on and so forth. But here we are being called upon to broaden our horizon into thinking of it in terms of long term. On markets, distribution, and building of infrastructure, we learned from the keynote address by Professor Geoff Mapaya that we need to break down the silos that define us as a people of this country or that country by increasing collaborations. We must understand that the future is Africa, and therefore we must not shy away from coming together to create policies that define our local performances. And actually, this resonated even in the panel discussions. We also learned that it's possible to tap into the international market via curating international festivals that can attract foreigners and not just Kenyans. And I think one of the paper presenters gave a very illuminating discussion on how we can do our performances and take to almost 8 different African theater festivals, and by so doing increase our visibility, but also increase our collaborations. From one of the panel discussions, we heard that we need to build infrastructure for the graduates of theater to work in through, and this can be through building of state theaters. And this actually was an appeal to the government, because I think it was Professor CJ who was passionate about the fact that we started training theater practitioners, yet we did not have infrastructure for them to work in universities. But now we have cascaded down to senior schools, and we should not continue making the same mistake of simply training graduates without equipping them with the spaces that they can work in. We also learned that there is need to be part of associations, guilds, and other communities, because when we are in communities, when we are in institutions, we are more stronger, and when we negotiate or when we bargain for our rights. So, ladies and gentlemen, from these discussions, the points on the joint communique can be as follows: that we petition the government to develop mechanisms to achieve the following. 1, build more infrastructure in performing arts so that those graduating from the creative arts can plug into them. 2, establish a fund for the creative arts sector directly, such as has been done in countries like South Korea, Singapore, and China. We can learn from them and implement. 3, implement financial policies that are friendly to the creative arts sector. That would be our ask from government. Secondly, we should bolster the existing associations and guilds. Now, this is another policy, rather another communique statement. We bolster the existing associations and guilds within the performing arts spectrum, or establish new ones so that we bargain and negotiate for our rights as practitioners and artists in one voice and not in individual voices. 3, we expand markets and create synergies. We have to grow our audiences beyond the regional, the traditional ticketing through what came out as intra-Africa collaborations, as well as developing theater that can attract global audiences through festivals that will intentionally attract African performers and global foreign audiences. 4, there is need for establishment of mechanisms for continuous research, data generation, as well as curating and archiving of performances, not just for future references, but also of proof of how far we have come as we look into the future. From the paper presentations, we learned the following: that there is need for increased intellectual property education, stronger enforcement mechanisms, and the strengthening of theater associations to safeguard performers and indigenous cultural expressions. That is important for artists to participate in public planning and budgeting processes to secure long-term financial support within the budgeting, the government budgeting process. And there is need for clear intellectual property ownership structures, since they facilitate investment attractions, licensing opportunities, and international partnerships. Also, there is need to create performances and research on performances that are for ourselves rather than what has been established as the canon, because I think the argument was that we are borrowing from the West so much, or from other traditions so much, until we are forgetting really who we are supposed to be either performing for or researching their performances. 5, there is need for inclusivity in terms of people living with disabilities, cultural practitioners, Islam and performances, as well as the curriculum framework constructions, so that we remain relevant to indigenous as well as African audiences. We also learned that we can expand the theater spaces literally, so that we have multiple spaces of theater that is not just concentrated in Nairobi. From these paper presentations, our joint communique statement is as follows: that the Kenya Cultural Center incorporating National Theatre should take a greater role in finding mechanisms of involving artists and performing arts practitioners in the budget making processes, because that is where the pie is shared. 2, that artistic institutions should strive to create performances that carry cultural relevance, that not only carry cultural relevance, but are also sensitive to various minority groups, such as people living with disabilities. 3, and last, that cultural and performing arts institutions ought to create more opportunities for sensitization of intellectual property rights, as well as the budgeting processes. That there is need for more sensitization platforms and opportunities. I wish the people from Kenya Actors Guild would have been here. I've seen them organize a number of tax sensitization processes, and that would also have been one of the best ways in which we can plug into these processes, so that we are good with the government, as well as we can enjoy government services. This, ladies and gentlemen, is by no means exhaustive. There might be other very important points that I may have inadvertently omitted. I'll be welcome to receive any other points, so that we strengthen this document, and then the office of the CEO can circulate it to everybody who has attended this conference. Thank you, Kevin, if you can hear me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Daktari. We can hear you clearly. We have heard you, and we have seen what you have come up with. And we commend you for the amazing job that you've done in the last 2 days, making sure that you sit and listen to every presentation so that we can have that document ready. As I have requested, if you're in this room and you feel there's something that needs to be added on that document, please write it and hand it over to me. If you're online, before we leave and before we close, please write your comments and anything and any idea that you feel we need to incorporate, and we will for sure consider it. And at this point juncture, I'll want to invite the CEO who is joining us online to give his final remarks and officially close the conference. CEO.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the close of the third edition of the Performing Arts Conference. When we started the conversations around the Performing Arts Conference, we thought it would not materialize, but we want to graciously thank all the participants and also those who managed to send us abstracts, which then made this conference what it is. I want to promise that this year's conference, as earlier we mentioned, is that we want to pursue the outcomes and see whether they can really be effected going forward. And so I want to promise that we will be taking up the discussions that have come up and pursue them and see whether they can inform our next conversations or continued conversations thereof, and see also whether we can have other engagements with even the ministry leadership, which should then boil down to the sector leadership, and see that we implement whatever recommendations that have come out of this conference. But as Kenya Cultural Center, ladies and gentlemen, we still continue to offer ourselves to be available for the sector and also strive so that we can meet the expectations of the performing arts industry and also our clientele in general. We will continue to be offering our spaces so that you can exploit and take advantage of everything that we offer, but at the same time continue to improve our services so that we meet your expectations. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you profusely for accepting to be part of this journey and also contribute your voice to issues that are affecting the industry. And I want to thank everybody who has stayed with us up to this point, despite the difficulty that we have experienced today. I wish you well as we go back home, and that we might need to rush out of town at the earliest opportunity. Until we meet again, I want to say thank you so much for participating on the third edition of the Kenya Performing Arts Conference organized by the Kenya Cultural Center. And so the conference is officially closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO. As we stand up for the national anthem, I'll also want to take this opportunity to also thank the board members who are here. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair, Director in charge of programs, and everyone present. Asanteni sana, and God bless you. We want those who would want to take a picture, who can come on stage and take a picture. But first, let us all be upstanding for the final closing prayer, which is also our national anthem. you and do have a lovely evening and safe travels back home.